Listen up, fellow readers. We are diving into the ultimate binge read today. Watch out because this demon girl is dangerously lethal. Just her warm-up stretch causes massive area of effect damage to our poor main character, and she instantly launches into a deadly assault. But our boy locks in and triggers his secret system. Suddenly, right before the monster lands, her fatal blow, a bizarre sensation takes over. You could say the system hacked her mind, and instead of tearing out his throat, she initiates an intense, fully physical, one-on-one combat session. But what this terrifying demon lady does not realize is that this absolute beatdown is secretly power-leveling our righteous hero. The beast stumbles back, completely bewildered, questioning what on earth just happened to her body. With his newly boosted stats, Cirrus starts one-shotting the goblin mobs. But out of nowhere, the demon girl dive bombs from the sky at a glorious angle. He braces for impact, but 150 kilograms of pure absolute thickness is way too much for him. Worse yet, she is now glaring at him like a starving wolf eyeing up a premium steak. Her first strike lands perfectly and ruthlessly. While our poor boy writhes in pure agony, his hidden attributes steadily multiply. The goblin spectators are left wondering what kind of bizarre battle this is, though. Honestly, I would love to take his place. Poor Cirrus attempts a stealth counter, but gets instantly pinned down. The ruthless demon notices his armor has maximum defense stats, so she casually decides to obliterate it, maximizing the armor-piercing damage of her heavy attacks. With that, our tragic hero gets absolutely steamrolled, while his party member watches deeply questioning if this is even a legitimate fight. Sick of tanking damage, our main character decides to unleash the true potential of humanity. Through a flawless combo of counterattacks, he farms an ungodly amount of stat points. But right at that climax, the demon girl's husband spawns in, witnessing Cirrus dominating his wife in real time. The crowd stares at the demon king, absolutely shocked by what he just saw. He erupts into a blazing fury and rushes Cirrus. Our boy gets sent flying instantly, recognizing the terrifying gap in their power levels. The tragic king turns to ask his beloved queen what happened, but she violently rejects him. Honestly, I would not wish that emotional damage on anyone. Wait, scratch that. Instead of checking the demon girl's attitude, this absolute clown actually apologizes. He completely deserves this betrayal. Meanwhile, Cirrus tries to stealth away, but the massive simp refuses to let it slide. He charges again, stopping point blank and swearing that the human will pay for touching his precious wife. Our honorable hero gets tossed right next to the thick demon lady, while the king instantly triggers his next attack phase. Just as Cirrus faces a game over, the demon girl slaps the beta right across his face. Frankly, that is exactly the karma a simp earns. He stands there paralyzed while Cirrus breaks free and his so-called soulmate calls the human back. Wearing the toxic glare of a tilted gamer queuing for ranked, she demands Cirrus to halt. The king tries to grab her arm, but takes level 99 emotional damage when she declares the human is the only man she needs. The wicked demon leaps using absolute gravity to crush our poor boy with 500 kilograms of raw force, launching another devastating attack sequence. I actually feel terrible for him. I would gladly swap places so he could heal up. The king, meanwhile, is completely soul-crushed. Our boy's party member tries to interrupt the boss fight but gets instantly hit with a stun debuff too. Finally, the broken demon king snaps and casts a massive wipeout spell, but at the very last second, his willpower hits 0. He truly is an eternal simp. The sheer rejection breaks him so badly that his self-destruct passive triggers from a total loss of health points and dignity. Cirrus exploits this opening, landing a clean, critical strike to finish the job. The tragic king dies and his ex-wife literally does not care. But even headless, his boss aggro remains going for one final revenge attack, lunging forward to embrace the demon girl. She screams in terror, realizing his core is about to detonate. But our ultimate Chad severs the arm and pulls the enemy's wife to safety. With that explosive finale, the fallen king perishes in his own blast, while the main character literally steals his girl. That poor boss is definitely getting reincarnated right next to Sung Jin Woo in his next life because his suffering here was way too brutal. The dust finally settles. Now there is someone directly above him, plus a lizard resting on his chest. It is none other than the demon queen herself, now shrunk down with a measly 9 health points. She scampers across his chest and hides right in his pocket. His ally is doing him a solid favor, but Cirrus is completely distracted by a glowing system prompt Lord Demon Barrett defeated. Your clear reward is a hidden dungeon map. Wow, a whole map for that crazy boss fight. Should he click, claim or not? He pauses to strategize very carefully. Our boy is genuinely sweating over this menu screen, like it requires immense brain power. Oh, hey there. Mind backing up a little bit? The girl finally gives him space. He hits claim and the magical hologram projects into the air. It displays absolutely everything. Trap locations, hidden loot, spawns, dead ends, and even the true boss room is perfectly marked. Our boy is hyped. With his trusty system, they can speedrun straight to the boss room without getting hopelessly lost. The blonde waifu asks, "What exactly are you staring at?" He brushes it off. After all, only his eyes can see the system's glowing blue screens. He hops up, extending a hand to help her. But suddenly, boom. A sharp stabbing pain pierces his chest. He collapses, coughing up some seriously questionable black sludge. The blonde panics. Hey, what's wrong with you? Our guy's hand is turning the color of a bruised eggplant. His pinky finger starts glowing. Yep, his poor little pinky is literally breaking down. Talk about a bad day. He writhes in pure agony, doing a painful breakdance on the dungeon floor. Gross stuff is just pouring out of him. She screams, "Talk to me," and pulls him into a desperate hug. But wait, his skin is scorching. He is practically a human radiator. His pinky has completely melted away into thin air. And just like that, our main character fades to black, passing out right in his waifu's arms. Not the best first date. A while later, his eyes finally flutter open. She frantically asks, "Sir, what on earth is wrong with your body? Why are you melting like ice cream?" He sighs, explaining that a nasty curse is eating him alive. Flashback to 6 months ago, the city of Warcraft was under total siege. He watched a massive horde of beasts clash with the local guild warriors. One unlucky guild member was hauling a mysterious box. Suddenly, the boss monster unleashed a devastating strike, smashing right into that exact box and blowing it to pieces. The shockwave sent our boy Cirrus flying through the air, burying him under a mountain of rubble. The shattered box started oozing the exact same toxic sludge he just puked up. A terrifying demon appeared, and suddenly the heavens opened up raining thick, crimson blood. The stench was so putrid he immediately lost his lunch. This wasn't normal rain. Any living flesh it touched just melted off the bone. Even the giant monsters turned into absolute puddles. Luckily, being buried under tons of rock acted as his natural umbrella. But here is the kicker, folks. Just by breathing in those toxic fumes, he got infected. Waking up in a hospital bed, the doc gave him the ultimate bad news. 1 year left to live. But there was a cure. The blood of a demon god. Right on cue, a translucent blue screen popped up. Ding. Accept this system and you might just get a chance to claim the Demon King's blood. Duh, he mashed the accept button instantly. It was either that or an early grave. The glorious system dropped a major quest hint. The holy grail of blood is hidden deep inside the end dungeon. Back in the present, he smirks. He has learned to somewhat manage the pain whenever the venom tries to melt him from the inside. But time is ticking down fast. He desperately needs that Demon King's blood because his free trial on life is about to expire. He has to clear this death trap of a dungeon right now. However, running into a boss room naked is a bad idea. They need better armor and some shiny new loot first. They decide to raid a nearby room for some heavily needed upgrades. Meanwhile, the scene aggressively cuts to another squad of adventurers creeping through the dungeon. The main tank is strutting up front, hiding behind a massive shield, feeling completely invincible. But blink and you miss it. A lethal laser beam instantly vaporizes a hole right through his smug face. The blonde wizard frantically tells the panicked party to freeze. One wrong twitch, and this invisible death trap will turn them all into Swiss cheese. I mean, even their beefiest meat shield just got one-shotted. But they cannot just stand there forever. Someone has to be the human mind detector. So who is volunteering, or rather who is getting thrown to the wolves? The edgy psycho with the bangs steps up sneering. Lowest level walks the plank. Those are the rules of the dungeon. The weakest rookie trembles, shouting, "You are utterly insane, I am not doing it." But Mr. Edgelord coldly replies, "You already know your options. Get vaporized by a trap or get sliced by me." Pressing a cold blade to the rookie's neck, he whispers, "You know exactly what happens when you disobey orders, right?" The blonde wizard steps in, shouting, "Hold on." He pulls out a magical rebounding gadget. "At least give him this. It will buff his survival chances," but the absolute psycho just smacks it away, calling it a pathetic waste of time. Naturally, his party member is appalled. "Dude, what is your problem? That could have saved lives." The bang psycho glares with killing intent. "Show me useless trash like that again, and I will end you myself. Now move." The poor rookie is quaking in his boots, utterly paralyzed by the fact that his life could end in a flash of light. He takes a painfully slow step, tiptoeing like he is walking on fragile glass. His face is a tragic mask of pure desperation. Sweating bullets, his eyes are glued to the floor tiles. The psycho impatiently barks, "Hurry it up, trash. We are on a schedule." The rookie tries to lift his leg, but his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. Mom's spaghetti is definitely threatening to make a comeback. He forces out one more agonizing step. Phew, nothing happened. Just keep moving. But his sanity completely shatters. He simply cannot take the psychological torture anymore. Stripped of all his courage, he snaps. Screaming that he refuses to die, he turns and sprints blindly back to the group. But in his panic, his foot slams down on the wrong tile. Everyone watches in sheer horror. This time, a lethal beam shoots straight down from the ceiling. The trap pattern is completely randomized, attacking from completely unpredictable angles. No one is safe. The rookie's lifeless body hits the cold stone floor, a grim reminder of the absolute hell they are trapped in. Stepping over the corpse, the psycho smirks and asks, "All right, who is the next lowest level?" But right on cue, a heavy stone door groans open down the corridor. The edgelord snaps his head around to look. And who steps out? It is our boy Cirrus. Clearly they have a history. The blonde wizard gasps, "Wait, Cirrus, he was literally cannon fodder for the distraction team. He should be a rotting corpse by now." The psycho's face twists in furious disbelief. He points his sword and roars, "You cockroach, how the hell are you still breathing?" Cirrus just tilts his head, hitting him with a clueless, "What do you mean?" Flashback to their hilarious beef right before entering the dungeon. The psycho had grabbed Cirrus, screaming, "You bastard, explain right now how you know the exact color of my wife's panties. Talk about plot twists." Accurate intel about her measurements. Plus, he claims he is training his ultimate intuition, which lets him sense the true colors of everything. But the jealous captain is absolutely fuming. He draws his blade, aiming right for our hero's throat. "Spit it out. How do you know her secrets?" His squad frantically holds him back. "Boss, chill out. City murder means instant jail time." Our guy dramatically beats his chest. "I will not let you slander my noble honor. Behold the fruits of my sacred training. My divine sixth sense ignores gender. Look here. Right guy is totally going commando. You are rocking pink undies. And those two on the left, secret lovers." A squad mate sweats profusely. "Boss, we definitely need to assassinate this guy." A perfectly rational reaction, but the other flunky panics. "Captain, no, the guild will execute you." Then a wicked scheme sparks in their eyes. "Let's throw him into the suicide squad. He will be monster food anyway." Back in the abyss, our boy sighs. "Why is my luck so garbage?" The petty captain barks his orders. "Hey Trash, get to the absolute front line right now." Our hero sees right through this cheap plot. He wants a human meat shield to trigger the traps, but the blonde mage interjects. "Captain, let's just use the safe route he found. It is zero risk, but expect a petty villain to use basic logic." Never. The captain fiercely rejects the idea. They need rare loot to justify their massive casualties. They push forward with zero brain cells. The mage is completely stunned, but the captain smirks. His legendary intuition will safely guide us right. "Step out of line and I will end you." The system flashes the golden path. Channeling ultimate troll energy, our guy pulls a goofy face and strolls ahead. The blonde healer grabs his arm. "Are you crazy? That path reeks of pure death. Let's find another way." She pleads, terrified of losing him, but he casually shrugs off the danger. Captain's orders. He steps into the minefield, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Is this rank F trash actually fearless? Or just hopelessly suicidal? Meanwhile, the system is literally carrying him. 3 tiles forward, pivot left. Without a single drop of sweat, he dances through the danger zone. The squad watches in absolute shock. Left turn, glide forward, pivot right. He is moonwalking through a death trap. He executes a flawless little hop. They are mind-blown by his reckless swagger. He fakes a tiny stumble, giving them a massive heart attack. The captain grinds his teeth. Why hasn't this roach triggered a trap yet? System ping. Just 5 steps remaining. Our boy is 100% certain of survival. The captain glares with burning jealousy. Stepping over a crispy skeleton, he effortlessly clears the zone. The squad is completely flabbergasted. His intuition is god tier. So the panty color reading was totally legit. He strikes a dramatic pose. "I told you my training never fails. I am innocent." Instantly, a cold blade presses against his throat. The petty boss refuses to accept reality. "Your dumb luck ends today, rat." "Keep walking," he snarls maliciously. Leading the march, a shiny wild mushroom catches our hero's eye. System warning. Consuming this grants massive strength, but triggers apocalyptic diarrhea. He glances at his pocket-sized monster pet. Is the little beast hungry? Should he feed her this explosive snack? He acts totally mesmerized, practically drooling over the fungus. "What are you doing, Trash?" the captain barks. "Just foraging a tasty little treat," he replies innocently. The greedy captain violently snatches the shroom. He swallows it whole. "Every treasure here belongs to me. Know your place, peasant." He aggressively shoves our hero. Chuckling internally, our boy bows. "Whatever you say, boss." Oh, the boss's bowels are about to face absolute judgment. Meanwhile, the blonde mage whispers to Bella, "Sorry you got dragged into the meat shield unit." As holy light mends her wounds, she reveals a shocker. "I volunteered for the suicide squad." The mage's jaw drops. Her loving gaze drifts toward our boy, who is currently predicting boss rooms like a human cheat code. Moments later, her shattered bones are fully restored. The mage clears his throat awkwardly. "Bella, please tell me you didn't risk everything for that Class F loser." "I did," she replies with unwavering devotion. Frustrated, the mage spits harsh truths. The bait squad is nothing but a human garbage disposal. Members are treated like absolute disposable pawns. Their only destiny is a gruesome frontline death. Stop throwing your life away. But her resolve remains unbreakable. He's definitely playing the knight in shining armor. Cirrus points the captain down the right path, but the boss barks back. All right, then you go open the damn door. Our boy wants zero part of that. The captain sneers. Hold up. Are you telling my elite squad to risk their necks? Not a chance? Get your butt over there and open it. Forced into it, Cirrus approaches the creepy entrance. The lackey draws his blade, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Meanwhile, the captain's digestive system is staging a violent rebellion. Cirrus swings the door open with chilling calmness. The squad sweats, bullets. But the dude in crimson armor catches a nasty whiff. Wait, what is that stench? It's definitely not human. The captain snaps. Quit spouting garbage and keep moving, or you'll choke on poison too. Reaching a dead end, the sweaty captain glares. Cirrus, did you know what that cursed mushroom did? Is that why you bolted, you little rat? Cirrus plays the innocent fool. Captain, I have no clue. What's wrong with the mushroom? The captain is desperately clutching his pants. A guild member grabs a rock for him to use as a toilet. Boss, are you tired? Grab a seat. The furious captain kicks it away. Shut your mouth, I don't need to sit. He slams his blade against Cirrus's throat. Run again and you're dead meat. Our main character sighs. Fine, Captain, I won't run. Sheesh. The March of Doom continues. Cirrus flawlessly calls all the right shots. Oops, don't step there. Yikes, sleeping dragon on the left. Let's take this detour to dodge the bloodthirsty monsters entirely. Don't touch that. The captain starts sweating for a different reason. The deeper they dive, the safer the dungeon feels. Heck, they haven't bumped into a single mob. Is this weakling actually dodging every trap with pure brain power? No way impossible. This scrub would get chewed up by a D-rank slime, let alone memorize the whole map. Suddenly, Cirrus announces the boss room is right ahead. The captain unsheathes his weapon with a wicked grin. Once we hit the boss, your free trial of life expires. Luck or not, your journey ends right now. Spotting a crumbling pillar right above Cirrus, the treacherous captain channels aura into his blade. He launches a sneaky slash upward to crush our boy. As the rocks tumble, he smirks, thinking this F-class trash just died to a tragic dungeon accident. But boom. Something massive bursts from the rubble. Cirrus barely shields himself as the cavern detonates. A brutal force smashes the captain right in the chest. The monstrous beast hiding inside the stone column glares at the party. The blast launches Cirrus across the room, totally isolating him. The captain is paralyzed with fear. 1 second slower and his ribcage would be dust. Cirrus touches the cold wall, groaning, "Great, I'm trapped like a rat." Suddenly, a smooth, feminine voice echoes, "Oh boy, here comes another ruthless exotic monster waifu, for sure." She calls him absolutely disgusting. Ouch. That rejection hits harder than my high school crush. And holy moly, this dungeon beauty is packing some massive snowy peaks. Meanwhile, the elite squad is desperately brawling against the rock beast. It unleashes a deafening roar, oozing a toxic purple aura. It's a B-rank scorpion golem. The vanguard scrambles to hold the line. This absolute unit is way out of their pathetic pay grade. Bella suddenly realizes her new sword feels like a ton of bricks. Sweating buckets, the blonde vice captain screams for the shield squad. Shields lock into place. He signals the snipers. Hey, at least they have teamwork. A vicious rain of arrows darkens the ceiling. Lightning magic cascades down, but the beast just tanks it like a gentle summer breeze. The monster swings its massive claw, shattering the air itself. The shockwave blasts the arrows right back at them. The team is horrified. Their ultimate barrage was swatted away by pure wind pressure. 0 damage dealt. The useless captain, who loves barking orders from the back, screeches, "Why are you freezing up? Charge forward. It's just an overgrown pebble." Back to Cirrus, who's rubbing his chin. Who's talking in the dark. A deadly glint flashes in the shadows. An ambush strikes from the void. He sidesteps by a hair's breadth. It's a razor-sharp tail, and the unseen beast is already lunging for his throat. Cirrus pivots beautifully, winding up a devastating counter. Eat this. A clean hit packing 3,190 combat power. It completely obliterates the monster. Looks like his intense training with the demon waifu really paid off. The shadowy beast evaporates into dust. The mysterious voice gasps, "You one-shotted my pet." But Cirrus only cares about the detox elixir waiting in the next chamber. He has 0 patience for these utterly pointless side quests. That's when the B-rank satyr queen steps into the light. She purrs that she doesn't mind her pet's death because she despises anything tainted by human filth anyway. She planned to let her minion tear his skull from his spine, but now she'll butcher him personally. Cirrus sizes up this new monster lady and smirks, "My head isn't rolling that easily, sweetheart. You're gonna have to go all out if you want a piece of me," but she scoffs. She scoffed, touching his filthy body with her hands. Gross. It would ruin her perfect skin. We then see her manipulating the giant monster outside using magical puppet strings. She smirks, claiming she will utterly crush him first, then wipe out the trash outside. Boom, she casually raises her divine foot. Wait, his nose is already bleeding. All she did was lift one leg. Talk about an instant critical hit. But our hero powers through, dramatically declaring that protecting humanity is his ultimate duty. He absolutely refuses to retreat. He will fight, even if she ruthlessly tortures him. Suddenly, the system sparks to life. She lunges for a kick, but plot twist. She locks her thighs around his neck, violently slamming him to the floor. Cirrus was completely stunned. But bingo. The system finally locks onto her, sparking that chaotic aura. We all know this is going to heavily mess with her mind. She glares down at him like absolute trash. How dare he underestimate her terrifying abilities? Ding, agitation level hits 16%. Meanwhile, outside, her ferocious beast is suddenly blushing with wobbly knees. The squad mistakenly thinks their weak attacks are working. Back inside, Saturn disrespects his face with her lethal foot. She sneers that a mere human made it this far only to be squashed like a pathetic dog. She ruthlessly squeezes his cheeks, unleashing a humiliating torture that rivals the most diabolical villains alive. She mercilessly flicks his forehead, growling about how much she absolutely despises filthy humans invading her sanctuary. Cirrus sweats bullets. Her power is off the charts. He cannot let her walk all over him. But pinned under such overwhelming pressure, what can he do? He needs a desperate counterattack. Staring intensely at her soul, he prepares his ultimate, totally shameless, lethal strike. Saturn freezes in utter confusion. What is this lunatic doing to her foot? Call him crazy, but boom. Plus 220 agility for our shameless hero. Cutting back to the surface battle, the armored knight eats dirt, while the giant monster is still acting suspiciously flustered. Bella panics, realizing the cavern below is dead silent. Do not tell me Cirrus got knocked out. She desperately needs to dig him out of that rocky grave. Terra shouts to hold the line, but Bella is completely tunnel-visioned on saving Cirrus. She recklessly charges forward, but the blushing beast violently swats at her. She halts her momentum with gorgeous agility. Just as that massive claw is about to crush her flat, Terra flawlessly deflects the blow. Staring at the rubble, Terra smirks. Cirrus is a cockroach who never quits. He is totally fine. Down in the dungeon, things are getting delightfully weird. The floor seems damp, mainly because Saturn's foot is completely drenched. She shrieks in absolute disgust. This slobber is totally revolting. Meanwhile, our boy casually farms 340 agility. He nearly suffocated, but finally wiggles free. She is boiling with fury, screaming that he dared to taint her pristine skin. Cirrus checks his glowing system. Bad news. His ultimate combat skill is locked because he lacks a sharp blade to draw blood. If he only knew, he totally would have kept that rusty, broken sword. But with empty pockets, his only option is throwing raw hands. He winds up a desperate right hook, but Saturn effortlessly dances away, shooting him a death glare. Wham! She delivers a brutal heel strike straight to his jaw. But do you know what this absolute madman did upon impact? The legendary popsicle maneuver. He is sent flying, but her agitation instantly skyrockets to 54%. Saturn stumbles back, frantically muttering to herself. What kind of weird feeling is this? What is happening? She slams her magical threads into the earth. She must exterminate this pervert immediately. She aggressively yanks the glowing cord, whipping it straight at his head. He narrows his eyes effortlessly, sidestepping the strike. After farming so much agility from their weird wrestling match, his stats are high enough to predict her chaotic attacks. He raises a glowing hand, channeling his magical aura, and perfectly slices her thread in half. But wait, sneak attack incoming smack. Another brutal kick to the face sends him tumbling to the dirt once more. Saturn is absolutely obsessed with this combo. She mocks his pathetic dodging skills, declaring that this time he will be hopelessly suffocated beneath the crushing might of her flawless hamstrings. But Cirrus has finally reached his limit. He raises his vibrating hand boldly, declaring he will now unleash the true terrifying power of his manly grip. He flexes his forearm, ready to grab with maximum force, but bam! She instantly intercepts him with a vicious stomp. Now she actively grinds her heel into his chest. She screams in pure rage, forbidding his filthy fingers from grazing her divine leg. She summons a magical scorpion tail, mercilessly pinning him to the cracked floor. He is completely checkmated. He realizes that even with his sneaky stat, stealing her overwhelming raw power is just too much. She menacingly announces it is time to pop his head. But wait, Cirrus is secretly rapidly farming stamina. He is farming perception, vacuuming up magic points. Meanwhile, Saturn feels strangely flushed. Why does trampling this guy feel so weirdly intoxicating? She breathlessly whispers that she wants to completely dominate his entire existence. Ding agitation spikes to 66%. Her chaotic emotions instantly transfer through the magic threads to her monster, causing the beast to literally tremble with wobbly, jelly-like legs. The squad outside spots the shaking monster, and naively cheers, thinking the boss is finally losing its balance. Victory is totally within reach. Back below, Saturn unleashes another devastating stomp on our hero's chest. Just look at that beautifully furious expression as she aggressively steps on this poor farming genius. Meanwhile, Bella is still dramatically running. Keep sprinting, girl. You might actually arrive by next week. But suddenly, a stray magical scorpion tail whips straight at her. She violently blocks, but the impact is earth-shattering. Tara watches in horror as she is blasted across the battlefield. Meanwhile, their useless captain has done absolutely nothing but panic. Downstairs, Cirrus desperately begs Saturn for a timeout, but she has zero mercy left. The relentless stomping continues. The physical pain is insane and the emotional trauma is irreversible. Now her deadly scorpion tail is zeroing in for zooming at the captain, but he casually deflects it, smashing a nearby boulder. Watching this unfold, the captain sweats bullets. One wrong move meant instant death. Meanwhile, our poor main character's stress level hits 95. Out of nowhere, the beast lunges at the captain again. He is caught completely off guard. But wait, he is totally helpless. On the flip side, Saturn is absolutely flattening our guy. The other monster is literally puking from sheer agony. The captain braces for impact, but notices the beast freezing up. Snatching this golden chance, he unleashes his signature skill. Roaring tiger energy explodes. Flashy slashes tear through the air, blasting the beast into the dirt. The peanut gallery loses their minds. Wow, the captain is totally overpowered. What an absolute unit. Meanwhile, the stepping session continues. Seriously, this is straight up torture now. Sure, it started as a weird flex, but our boy is actually suffocating. Strutting forward, the captain smirks, declaring, "This fight is already in the bag. Just watch." But Saturn is having a mental breakdown. Why is she obsessively stomping on this pathetic human? She tries to cool her jets. This feels so wrong. Her temperature spikes. Her brain is melting. Underneath her, Cirrus is fighting for his life. Her legs are way too flexible, plus there is zero room to wriggle out. If this keeps up, he will actually get crushed to death. Time for a Saitama tier counterattack. He unhinges his jaw like a guy denied a burger for 100 days and launches a lethal biting combo. But plot twist. She just steps down even harder, absolutely destroying his dignity while telling him to shut his trap. Quote, "Keep your disgusting voice down," unquote. Right then, Cirrus taps into Ultra Instinct. Ding, plus 160 vitality, plus concentration, plus endless stamina, back to the captain's monster brawl. Oh boy, here we go again. The monster groans in quote-unquote unbearable pain. The captain blocks another hit while posing. The mob cheers. Ah yes, the legendary Captain Calbo. Boom, the big guy eats dirt. Meanwhile, Saturn lifts her ruthless foot off our trampled hero as the mob pops confetti. But wait, Ding plus 3,000 defense, plus 4,000 agility. This stepping session is basically a free power level boost. Ding 3,200 perception. The captain flexes his non-existent muscles. Saturn was loving her cruel game, until a terrifying voice echoed in her head. Saturn, keep it down. The dungeon boss has spoken. She flinches away from Cirrus. The boss's aura is no joke. Panic sets in. How could she forget the master's prime directive? She needs to delete this human now. Clenching her fists, she prepares to finish the job. But wait, Ding. Our boy just gained 10,000 attack power. He smirks. Do you really want to keep going? Her jaw drops. His aura is mimicking the dungeon boss. The pressure is suffocating. He suddenly looks like a towering giant to her terrified eyes. With zero stamina left, she absolutely nopes out of there, running for her life. Cirrus literally did nothing. Just got stepped on, got buffed, and let her flee. He watches her dust trail wondering, should I chase her? Nah. My main quest is the demon god's blood. Wasting stamina on a side mob is pure rookie behavior. Elsewhere, the fan club is still glazing the captain. Oh captain, my invincible captain. Meanwhile, Bella desperately digs through the rubble. But boom, Cirrus pops out like a daisy. She gasps. Oh my gosh, are you dying? He brushes off the dust. Chill, I am totally fine. She aggressively grabs his arm. Let me inspect the goods. He sighs. Seriously, I am good. From the corner, Tyre glares at them, drowning in a sea of pure jealousy. The captain strikes a dramatic pose. Listen up, extras. We are going straight for the boss. Prepare to witness my absolute peak performance. The guy's ego is leaving the stratosphere. He bets this dungeon is not even D rank level. Hello promotions and fat paychecks. Deep inside, Saturn is snitching to the boss. Master, there is a broken human out there. He started as a total noob, but he is using cheat codes or something. His power level is absurd. Watch your back. The boss glares daggers at her. What was your one job? She stutters. To guard the door and stop intruders. He sneers. Then why are you in my face? Trembling, she sputters excuses. I got stabbed, and he went full Super Saiyan. I panicked. But the boss is fresh out of mercy. No excuses for failures. Smack. A brutal backhand sends her flying across the room. She crashes hard into a mountain of actual corpses. Panic sets in. I cannot die like this. New ally unlocked maybe. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord is brewing a sinister ritual. It is almost complete. Thousands of souls tossed into the furnace. The demon god's blood is finally bubbling with rage. But suddenly, bam. The massive doors explode into splinters as the captain arrived, demanding who dares interrupt his peace. Our glorious captain smirks. I came to strike terror into your soul, so confident. The system pings. That bubbling cauldron holds the absolute cure for Cirrus's nasty poison. The demon boss just stares at the loudmouth captain asking, is this the almighty human satyr hyped up? Meanwhile, Cirrus is completely zoning out, drooling over that sweet elixir for his curse. The fodder squad is cheering their hearts out. Go captain, show him human supremacy. But Cirrus immediately recognizes the shiny loot in the center. It has to be the legendary demon blood. The boss casually draws a pentagram, raises a single finger, and fires. A terrifying aura instantly deletes the captain's armor, launching him across the room like a baseball. Everyone freezes in pure shock as he craters into the wall. The squad panics. Captain, did you survive? The demon just sighs. Is this truly the most powerful human satyr mentioned? What a massive disappointment. The captain is literally crying inside, thinking, just one hit and I got utterly obliterated. Thank goodness for this S-rank dragon armor my brother gifted me. Otherwise, I would be visiting the afterlife. His goons rush over to peel him off the wall. Captain, your gear is completely shattered. The captain is sweating bullets. What is wrong with this crazy dungeon? Why are these monsters completely overpowered? Fighting this boss head-on is basically a death wish. I need to use my own squad as meat shields. Once they drain his HP, I will steal the kill. That is the act of a true hero. He raises his sword dramatically, shouting, "Follow my lead, brave warriors, charge." Everyone use your absolute best skills, but Terra objects. Captain A blind rush is suicide. We will get completely slaughtered out there. We must use our tank formation. The captain furiously barks back. Are you daring to question my flawless judgment? Are you defying my absolute command? Tara nervously denies it, but the captain tells him to shut his mouth. He turns back to the meat shields. Grab your weapons and die bravely for me, charge. The clueless squad rushes forward and the devil scoffs. You annoying little ants. Dead or alive, it does not matter. Your weak flesh is not even worthy of being an offering. The squad is screaming, completely delusional about their chances. Now is the time. Let us show him the absolute difference between monsters and human willpower. Boom, a massive death laser instantly vaporizes the entire front line. Cirrus dodges, but the rest get turned into crispy toast. The cowardly captain dives away just in time, but his weapon is reduced to ashes. The boss floats right in his direction, mocking him. Do you feel true terror now? The captain immediately realizes he is totally doomed. He desperately needs an exit strategy. Terra stares in horror at his deep-fried comrades. The captain turns tail and sprints, screaming, "Tactical retreat, follow my orders." But Cirrus casually grabs him by the collar. The captain shrieks, "You insane bastard, unhand me right now, Cirrus." Just smiles coldly. Did you not claim to be the strongest in our entire squad? The raid boss is still standing, so you are definitely not clocking out early. The captain flails wildly, trying to wriggle free. I do whatever I want. I am the captain. If you want to commit suicide, be my guest. The devil raises his finger of doom again. You barged into my domain, and now you dare to flee. The captain squeals in absolute horror. Look behind you, Cirrus. He is going to fire that broken laser. Let me go. The captain is completely baffled. How can an F-rank trash hold him this tightly? Everyone else is scattering like roaches. I said, unhand me, you psycho. The boss charges up a lethal strike. The demon is absolutely sure he will win, but Cirrus just crushes the captain's wrist with terrifying grip strength. Then Cirrus casually whispers, a true captain always keeps his word. If you are the strongest, act like a shield, and throws him. The glorious leader gets tossed face first into the devil's blast. A massive explosion rocks the room. While the survivors flee, the captain's smoking body hits the floor with a pathetic thud. Our sneaky protagonist smirks. Now it is my turn to shine. He draws his cracked rusty blade. The total simp, Bella declares she is staying to protect her darling Cirrus. Terra boldly adds, he will not run away either. Bella side-eyes him, spitting out, "Nobody asked you to stay. I am only doing this for my precious Cirrus." Terra sighs, knowing he is the only B-rank warrior left. He vows to smash these creatures and hold the line. The devil glares, issuing a chilling warning. "Even after witnessing my absolute dominance, you still defy me. Know your place." But in a single heartbeat, Cirrus materialized, about to slice his arm clean off. He spammed his broken instant kill skill. The demon desperately dodged by a hair, but Cirrus used the distraction to utterly ignore him and sprint toward the ritual pot. Spooked by our protagonist's godlike speed, the boss was completely baffled. Why ignore the fight for a dusty altar? But Cirrus was drooling. He was just inches away from the sweet loot he had been craving. Meanwhile, Terra and Bella seized the perfect opening to counterattack the boss. Terra hyped himself up, thinking, "This is our golden opportunity for a critical hit." But boom. The demon casually blocked both legendary strikes with his bare glowing hands. He locked onto Cirrus, growling, "This annoying little roach is fast, but playtime is officially over." But Bella fiercely screamed that she would never let him touch a single hair on Cirrus. With a beautifully calculated strike, she synced her sword perfectly with Tara, forcing the boss to lose his footing. His deadly attack completely missed our dodging protagonist. Cirrus brilliantly rode the explosion's shockwave, surfing the blast straight to the altar. Jackpot. The legendary antidote was literally one finger away from his grasp. But wait. He crashed into an invisible wall. The loot was protected by boom. A magic circle blasted our hero across the entire room. The arrogant boss sneered, bragging that his barrier was absolutely unbreakable as long as he drew breath. Cirrus just smirked. That makes perfect sense. Simply grabbing the elixir would be way too boring anyway. We just have to end you. Suddenly, he noticed someone shivering nearby and peeked closer. Meanwhile, Tyra and Bella were getting absolutely clobbered by the boss, who mocked their sheer audacity for even daring to challenge him. The duo collapsed into the dirt while Cirrus blinked in shock. "Wait, is that the monster girl I let off the hook earlier? How did she end up here?" Satyr was flushed red and trembling like a giant leaf, begging him to stay completely silent. Right then, the big bad boss Nazar grumbled that his dark ritual required absolute peace and quiet, so it was time to take out the trash. Doom was approaching. Watching from afar, Cirrus panicked, seeing Bella in mortal danger. He shoved a healing shroom into Satyr's hands and bolted to save his squad. Seeing that precious gift, Satyr burst into happy tears. Ding. The system chimed in. "The monster girl Satyr is falling for you. You have officially unlocked the weapon requirements. Pick your poison." Suddenly, glowing cards swarmed him, while his friends were literally seconds from death. Cirrus screamed at the system to skip the gotcha animation. He had friends to save, but the system brutally denied him. He blindly snatched a card, summoning a dazzling gold and red blade. The exploding garment divine sword. He teleported behind the boss, ready to test his shiny new toy. But nope, Nazar caught the blade barehanded, laughing. "You walked right into my trap, you little roach." They were just bait. Trapped at point-blank range, Cirrus roared and sliced with all his might, but only managed a pathetic scratch. The boss cackled right in his face. But then, kaboom, the boss's robes spectacularly detonated, revealing an incredibly voluptuous, curvy figure that nobody saw coming. A female boss Nazar shrieked in embarrassment, desperately covering up, while the squad stood totally dumbfounded by the spicy twist. Shaver. Our boy Cirrus stood proud and unyielding, staring down his half-naked enemy with a massive nosebleed. What a terrifyingly powerful monster. The gag sword from the system actually had two crazy skills. Hit 1, instantly, strip your enemy. Hit 2, trigger the ultimate apocalyptic finisher, the divine sword descent. Nazar frantically hid her assets, cursing him for pulling such a wildly perverted move. Now she was out for real blood. But zero hesitation here. Cirrus lunged right back at her, though she nimbly dodged. Cirrus did the math. "My first strike blew up her top. One more hit will completely vaporize her skirt. Then I just smack off her mask and boom, the ultimate finisher will activate and send her straight to the afterlife." All he needed was his flash cut skill, but the system rudely interrupted. Warning, only 6 uses remaining. Cirrus cursed his absolutely garbage starter skill. The system cheekily offered to just turn it off, but he yelled nope. He blinked forward aggressively, aiming for Nazar's legs. With a graceful leap, she evaded midair, suddenly realizing his extremely sus target. "Wait, is this creep trying to blow up my skirt, poor Nazar?" Relentless Cirrus swung again. Calling him a filthy pervert, she viciously stomped his chest, launching him across the room. He jammed his sword into the ground to break, ignoring his totally busted nose. Honestly, that hurt way less than his curse status. He charged back into the fray. His skill had a 10-second cooldown, so he danced around Nazar's lethal strikes, inching closer. The moment 10 seconds passed, he unleashed another swift slash right at her gorgeous legs. "Let us see you dodge this at point-blank range." He felt the blade finally connect with something. A direct hit. But as he looked up, Nazar was literally balancing on her massive tail. She snarled that if she wasn't so terrified of exposing her mountains, he would already be a corpse. Unleashing a deadly laser beam, she forced Cirrus to flip away, raining down attacks while he desperately stalled for his next skill cooldown. Pushed into a corner, he had no choice but to block a monstrous blast head-on. The resulting shockwaves were absolutely devastating. Tyra's jaw dropped to the floor. How is he surviving this? Even a B-rank hunter would be instant ash. As the dust cleared, Cirrus patted his trusty sword. He cockily declared to Nazar that her magic was completely useless now. Nazar sneered back. Sure, crushing you is annoying, but turning your friends to ash is child's play. She blasted a terrifying fireball straight at Bella. In a split second, Cirrus used Swift Slash to deflect her claws instantly, pivoting to dive toward Bella. Seizing the chance, Nazar fired a cheap shot at his exposed back, mocking his stupidity. But mid-air, our boy spun around, parrying the deadly beam like an absolute boss. Bella was just chilling there, totally helpless. The massive shockwave blasted right past them, completely shattering her armor and exposing Cyrus's true power was finally exposed for all to see. Even the boss, Nazar, was losing her damn mind over how ridiculously hard it was to swat this human bug. But then, she noticed her dark ritual was running low on fuel, threatening to waste 100 years of evil grinding. Meanwhile, Bella was acting weird. She mumbled about her body burning up, and honestly, things were getting a little too spicy. Damn it, Bella. Losing all self-control, she aggressively grabbed Cirrus by the head. Panting like she had just run a marathon, she yanked him in close. In the background, Tai watched in pure horror. She opened her mouth wide like a predator about to devour her prey. Inch by inch, she leaned in, but Cirrus suddenly remembered her original goblin face with that cursed mewing jawline. Horrified, he leaped backward, screaming that he was absolutely not down for that. While Tai yelled in confusion, snapping Bella right back to reality. Blinking, she asked herself why on earth she just tried to French kiss Cirrus. Her tongue was completely out, and everything. Worse still, they were literally in the middle of a boss raid. Blushing furiously, she tried to bury her face in shame. Tai panicked, asking if she was hit by an aphrodisiac poison. She was red panting and entirely out of character. Right at that chaotic moment, Nazar spread her arms, tossing raw monster meat into the cauldron as backup fuel. Cirrus quickly realized the crazy witch was burning the actual blood of a demon god. He had to stop her fast. A brilliant, completely shameless plan formed in his mind. He would use an ultimate explosive attack, but he needed Bella as his battery. Striding over to the blushing girl, he declared, "I know how to defeat the boss, but I need your total cooperation." She fidgeted shyly, while Tai instantly sensed absolute nonsense approaching. Bold as a hero fighting for world peace, Cirrus looked her dead in the eye and said they needed to connect their USB ports so he could fast-charge his ultimate skill. As she listened to Cirrus explain this highly questionable magic theory, she just got happier and happier. Tai was absolutely dumbfounded. How could Cirrus spout such obvious garbage with a perfectly straight face? Bella was totally on board while Cirrus played the tragic hero, whispering, "I know this is a huge sacrifice, but please." Her agitation meter instantly spiked to 93%. But Tai suddenly grabbed Cirrus's arm, screaming at him to stop being a pervert during a boss fight. He desperately turned to Bella. "Please do not trust this guy." But with a dreamy smile, she told Cirrus she trusted him completely. Tai's soul left his body. Bella boldly declared that even though it was super embarrassing, she would sacrifice her lips to save the world. Truly, the sheer dedication of this duo to do absolutely unhinged things to win was legendary. She grabbed Cirrus's head again, but immediately all he could picture was her ugly goblin phase. While Cirrus mentally panicked, poor Tai took catastrophic emotional damage. Acting on pure survival reflex, Cirrus shoved Bella away. She hit the floor, completely bewildered. Suddenly, Cirrus gained 5,000 stats just because he shattered Tai's heart. Our boy literally levels up by stealing a man's girl. Framed in absolute cinematic glory, we see Cirrus dusting off his hands. "I do not need your help anymore. I am overflowing with power." Desperate, she reached out crying. What if it is still not enough to beat the boss? Sitting with crossed legs and 99% agitation, she begged, "Do you really not need my body?" Cirrus ruthlessly rejected her. He dashed off to fight, leaving Bella suffering on the cold floor from extreme romantic rejection. The defeated Tai tried to comfort her, whimpering, "I know Cirrus is cooler than me, and that is why you like him." But wait. Before we get the juicy drama, the camera cuts to Cirrus blitzing Nazar. His grand strategy: strike the legs and head simultaneously. End the fight in one frame with his 5,000 extra points. All he needs is a clean hit. But Nazar glared at her cauldron. It was getting too cold. She needed premium fuel. Maybe these annoying humans would do the trick. Floating into the air, she ordered Cirrus to be honored, for they were now her glorious sacrifices. She let her massive twin peaks bounce in the wind as she channeled a catastrophic spell. Staring up, the only thing Cirrus could think was, "Damn, those are huge." The magic blast hit him head on, Cirrus threw up a shield, but his mana reserves were melting like butter. In mere seconds, he was completely empty. Nizer smirked, declaring his absolute defeat. But suddenly a delicate hand touched his cheek. Turning his head, he saw a blonde goddess looking back. She whispered that she knew he desperately needed her massive helpers. Without a shred of hesitation, Cirrus became an expert alpinist and dived straight into those mountains. Tragically for Tai, his heart shattered into a million pieces. Bella knew Tai liked her, but she had already confessed that her heart belonged to her childhood crush, and nothing could change that. While Cirrus was busy climbing to brand new heights, literally and metaphorically, his power exploded. His stats skyrocketed by an insane 27,500 points. His raging golden aura tore the room apart. Nizer stood completely paralyzed in shock. This insect should be completely out of mana. Yet there he stood, radiating an overwhelming, blinding golden aura. But the arrogant boss refused to yield. She laughed, screaming that no matter what kind of power-up, leveling up his power. To her, he was just a weak little human. She opened her mouth to call him a pathetic ant, but then, boom, he vanished completely. In a blink, a brutal vertical slash ripped right through her. That was his upgraded swift body slash that shattered Nazer's ugly mask. And Jackpot Cirrus just unlocked his ultimate attack, the Holy Sword Descent. Now Nazer was throwing a massive tantrum. How dare this mortal ruin her pretty face? Fueled by pure rage, she summoned a gigantic blazing sun over her head, packing all her magical juice. But Cirrus, oh, he wasn't backing down. He instantly countered with his sword descent. An absolutely massive golden blade dropped straight down onto Nazer. The insane shockwave vaporized everything in sight, and when the dust finally cleared, Nazer was left completely out cold, looking totally pathetic. But his divine strike was on cooldown for 20 seconds. He sprinted toward the demon blood, but the magic barrier was still up. Bleeding on the floor, Nazer hissed filthy human trash. You will never touch the demon god's holy blood. Cirrus just checked his timer, smirked and casually replied, relax, I'll finish you off in exactly 9 seconds. But then he turned around. Bella and Tyre were unconscious on the ground. Nazer slowly stood up, screeching about her superior monster race. Did Cirrus care? Nope. He completely ignored her and bolted to scoop up his squad. Bros before Demon Lord's right Nazer collapsed back down, utterly baffled by how foolishly heroic humans could be. Cirrus screamed at his system to calculate the fastest escape route, but an eerie shadow was creeping in the dark, suddenly blocking his path. Half awake, Bella watched Cirrus, risking it all for her. Nostalgia hit her hard. Back in their childhood, everyone bullied her mercilessly. But Cirrus was always her absolute hero, throwing fists at anyone who dared to make her cry. Flash to the present. Cirrus fired off another swift body slash, slicing the beast clean in half. Bella's heart fluttered with all the warm, fuzzy memories of his kindness. But plot twist. Nazer decided to go full psycho. She sacrificed her own body to awaken the Demon King's blood. Suddenly, a dragon blasted a massive firewall at Cirrus. Our boy flawlessly dodged styling on them as he deleted another monster, while Nazer literally roasted herself for her Dark Lord Cirrus's sword just magically poofed into thin air. The system casually beeped. Enemy defeated. Weapon recalled great. Now he had to wait 12 whole hours to get his shiny blade back. But Cyrus didn't even sweat it. They had finally reached the dungeon exit. However, waiting right at the door was the cowardly guild captain and his surviving goons. Seeing Cirrus alive, the captain's face turned purple with rage as he completely lost his mind, screaming, Cirrus, you dared to ignore my orders. You're fired from the expedition. The guild is permanently blacklisting your pathetic squad. And now I'm going to execute you, bam. Before he could blink, Cirrus planted a hilarious flying kick right in his loud mouth. Cirrus couldn't care less about this clown. He just sprinted away with his friends. Meanwhile, deep back in the dungeon, Satyr was hiding, terrified of whatever nightmare that ritual was summoning. Creepy much. From a literal geyser of blood, 2 spooky pale hands peeled back reality itself. Satyr shivered violently. Her entire body felt like it was being pricked by a million freezing needles. A terrifyingly pale figure emerged, rocking crimson hair and an unexpectedly feminine figure. The legendary demon god Azathoth had arrived, sweating bullets. Satyr tried to sneak out of there, fast as her legs could carry her. But Azathoth spotted her. With just a casual finger flick, he nuked all the rubble completely, exposing poor Satyr and sending every single dungeon creep crashing down to the bottom floor. The surviving monsters blindly panicked, asking if Nazer had returned. But Azathoth just coldly yawned. Nazer was dead meat, and he needed a brand new servant. Instantly, a horde of goblins fell to their knees, begging to serve. But Azathoth took one look and said, too ugly. Zap. He vaporized them all. This Dark Lord only wanted eye candy, so he casually strolled over to Satyr. You're cute, he purred, commanding her to look up and open wide. Shaking like a leaf with pure terror in her eyes, she obeyed. He dripped glowing green demon blood right onto her tongue. Instantly, Satyr felt an insane rush of healing energy bubbling up into pure, ridiculous happiness. Azathoth grabbed her chin, smirking as he explained that his legendary blood could perfectly boost her immune system, but digesting it, yeah, that comes with a hilarious side effect of extreme euphoria. Giving a wicked smile, he told a very giggly satyr that it was getting late and she better go warm up a room for him. Cut back to the fancy guild headquarters. That useless captain was getting completely chewed out for failing a baby tier mission. The angry golden armored guy. That's Darren, an S-rank powerhouse and the captain's older brother. The captain was practically sobbing. Bro, please, if they fire me, our scam is over. We'll lose everything and everyone will know we've been embezzling guild funds. Darren aggressively told him to shut his crying mouth. He already knew they were in deep trouble. Narrowing his eyes, Darren asked, "Who's the little punk that defied your orders?" The sniveling captain replied that it was Cirrus. Darren grinned evilly. Perfect, they would just frame Cirrus for everything, leaving the poor guy to face a brutal death penalty for desertion. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon bedroom, Satyr suddenly felt something dangerously soft and squishy pressing against her back. A warm, breathy whisper turned her ears bright red. Panicking, she spun around, only to find a stunning white-haired girl with absolutely insane Pixar mom proportions. Wait, was that Azathoth? Yep, the ultimate demon god casually explained that at night she loses her scary powers and turns back into an incredibly thick waifu. Now that's a wild plot twist. Azathoth needed Cedar as her ultimate meat shield. Plus betrayal wasn't even an option. One wrong move and her blood inside Cedar would melt the poor girl into soup. Meanwhile, Cirrus was sprinting like a madman, hunting for that sweet demon god blood he swore to flip every single rock in this dungeon. After dumping Bella safely at the hospital, the clock was ticking. The demon god desperately needed her stolen heart from the Heroes Guild. Sure, nightfall turned her into a squishy human, but once the sun came up, she planned to reclaim 100% of her terrifying power. Suddenly, Cedar's ears twitched. Footsteps. She boldly told her master she would crush the intruder. But Azathoth warned her step more than 5 kilometers away and she would instantly explode. Meanwhile, Cirrus made a mad dash for the final door. He had sniffed out every single room, and his system confirmed the blood was totally here. But surprise, Cedar was waiting, ready to deliver another brutal flying kick to his face. She launched a savage axe kick, but froze midair when she realized it was just him. Great, the disgusting human is back, she groaned. But inside the room, Azathoth suddenly felt a bizarre warm comfort. Wait a minute. That's the exact feeling of her missing heart. She was so confused. Cedar yelled at Cirrus to get lost, claiming the boss was dead, but our smug hero just grinned. He was thrilled she had the energy to fight. Those highly questionable mushrooms he fed her actually worked. Cedar immediately turned tomato red. No way, she shrieked. Those gross shrooms were the worst garbage she had ever tasted. He needed to drop dead. Yet, hilariously, her affection meter skyrocketed to 71%. Cirrus smirked, pointing right at her. Oh please, you totally have a crush on me. Embarrassed, Cedar vanished, aiming a lethal dropkick right at his smug mug. He easily dodged. Blushing furiously, she squeezed her eyes shut and just started stomping the ground in a total tantrum. You're gross, she yelled. But opening her eyes, he was gone. Cirrus had zoomed to the master bedroom. Standing at the door, his radar pinged. The demon god's blood was definitely inside. But before he could knock, Azathoth yanked the door open. Cirrus was moving way too fast. Brakes failed. The only thing stopping his crash was a pair of very soft, warm airbags. Cirrus bounced back while Cedar panicked. Azathoth didn't even flinch. Instead, she grabbed Cirrus right by the family jewels. He shrieked in absolute agony. She actually felt her missing heart pulsing right in his lower regions. Cirrus scrambled away, crying about his manhood. The system dropped a massive bomb. This girl was the demon god's blood. Did his healing potion become a waifu? Desperate for a cure, he nicked her finger to sip some sweet demon juice. Azathoth blinked, but the system mercilessly mocked him. Curse cure failed. Azathoth just flashed an evil knowing smile. Too bad for him, her nighttime human blood was basically useless tap water. Cedar flew in with a jealous kick, screaming at him to back away from her master. Cirrus dodged while Azathoth plotted. Her precious heart was literally absorbed into this idiot's manly essence. She definitely had to milk her power back out of him, by pure, brutal force if necessary. But of course, before she could enjoy melting him down into a puddle, Cirrus was busy scheming too. He clearly needed to sample her other bodily fluids to find the cure. He lunged forward but crack. The floor beneath him violently shattered. He barely dodged a deadly ambush. A massive spider lady bursted from the rubble, rocking 8 hairy limbs and swinging 3 creepy happy face balloons. She cackled, claiming she sniffed out Azathoth's divine scent from thousands of miles away. She even brought the sacred bell from the old days. It was Ghana, the dungeon boss. She charged at Azathoth, screaming that true love meant eating her god alive, depowered and totally useless. Azathoth could only stand there waiting for death. Whoosh, Cirrus snatched the demon girl, completely dunking on Gana's attack, and yeeted them both through a wall. Why did a boss crash the party? Who cares? He had to protect his living juice box. But the freak aggressively chased after them. After a frantic parkour escape, Cirrus finally dropped the dizzy demon goddess on the floor. Safe at last, when Azathoth demanded to know their location, our boy proudly announced they were chilling in the Heroes Guild. Jackpot. Azathoth's eyes sparkled. She could finally rip her heart back and start a glorious murder spree. So she grabbed Cirrus by the collar, pulling him dangerously close. "Oh, brave hero," she purred. "A monster cursed me. If I don't find a strong man to share his essence, I'll totally die. Please save me." Cirrus desperately tried to play the noble, righteous knight, but this sly demon was too good whining that her whole body craved a hero's touch. Sweating bullets, Cirrus collapsed in pure panic. "Lord, give this honest man strength. A pure heart. Too innocent to exploit anyone." But his burning pride as a man screams that when a plea for help echoes, he must answer. He refuses to just watch. He must leap into action, tossing away his own safety to shoulder the agonizing burden alone. Meanwhile, the crazy Azato threatens to literally wipe his entire bloodline from existence, and then end his life. But wait, Cirrus spots something super suspicious. Is that a tail? Why is it in the front? Boom, reality hits. She is packing some massive extra equipment down there. He slams her against the wall, screaming for answers about this wild anatomy. Yug hits the floor next to him while he keeps panicking over her secret weapon. Ast jumps in, screaming that she is dying for help. He swore to save her, but as the sun peeks out, her body wildly mutates again. No turning back now. Yug bursts with a blinding aura, suddenly expanding into a total giant, crying that she is starving to death. She begs our boy for food, and Cirrus proudly tells Azo to wait in line. First come, first served. With a dramatic dash, he hits the kitchen. While throwing down on the stove, he panics. Is helping a huge mistake? Has he completely lost his marbles? Suddenly, Azathoth creeps up right behind him, raging to snatch her powers back right this second. Refuse, she will force him to obey. Cirrus drops his trusty frying pan like a hot potato and bolts to save Yug, rushing the meal delivery. Azathoth is boiling with pure rage, totally powerless to stop his chaotic energy. Meanwhile, Cirrus spots a tiny detail. When he checks on Yug, she is chugging pure bleach, happily burping that it is a 5-star meal. With the giant finally fed, Azathoth demands her turn right now. Cirrus begs for a timeout, but the crazy goddess violently tosses him straight into the wall. Ding. The weapon cooldown hits 0 and he triggers a flash transformation. Azathoth steps back in shock as the merciless system drops a wild quest. Wear nothing but a tiny scrap of cloth, run outside, and aggressively greet 33 random people. Utterly baffled, he obeys. A gigantic golden door spawns, flashing a deadly warning. Fail. And he joins a terrifying monster bash. Cirrus panics. This cloth is dangerously tiny. One wrong move, and the family jewels are out for the world to see. He commands the girls to stay put and sprints out like a madman. Yug gasps in awe at his glorious half-naked fashion, while Azat groans that they should just wait. The sweet giant offers a bleach cocktail, but Azat hard passes. Meanwhile, Cirrus slaps a mask on his face. If he is going to streak, he might as well be an anonymous weirdo. As he hits the streets, Gana suddenly sniffs out their hidden aura. Cirrus is zooming through downtown, feeling like a certified creep, shouting hellos to 33 traumatized citizens. A whole angry mob chases him. Meanwhile, Zeter glides toward the mysterious round room, bursting with cosmic energy. Yug nervously hides in the corner. Zeter begs Azat to run for her life, warning about a deadly human trap. But Azathoth scoffs. Dawn is breaking. Absolutely zero need for stealth. The second her magic reboots, she plans to suck our boy completely dry, level the entire city, and orders Zeter to drag him back. Zeter speeds across the rooftops, fully knowing that once she delivers the boy, Azathoth will ruthlessly milk him for every drop of energy until he is just a messy puddle. Suddenly, she breaks on a roof, spotting a chaotic mob hunting a lunatic. She zooms in, and it is our boy passionately greeting strangers. He is at 24 out of 33 with only 4 minutes on the clock. But wait, a terrifying beast crashes into the plaza. He glances back, and holy crap, the streets just morphed into a deadly dungeon. He screams at the system to trigger his stat buffs right now, but the merciless system drops a bombshell. While this naked quest is active, he is just a squishy, powerless weakling. The guild alarms blare, broadcasting the monster attack and dispatching local hunters. A random guy is wrestling the beast, screaming for a sword. Our streaking hero runs past, slaps his shoulder and yells, "Thanks for being my greeting buddy." Bam! A knight drops from the sky to save the day. It is Kajak, the elite A-class security boss, scoffing that it is pathetic to struggle against such trash-tier mobs. Over in the chaos, the snobby vice president of the Brave Guild is throwing a tantrum, demanding VIP protection. But looming right behind them, the insane Ghana approaches, drooling that she can smell their fear. The knights instantly pivot and dive in to block. Alpha male Kajak charges in, swinging his massive blade right for her neck, but she completely disrespects him, effortlessly dancing away. She mocks his reckless charge, lightly tapping his sword. Boom, his entire arm is consumed by a foul curse. He collapses to the concrete, screaming at his men to stay back. Ghana just laughs, calling them fragile little toys breaking too easily. Seeing the president trembling in her path, she mocks their useless meat shield. Meanwhile, our half-naked hero just hit 32 greetings. Just one single target remains. The guild president watches his elites get slaughtered while Ghana gets totally high on their desperate screams. She casually executes another guard and strolls toward the boss, purring that she wants to hear him sing. The president wails for his mommy and begs for a savior, just as our streaking protagonist locks eyes with him. Bam, greeting 33 is done, system cleared instantly. His glorious armor and god-tier stats flash back online. He commands the system to roll the gacha and pulls a legendary skill card, the Divine Silencing Finger. Get this, he can poke his enemies from miles away, and if they let out an absolutely adorable warm scream, it massively charges up his devastating silencing damage. Ghana spots his terrifying aura instantly, and launches a bloodthirsty assault. Hovering above, she vows that once he is dead meat, she is hunting Azathoth in broad daylight. But our boy just smirks, triggers his new troll skill, and effortlessly backsteps. The second, the phantom hand activates, a mysterious sensation washes over her body. The gauge spikes to 12%, and just like that, the silencing skill is triggered. She lets out a dramatic shriek, and boom, a massive force slams her into the dirt. She is totally bewildered. Why on earth? Did that attack feel like a gentle caress on her twin peaks? The moment that scream left her lips, an invisible hammer dropped from the sky. It is not a fatal blow, but it hurts like crazy. Syra glares at him, calling his bizarre technique absolutely filthy. But let us be honest, and that sound she just made was not a normal battle cry, was it? It was a ridiculously high-pitched squeal. You know, the kind you hear in certain late-night videos. Blushing furiously, she declares her body belongs strictly to Lord Azathoth. Anyone who dares touch her will face divine judgment. She swears she will never let out an embarrassing sound like that again. Meanwhile, the system chimes in. It turns out the crushing scales directly with her level of fluster. Enraged, the Spider-Woman charges forward. She vows to rip him to shreds and drag his corpse straight to her dark god. She launches a lethal strike, screaming for him to suffer. But Cirrus simply smirks and ducks. She swings down with a massive claw. Whoosh. He dodges effortlessly, sneaking in another phantom tickle. A shocking jolt hits her system. And oops, she releases another deafening squeal. Bam. The suppression magic flattens her into the pavement again. Our hero casually notes that his phantom hand just grazed her armpits. Syra covers her mouth in pure panic. What is going on with her body? Why can she not stop making those embarrassing noises deep down? She realizes the terrifying truth. That tiny little scratch just gave her a wave of absolute bliss. A joy she thought only Lord Azathoth could provide. Have humans actually evolved this much? Freaking out, she slaps her own cheeks to wake up from this forbidden trance. Surely her Dark Lord will forgive her sinful thoughts, right? Cirrus just sweats drops. This crazy monster is literally beating herself up on the floor. Panting heavily, she warns Cirrus that his bizarre techniques will not work anymore. It is time to get serious. She suddenly unsheathes a blade. Wait a minute. She just pulled that sword from a very questionable spot on her spider body. It is completely dripping with slimy fluids. Gross. Cirrus cringes at the sight. He thinks to himself, first the twin peaks, then the armpits. What is the next target? Maybe her back. But there is zero time to plan. The monster dashes forward, and our boy is officially on the run. She blinks right behind him. It is game over. She raises her slimy blade for the killing blow, but Cirrus smirks, steps sideways, and barely evades the strike. He mocks her sluggish speed, claiming she is way too slow to land a hit, but Syra just laughs. He walked right into her trap. Snap, a massive sticky web completely binds him against the brick wall. Syra struggles, but the spider silk is ridiculously tough. She slowly walks up with a wicked grin. There is no escape. She raises her grotesque sword, ordering him to perish. But wait, our main character manages to free one phantom finger. Swish, a critical caress to her thigh. Panic flashes in her eyes. She knows that embarrassing melody is about to burst out. Desperate, she clamps both hands over her mouth. Muffle. She slowly lowers her hands, panting in victory. She held it in. As long as she denies him that heavenly squeal, the system cannot drop the hammer. But when the dust clears, the wall is empty. Cirrus is already clinging to her back. He whispers that she cannot hide forever. She mocks his foolishness. The Spider-Woman brags that she completely deciphered his weird skill. He just threw away his only chance to survive. Now he will face nothing but absolute slaughter. To secure her victory, she actually shoots a sticky web over her own mouth. Now she is permanently muted, as long as she makes zero suspicious noises. His suppression magic is totally useless. Cirrus just chuckles. He knows damn well that his last phantom strike hit her right on the inner thigh. Syra internally screams, calling him a total pervert for aiming there, but Cirrus is completely dialed in, now that he has mapped out her anatomical weak points. Defeat is absolutely impossible. From this second forward, he is taking full control of the battlefield. It is time for some precision phantom strikes. She charges furiously. Muffled through the web, she declares his perverted touches will not save him. Her mouth is sealed shut. She refuses to make a single peep, meaning his system magic is completely locked. Victory is hers. Standing calmly in the alley, Cirrus simply squeezes the empty air twice. Pinch, pinch. A bizarre jolt hits her deep within, but she bites her lip. She will not break. Cirrus whistles, impressed by her sheer willpower. But internally, Syra is losing her mind. Before, the phantom touches were external, but now they feel entirely internal. Her brain is melting with agony and bliss. She trembles, praying that Lord Azathoth is watching her. Incredible devotion. She is definitely not falling for this human. But wow, this heavenly feeling is totally eclipsing her dark god. She lunges forward for another attack. But Cirrus has fully mastered the phantom grip. He runs up the brick wall, slashes through the air, and sends a devastating, unseen touch straight to her core. Her eyes roll back. That one just hit a spot she did not even know existed. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, the guild president is watching the fight in pure shock. This terrifying spider monster is literally squirming like jelly. He has no clue what insane magic the kid is using, but judging by those reactions, he really wants to learn it. Syra collapses into a puddle on the floor, her mind completely blown away. How is he doing this? And worst of all, the image of her glorious Lord Azathoth is slowly fading away. She desperately clutches her head. No, she refuses to betray her god. She has to purge these forbidden tingly feelings right now. She just needs to take a deep breath and focus. Watching her writhe, Cirrus crosses his arms. She actually held in her scream, it looks like. That level of stimulation was not quite enough. Shaking, she channels lethal venomous toxins straight into her slimy blade. She dashes at him one more time. This time, the Spider Queen swears she won't lose, but Cirrus just slides his hand against the wall and boom, she hits the dirt completely stunned. Her legs betray her. It is literally impossible to take a single step forward. She realizes she has to end this fast, or Lord Azathoth will fade from her heart forever. She launches a deadly blade right at his face. Cirrus dodges like a pro, but wait. She triggers a hidden skill, making the blade explode right behind him. The entire corridor instantly fills with lethal toxic gas. Looking at the total devastation, she smirks, absolutely certain nobody could survive a point-blank blast like that. His body should be melting into green goo right about now. But surprise, surprise, Cirrus is casually chilling on the ceiling, taunting her that the exact same trick will never work twice. Her jaw drops. She cannot believe he actually found an escape route in that death trap. He smirks, declaring it is finally his turn. He leaps between the walls, sliding down like a total boss, dragging his hands to trigger his slippery trap. It is completely over for her. She literally groans. Oh no, not this again. He keeps sliding, and she keeps slipping desperately, begging him to stop. It feels like an eternity of the world's slowest, most embarrassing defeat. Finally, the webbing over her mouth snaps. She lets out an ear-piercing shriek of absolute despair. The dark gift from Azathoth suddenly goes critical. The whole room blows up like a miniature atomic bomb, consuming her completely. Meanwhile, our main character is just soaking up all the free experience points. When the smoke finally clears, the terrifying boss has turned into a tiny, harmless spider. Enemy defeated. The epic weapon automatically returns to his inventory. Our guy casually strolls over and snatches the loot. Favorability is instantly maxed out at 100%. Plus, he just unlocked the epic Conqueror passive skill. Beating a boss means stealing their exclusive powers, so now his weapons deal crazy poison damage. But just as he is celebrating, boom, Azathoth teleports right behind him, whispering that he is finally caught. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Zader is pouring her own blood onto the floor to cast a dark spell. Back at the house, Azathoth literally vanished right in front of Yug. A terrifying portal suddenly opens up for Zader, and the Demon Lord steps out angrily, demanding to know where the human went. Zader immediately drops to her knees, sweating bullets, and confesses that she tragically lost track of his coordinates, making the scariest demonic face imaginable. Azathoth reveals a massive secret. Cirrus's precious system is actually her stolen power. If she fails to recover it before nightfall, the mighty Demon Lord will turn back into a weak, powerless human. Right on cue, a massive explosion shakes the middle of the city. Azathoth instantly senses her system's energy spiking. She blasts off like a rocket, totally abandoning Zader, who is left blinking in pure confusion. Back at the battleground, Cirrus is busy testing his flashy new ability, which literally forces defeated monsters to instantly teleport back to their spawn point. Meanwhile, Yug is at home getting hilariously drunk and gaining weight when a tiny pathetic spider suddenly drops onto the table. Yup, that is the defeated boss. Back to the action, Azathoth suddenly manifests right behind Cirrus. He tries to spin around and counterattack, but the Demon Lord smirks, declaring she has to use aggressive negotiations and literally lunges to devour him. Cirrus completely panics. He jumps back, screaming at her to stop acting so suspicious, especially since she is wearing female clothes now. Her avatar's body has clearly shapeshifted. But hitting him with deadly puppy dog eyes, she coos that he is just too sweet. He tries to run for his life, but she effortlessly pins him down using a terrifying red aura. Leaning in uncomfortably close, she whispers that she mastered this exact system ages ago. She practically begs him to use his skills to lock her up, boosting his own stats so they can both have some crazy fun. But Cirrus fiercely rejects her, yelling that he will absolutely never cross swords with someone who originally had a male body. That is his absolute bottom line. Annoyed, she uses gravity magic to drag him even closer, seductively offering her venom-curing blood in exchange for some completely unholy nighttime activities. But our main character is a man of culture and absolute integrity. He screams right in her face that, if this is the only cure, he would rather let his own body rot and turn to dust. She keeps pushing, furious that a mere mortal dares to reject her advances. But Cirrus just keeps shouting that he will never ever do the deed with a bro. Losing her patience, she summons a glowing orb of light, announcing that this bad boy needs some serious discipline. She swears she will make him cry and beg for mercy. She presses her hand against his back, commanding her stolen system core to finally return to its rightful owner. But hilariously, the glowing orb just fizzles out like a wet firecracker. She stands there completely dumbfounded. The system literally rejects its old master, declaring that any attack against Cirrus is now completely invalid. Then the system pops up, a crazy prompt. Will he trade 50% of his total lifespan for one guaranteed chance to obliterate the Demon Lord? Facing death anyway, Cirrus does not hesitate for a single second and smashes the accept button. A blinding notification pops up, warning him that locking onto her will summon the apocalyptic spear of oblivion. Once the system fully absorbs her, his deadly poison will be instantly cured. The catch, he gets a terrifying 50-day death timer. Azathoth is absolutely furious. She cannot fathom that her own system not only ghosted her, but is literally giving this human the cheat codes to execute her. Cirrus snaps his head back, activating his ultimate targeting skill to lock on. But bam! A blinding crimson explosion suddenly engulfs the entire battlefield. The flashbang is so intense that Cirrus is forced to shut his eyes, breaking his target lock. Desperate, the Demon Lord slices open her own hand. Magically, the exact same cut appears on Zader, who is left totally confused. And man, she is thick. I mean insanely thick. Anyway, her blood hits the floor, and an emergency escape portal instantly spawns behind the boss. Azathoth stumbles out the other side, drenched in cold sweat, panting that she was literally 1 second away from getting deleted. But the absolute worst part. She knows the system successfully marked her exact coordinates. In less than 60 seconds, Cirrus will be hunting her down. He smirks, genuinely impressed that she managed to rage quit so fast. Zader panicked, checking her for scratches. But Azathoth just smirked. Nobody could lay a finger on her right now because any damage would just bounce right onto poor Zader. Zader narrowed her eyes, asking if she actually spared that puny human. Azathoth scoffed. Spare him, I literally couldn't scratch him. She teased Zader for caring, but Zader quickly played the tsundere card. If we cannot smash his skull, let us just crawl back to the dungeon, Zader pouted. But a wicked grin spread across Azathoth's face. She had been playing the system's game for millennia. Physical attacks were off the table, sure. But there were other ways to break a man. Like killing him with extreme mind-melting joy. Once Cirrus kicked the bucket from overexcitement, that sweet system would come crawling right back to her. The hunt was on for tonight. She ordered Zader to use her shape-shifting powers, morphing into an absolute unit of a heavy truck. But hauling massive cargo was not the vibe. Azathoth demanded a complete makeover, relying entirely on Zader's magic to hold the illusion together. The result? The most painfully average plain background girl you could ever imagine, but Azathoth had a master plan. Classic male leads always fall for the damsel in distress. She would let Cirrus play the shiny knight lower his guard and then strike. Trap sprung, Zader sweat dropped, asking if death by happiness was actually a real thing. Azathoth's eyes darkened with painful memories. Oh, it is very real, she muttered. After all, that exact embarrassing method was how she died and lost the system in the first place. She punched a tree in pure frustration, cursing the system's terrible taste in hosts. Meanwhile, our boy Cyrus was sweating over his 50-day countdown. Time was ticking, and his risky gambles were piling up. He needed to move fast, but out of nowhere, absolute agony ripped through his veins. That cursed poison was back for round 2. His legs turned to lead, completely paralyzed. A toxic purple rot began devouring his toes. He collapsed hard onto the cold floor, biting back screams. The world spun into darkness just as the brave guild president happened to stroll by. Seeing Cyrus crash, the president panicked. Flash forward. Cyrus peeled his heavy eyelids open to the harsh lights of a hospital room. The medics scrambled to alert their boss. Groggy and confused Cyrus demanded to know who dragged him here. The doctor bowed deeply. The Adventurer Guild's top brass had saved his neck. Later on, Cyrus found himself trying to flex, claiming his magic was just too advanced for normal folks. It takes supreme talent, Cyrus bluffed. But the guild president was totally buying it. His eyes sparkled with fanboy energy. "I will risk my very life to learn your secrets," the old man bellowed. Cyrus put on his best anime mentor poker face. "True power," Cyrus whispered, "dramatically flows from the fingertips." Boom! The mighty president instantly dropped to his knees in awe. He begged Cyrus to take him in as a disciple. Cyrus waved him off, acting totally humble, playing the role of a wise master to perfection. "Rise, my student." "I understand your fiery passion," Cyrus chuckled. But the wholesome moment was shattered by a loud knock. A fierce guild officer named Daisy stormed in, glaring at President Charlton. Cyrus took one look at her and sensed a massive headache coming. She slammed him with heavy charges, ditching his party and spitting on a captain's orders. Desertion meant extreme punishment. Charlton's sweat dropped, promising to sweep his new master's mess under the rug. But Cyrus just smirked. No cover-up was necessary. "I never ran away," Cyrus stated smoothly. "In fact, I solo-wiped that boss myself." Daisy let out a laugh of pure disbelief. An F-rank trash tier carrying a ragtag party against an S-class nightmare. Impossible, she sneered. Cyrus didn't even blink at her insult. "Go check the dungeon," then he challenged. Daisy snapped back that it was already cleared, but she was still throwing him in chains just in case. Flight risk denied, but Charlton stepped in, shielding his glorious new master. "Let him go. I stake my honor on this boy." Daisy's jaw hit the floor. Her boss had lost his mind. Charlton declared he would personally act as Cyrus's probation officer. She tried to trap him, mentioning the high society banquet tonight. Charlton just laughed. "Perfect. My master shall come as my +1. Checkmate." Daisy gnashed her teeth, utterly defeated. As they left, Cyrus pulled up his system map to spy on his stalker Azathoth. Time to formulate a counterattack. But his blood ran cold. The blinking red dot representing the demon lord was dangerously close. Wait, she was not at the hospital, she was right inside his house. Panic mode activated. Cyrus ripped out his IVs and bolted like a madman. He kicked his front door wide open, chest heaving. Silence. Then he spotted Ghana slumped on the floor, completely drained of energy. He frantically tore the house apart, but Ya was nowhere to be found. His strongest teammate had been kidnapped. Meanwhile, in the criminal underworld, Ya groaned, her vision slowly clearing. Cold steel chains bit into her wrists. Right beside her in heavy shackles sat a disguised Azathoth. Massive magical restraints clamped down on Ya's ankles. Honestly, with her ridiculous strength, she could probably snap them like twigs anyway. "Where the heck are we?" Ya grumbled. Azathoth whispered back that they had been dumped into an illegal black market auction house. A literal trading ground for humans and beasts. Smash that like button if you want Cyrus to go full John Wick on this place. Pinned to the cold stone, Ya sized up her cellmate. Azathoth played the innocent victim perfectly, explaining the grim reality of their situation. They were about to be sold to the highest bidder. Back on the streets, Cyrus was tracking her signal like a bloodhound closing the distance. The blip had been stationary for an hour. He was almost there, but then, blink. The signal completely vanished into the dark night. Out of nowhere, a random city thug swung a massive axe. Cyrus smoothly slid back, dodging the fatal haircut. "Who ordered the lumberjack?" he joked. The thug sneered, declaring this the legendary stellar cavalry turf completely off limits. Cyrus rolled his eyes. Cavalry. More like cheap kidnapping bandits. Suddenly, ugly henchmen surrounded them from every single angle. The goons bragged about bagging rare monsters, grinning over their suspiciously lucky daily catch. "Let's grab the kid too," they laughed. Cyrus smirked, realizing these exact clowns definitely snatched. Yuck. Perfect time to ask about his missing monster buddy. But wait, the system suddenly chimed with a brutal warning. "Weapon return mission starts in 2 minutes. Panic hit him. Soon he would be a squishy F-rank scrub again. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the world's most bite-sized girl violently wiggled to escape her glowing magical handcuffs. She desperately craved her master's juicy nutrients. Beside her, Athoth sighed, asking why a monster wouldn't just go home. Jan proudly explained, her caterpillar race survived entirely by leeching off male energy. Pure parasite logic. Obviously, she only ordered the strongest guys. Boom. The cave wall exploded violently, launching a screaming bandit face first into the dirt. Enter the hero. Cirrus stood there, absolutely hyped. He cleared the mob in 2 minutes. Ding new weird system quest drop slap, a target 10 times until it squeaks. And he only had 60 minutes before losing his weapon. He grabbed the bandit he just clobbered, but the weakling was already unconscious. On the floor, the fake Athoth wailed like a dramatic actress begging for a hero. Cirrus ignored the acting. Survival, first side quest later. He dashed over to Yug, snapping the lock. The poor tied-up monster instantly flopped face down. With a totally deadpan face, Cirrus said sorry, then unleashed a perfectly calculated, hilarious slap. Ouch, she squeaked, looking utterly betrayed. What was that for? System update. The mission now stood at 1 out of 10. Cirrus then glared at the dramatic girl on the floor. For world peace, you need a slap too. Athoth smirked inwardly. Men are all the same, so easy. She thought his slapping excuse was the absolute dumbest, most transparent pickup line ever invented, just to touch her. Playing the helpless damsel, she seductively raised her foot, purring that she would do whatever he wanted. Unfazed, Cirrus just stared at her ankle and shattered the chains. Instantly, she tackled him in a desperate hug, bawling about how absolutely terrified she was after being snatched away. She dramatically wailed about becoming Goblin Chow, totally crushing our boy's ribs, but Cirrus had zero time for tears. He raised his hand and smack. He delivered a merciless slap without a single ounce of hesitation. Wait, zero sound effect, Cirrus awkwardly asked why she was completely silent. Smirking, she purred that he shouldn't worry and just needed to hit a little harder. Our boy instantly knew he was doomed. The system ruthlessly announced that since the slap made absolutely no sound, he was now frozen for 5 whole minutes. What a total clown. Yug suddenly stood up sweetly, calling out to her master. Apologizing profusely, she claimed her energy was dangerously low, and she desperately craved his essence. It was the only cure, or she would literally drop dead. Since a paralyzed Cirrus could not utter a single word, she cheekily decided to take his silence as enthusiastic consent. Chomp. She shamelessly started draining our boy's blood. Furious Aeth screamed at the bloodsucker to let him go, but Aeth was running on fumes. Yug effortlessly pinned her down smugly, declaring she now owned everything her master possessed. Aeth desperately thrashed around to break free, but against this totally unfair grip, she realized she stood absolutely no. Cirrus was totally just chilling in the background. Spotting her golden chance, she sneakily shimmied right on over, casually pitching a spicy 3-way adventure. Our guy instantly sweat-dropped, wondering if her whole kidnapping act was totally fake. Seriously, why offer something so sus? Watching from the sidelines, Satyr internally facepalmed, completely sharing the exact same awkward panic as Azov. The chief's thirsty motives were painfully obvious. Suddenly, Athoth snatched Sarah's hand boldly, declaring, "It felt like ages." Meanwhile, poor Saturn just stood there, tanking the suffering like a pro. Classic. She took an absolute uncalled-for beating. Athoth totally hijacked our boy's hand to dish out the pain. And poor Saturn was catching stray damage while minding her own business. Those tiny hands were rated E for everyone. Meanwhile, Athoth was grinning like a villain whose evil plan just leveled up. Our boy Cirrus was sweating bullets, desperately resisting. But nope, she dragged his hand straight into the weird zone. One squishy touch later, he instantly knew classic Azov. Suddenly, she caught that wild shift in his eyes. Thinking it was just some pro-level gripping technique, time for plan B. But nope, she got instantly yeeted back. Her grand strategy was completely busted. She screamed for Seer, who happily blew up the nearby wall. Y was still dizzy, completely wrecking her transformation. In a poof of smoke, she shrank down and begged Cirrus for help. Ath confessed she was totally busted, pleading for Saturn to run away with her. It was the perfect chance for Cirrus to strike, but his trusty system was still buffering. By the time the lag cleared, she was long gone. Now he just had to restore his mana. Realizing that crazy chick actually wanted him dead, he swore off late-night encounters with strange women forever. Meanwhile, 51 minutes had ticked by. His system mission sat at a pathetic 1 out of 10. Back at Area Z-Gate, a whole angry mob was waiting the second Cirrus stepped out. The squad head honcho marched right up to him, waving a shiny new death warrant for our boy. But suddenly, a savior rushed in. The president's secretary threw herself in front, declaring Cirrus was off the hook by presidential decree. They legally could not touch our main character, since he was a VIP guest at tonight's guild banquet. But the thug just slapped her hard across the face, calling her a dirty liar. He demanded to hear it from the president himself. He threatened to toss her straight into the dungeon if she kept yapping. Cirrus calmly told her to go grab the official letter. She promised to return in 10 minutes. Cirrus smirked, promising the goon would deeply regret that slap. Cut to a grim interrogation room, where Cirrus was strapped to a table. The scarred captain asked if our boy remembered ruining his arm. They had barely survived that epic clash with Ney, yet Cirrus walked away without a single scratch. The thug slammed the table, roaring that a coward deserved death. Cirrus just chuckled. A real coward, he noted, is the one who runs from a fight with his tail between his legs. The captain boiled with absolute fury, his face turning purple. Snapping at his lackey, he demanded the heavy hammer. Unfortunately for our hero, the secretary wasn't back yet. Cirrus would have to tank this with pure brawn. But suddenly, from his pocket, Yog whispered a cheeky warning. He was basically invincible now. She had gorged on blood and coated his entire body in an ironclad aura. The catch, he would owe her big time back home. Cirrus already knew her demands would be utterly ridiculous. Swinging the hammer, the thug laughed, asking which finger Cirrus wanted mashed first. But before the smash, a breathless guard burst in. He announced an urgent message straight from the big boss. The paperwork proved Cirrus was completely innocent. The captain practically foamed at the mouth, realizing that pesky secretary was telling the truth. A guard nervously suggested they let the kid go, or face massive treason charges. But the captain shoved him away, barking to delay the order for 30 minutes. Cirrus raised an eyebrow at that blatant corruption. The captain sneered, promising maximum pain. Meanwhile, outside, the guards lied about not finding the president to stall for time. With a wicked grin, the captain finally brought the hammer crashing down. Bang. But instead of bone, the solid steel violently shattered into pieces. Cirrus' hand was flawless, shielded by Yog's monstrous aura. The captain's jaw hit the floor in pure shock. Out in the hall, the guards panicked as a massive shadow loomed over them. Boom. The president himself kicked the heavy door wide open. The trembling captain stammered, asking why the boss was here. Flashing the official pardon, he demanded Cirrus' immediate release. The terrified captain dropped his broken hammer. Snap. Cirrus casually broke his own iron cuffs. The furious president stripped the captain of his rank on the spot. Shaking like a leaf, the thug lied, claiming the order arrived too late. He begged his men to back him up, but the entire squad stayed dead silent, knowing the big boss wasn't fooled. The president glared at the pathetic display. Surprisingly, Cirrus chimed in smoothly, playing along with the captain lie. He smiled, saying there was no need for jail time, but the whole squad must kneel and beg the secretary for forgiveness. She blinked, totally confused by his weird demand. Little did she know, his system timer had 1 minute left to make 10 people groan. With zero hesitation, the burly men dropped to their knees. Cirrus scolded them for bullying such a lovely lady, smacking them around. As the goons wailed in pain, she stood there, blushing like crazy, touched by his chivalry. The bruised men cried out, swearing to never disrespect her again. She just offered a sweet smile. Ding. Our boy successfully made 10 thugs moan in agony. System mission cleared. Cirrus cracked his knuckles, turning his deadly gaze back to the ex-captain. Grabbing the man's only good arm, he grinned. The secretary apology is done. Now, we settle our personal tab. This, Cirrus whispered, is for hitting my hand. He cranked the arm backwards. The thug screamed, begging for mercy, crying like a baby. Crack. Cirrus mercilessly snapped his second arm like a dry twig, leaving him completely noodle-armed. Cirrus left the room, officially off the hook. Carlton mentioned Daisy would escort him to the grand banquet, mainly because the big boss, the president, had a VIP meeting with church folks. Cirrus tilted his head. Who were these holy hotshots anyway? Carlton hyped up these legendary nuns who could purge any lethal toxin. The catch: you had to be an absolute saint with zero dirty thoughts. Next, the scene cut straight to the glitzy banquet hall. The Holy Squad made their grand entrance, leaving jaws on the floor. But let us be real, the crowd kept whispering that the saintess's outfit was completely wild for a holy woman. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, hitting the crowd with a death glare that made everyone sweat nervously. She boldly declared her grand mission was to eradicate all filthy minds from existence, which was exactly why she wore such a provocative outfit as a test. She barked at the men to stop staring like a bunch of thirsty dogs. Kissing up, the president screamed for the guards ready to execute these peeping toms for disrespecting her holiness. But the saintess waved him off, sighing that it was a waste of time. If he punished every dirty-minded dude here, the whole room would be wiped out. Well, except for the clueless vice president. He blinked, asking why he was the only holy exception. She smirked, pointing out his brain was trying hard, but his lower half was completely dead. The president totally missed the roast, praising his VP for having incredible monk-like self-control. Meanwhile, the rest of the room silently cringed, knowing the poor guy was just impotent. Cut to the VIP entrance, where our boy Cirrus finally rolled in with Daisy. He asked if this holy healing magic was actually legit, and she swore it was entirely broken. From regrowing chopped-off arms to purging incurable plagues, she had seen it miraculously wipe out the deadliest venoms. Since hunters get wrecked on a daily basis, the association was desperate to ally with the church for that sweet healing juice. The top guilds pushed their best heroes forward for the job, but they all caught a fat rejection. Why? Because these picky saints absolutely despised healing anyone for one hilarious reason. Modern hunters were just way too perverted. Cirrus stroked his chin, thinking that if this holy lady could just magically fix his busted finger, it would be a total win. Daisy swiped her VIP pass, and the duo strutted right into the chaos. Near the entrance, Sarah spotted a massive crowd and asked what the hype was about. Right on cue, Carlton popped up, explaining the Saintess was hunting for a pure-hearted partner for the Holy See. If any guild could pass her impossible test, they would secure absolute power. The Saintess dramatically revealed a glowing curtain, introducing it as the legendary Veil of the Sacred Heart. Step inside, and that giant gem above would brutally expose your exact level of filthy thoughts. Getting the holy contract entirely depended on having a sparkling, clean mind. But she hit them with a reality check. Literally, 0 guilds in history had passed this vibe check. The crowd went wild, dying to know what kind of spicy illusion was hiding in there. The Saintess just flashed a wicked smile, daring anyone to step up and find out. A massive meathead flexed his pecs, loudly bragging that his mind was as pure as unblemished snow. He was Team 7's fearless captain, a top-tier ranker. He swaggered inside while the Saints just giggled. The absolute second he crossed the veil, the trap was sprung. A lethal, heart-stopping boss monster was waiting for him. A cute cosplaying catgirl who totally triggered his secret anime waifu obsession. Logan's tough guy act shattered instantly. In his mind, this trial was absolute heaven. The catgirl pounced right onto his chest. He blushed like a tomato at the sudden fan service. One little meow, and the giant dude almost collapsed from a massive nosebleed. Stammering that she was flawless, he begged to pat her head. She purred playfully, asking if he was already itching to take things to the next level. He nodded furiously, ready to live here forever. Instantly, her cute face morphed into pure disgust, calling him a total creep. Bam! The giant meathead was violently ejected from the tent, face-planting the floor, while the crowd gasped in shock. His impure thoughts had triggered an 88% degeneracy score. What an absolute degenerate. Sweating bullets, the bystanders murmured that the monster inside had to be terrifyingly lethal. Pushing through Team 6's captain swore he would slay the beast, only to be instantly launched out, nose dripping blood. But the dude was grinning like an idiot, giving a thumbs up and whispering that the danger inside was totally worth it. 92% impurity lit up the board. The crowd was losing their minds. He called it the ultimate trap for men, warning them it was an unwinnable boss fight. Hunter after hunter marched in, only to get spat out with 90+% degeneracy. Finally, a shadow stepped up. It was Cirrus casually declaring he was up next. A saint rolled her eyes, expecting another thirsty loser to fail. But the second our unbothered king stepped through the veil, the scene shifted. Before he could even blink, he was deep in a mountain illusion, and the spicy catgirl was already aggressively hugging him like a koala. She whispered, asking if he wanted to try something naughty. Whack! Without missing a beat, Cirrus shoved a massive palm right into her face. He literally tossed the seductress away like trash, sighing heavily. Why were all these weird women always trying to aggressively flirt with him? He swore to stay on high alert, entirely convinced this was just another one of Eighth's annoying pranks. The catgirl sat there malfunctioning. It was the absolute first time a man had brutally rejected her fan service. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the snobby saintess gasped in pure horror. In all her years, she had never seen a flat 0% impurity score. This guy's brain was literally built like an unshakable Zen master. Inside, Cirrus was just annoyed, deciding he needed to interrogate this fake catgirl immediately. As the illusion sat there, completely dumbfounded, our absolute Sigma male prepared to initiate the system flashed a deadly prompt. Use the item on this enemy. The catch was, he only had exactly one charge of the Spear of Forgetfulness. Wasting it meant absolute doom if Azathoth returned. Meanwhile, the catgirl was having an existential crisis. Rejected, tossed aside like trash. This had literally never happened to her. The ultimate insult. His piercing gaze was entirely devoid of lust. Cirrus kept his eyes peeled, locking onto his target like a hawk. His extreme hyperfocus completely shattered her pride. Enraged, she yelled that his total indifference was downright humiliating. To her, it felt like an absolute failure of her legendary charms. Cranking up the seduction dial, she vowed to make him sweat. Little did she know, our boy Cirrus was just desperately trying to check if she was secretly a dude. She launched herself forward, demanding a passionate embrace and begging him to stop staring. But Cirrus was on a holy mission to confirm his trap-detecting radar. Was there an extra weapon hidden down there? Swoosh. He instantly teleported out of her incoming hug, dodged again. Taking damage to her ego, she relentlessly pounced back in. She purred for him to drop the shy boy act. Plot twist. Our majestic hero spectacularly tripped over his own feet. Seeing him grounded, she smiled, thinking her soft assets would finally break his iron will. Hilariously wrong, Cirrus was just using the floor to secure the ultimate low-angle camera view. It was time for a tactical peek. He masterfully power-slid across the floor, running a full visual scan for any suspicious anatomy. His eyes worked overtime, scanning for the absolute truth. Just one more inch to confirm the gender mystery, but she was utterly baffled. How was he smoothly evading her while glaring at her like she owed him money? Hitting the brakes, he secured a safe distance, leaving the poor seductress to spectacularly faceplant into the floor. Her brain short-circuited, trying to process his weird dodging mechanics. Cirrus muttered that this visual verification quest was brutally difficult. The tactical angles were a nightmare. The confused cat girl glared back from the floor, screaming, "How are you?" staring intensely, sweating bullets but radiating zero lust. It makes no sense. Baffled, she demanded an immediate explanation. Putting on his most righteous face, Cirrus delivered a god-tier load of nonsense. He declared his soul was spotless. He stared at her chest only because he remembered a mother's sacred, nurturing nature. He claimed those mountains simply filled his heart with pure, wholesome gratitude for life itself. Completely stunned by this, she covered her eyes. His holy aura of absolute nonsense was blinding. She realized her demonic seduction never stood a chance. The spiritual power gap was just too massive. Defeated, she bowed her head, declaring he had officially passed the trial. Cirrus mentally cheered. Since she was giving up, she definitely wasn't Azathoth. He threw a quick peace sign and bounced. Our glorious Chad exited the dungeon with his 0% impurity stat completely untouched. Back inside, the broken cat girl cried about needing a training arc to beat his holy restraint. Outside, the entire peanut gallery lost their minds. How did he survive? The legendary lust trap untouched the holy saint beside him, was absolutely flabbergasted by his pure soul. Impressed, she praised his golden character. Taking advantage, he quickly asked her to purge his poison debuff. Nodding, the saint aggressively shooed the crowd away. Soon the grand hall was completely empty. Sitting in her grand chair, she commanded our boy to hit the deck. As he lay flat, she dropped some crazy lore. Every saint channels their magic through a very specific body part. Sliding off her delicate sandals, she dropped the punchline. Her divine healing strictly involved, aggressively stomping on patients. Oh great, another weirdo testing our hero's limits. She sternly warned that even one dirty thought would instantly cancel the healing magic. Sweating profusely, he asked if this mind reading applied to her too. Brushing it off, she proudly bragged that her brain had been factory reset to holy purity. She ordered him to freeze. A full physical inspection was required before the celestial stomping could commence. Poking and prodding his pressure points, she mapped out his energy flow. Suddenly, she struggled to lift his arm. Being a gentleman, he tried helping, but she snapped at him. "Stop moving or the magic fails." She blushed slightly, admitting her chair sucked. As a solution, she casually decided to use his body as a footrest. Locking onto his poisoned pinky toe with laser focus, she announced, the treatment was officially starting. Bam. She stomped his hand instantly. Cirrus was sucked into a bizarre mindscape. He was drowning in a cosmic sea. Out of the abyss, a colossal, god-sized foot came crashing down from the heavens. Panicking, he braced for impact. He desperately fought the holy squish, barely staying afloat. Her echoing voice demanded he stop resisting the process. This bizarre mental foot-crushing was actually the cure. By forcefully projecting his soul into this domain, she could safely purge the toe poison. Now clinging to a giant spectral foot for dear life, ominous black energy erupted from the ocean depths. He panicked. Something creepy was dragging his leg into the abyss. She calmly explained that the dark sludge was just the toxic poison festering inside his veins. Her solution? Grab onto her foot so she could yank him to safety. So he latched right onto her big toe, even trying to rip her pristine stocking, just to get a solid grip. Flustered, she scolded him for having absolutely zero manners, but still wrapped her delicate toes around him, to hoist him up. The catch. That nasty demonic toxin was deeply rooted in his system, yet despite her pulling with all her holy might, it didn't hurt one bit. Honestly, it felt bizarrely relaxing, and his mangled toe actually started regenerating. Pop T9. His upper half finally breached the surface. As she gracefully lifted her foot, his flesh was completely brand new. He snapped awake, staring at his restored hand in pure awe. But she quickly killed the mood, sensing a sinister aura still lingering. Off with the boots. She initiated phase 2 of her divine treatment, focusing her holy light straight onto his pinky toe. Flash. The limb reconstruction was an absolute success. But no time to celebrate. She warned that the real nightmare was just beginning. She pinpointed the core of the corruption, and planned to extract it in one massive pull. As expected, Azaphos's lethal curse was hiding in a critical zone. She plunged his consciousness straight to the ocean floor, ordering him to hunt down the venom's core before she reeled him back. He thrashed around, screaming that his mind was drowning. But the saintess confidently promised he would survive this trial. Suddenly, a surge of divine mana flooded his veins, making his spiritual avatar ridiculously buff. Deep in the mental abyss, he finally spotted the pulsating mass of dark magic. Radiating a brilliant golden aura, he charged forward. But wait. Back in reality, the Saintess was acting super weird. System alert. Her affection meter was randomly skyrocketing. Meanwhile, that vile sludge was violently dragging Cirrus down into the suffocating depths. He hollered at her to pull the plug, terrified of being swallowed whole. She casually brushed it off as part of the therapy, while he literally begged for his life. She told him to chill out, claiming the real purification started now. But suddenly, the system locked onto her. Her divine composure crumbled as a very unholy urge took over her body. Out of nowhere, the thick poison started melting away. She slapped a holy barrier on him and commanded him to dive straight to rock bottom. He swam like a torpedo, obliterating the dark sludge and marveling at his own overpowered buffs. Inch by inch, he closed in on the lake's deepest trench. But hold on, why did it feel like he was swimming on a treadmill? He made zero progress. The Saintess dropped some mind realm trivia. Space and distance in the subconscious are totally warped. What looks like 2 steps is actually a marathon. The real crisis. She was burning through massive amounts of mana just to keep his soul from shattering, but her mind was totally wandering into the gutter, and his protective bubble started cracking like cheap glass. He screamed in pure panic that his armor was shattering to pieces. Ding. Her affection level hit 47%. She realized with absolute horror that her holy magic was failing because her mind was filled with super spicy thoughts. Deflecting hard, she yelled at him to stop being a total pervert or they were both going to die. Down in the abyss, the holy barrier violently shattered. Cirrus was completely paralyzed, choking on the demonic miasma. She bit her lip. A genius saintess failing because she was feeling thirsty. What an absolute humiliation. Yet the system kept throwing affection points at her. Poor Cirrus was literally being digested by the cursed sludge. Then, in a flash of light, his eyes snapped open inside the holy sanctuary. The Saintess was blushing like a tomato, making lame excuses about shield maintenance. Meanwhile, the system kept aggressively dinging. Turns out, resting her foot on him had awakened a very dangerous fetish. She secretly wanted to keep stepping on him. Cirrus, awkwardly calling her name, finally snapped her out of her degenerate daydream. She quickly cleared her throat, asking if he was conscious. He nodded. Her heart was hammering against her ribs like a kick drum. She knew exactly what this fluttering feeling was. Pure, unadulterated lust. But a holy saintess having dirty thoughts. Impossible. If the church ever caught wind of this, her pristine reputation would be completely ruined. Cirrus, completely clueless, asked why the healing had stopped. Regaining her composure, she claimed it was just a super complex curse that required extensive long-term therapy sessions. Slipping her shoe back on, she bluffed about needing to study the toxins more, smoothly adding that he should totally visit her private quarters anytime. "I am Lilia," she practically purred, waving goodbye to end today's crazy session. Left alone, Cirrus clenched his fists. The only real cure was tracking down and obliterating Azaphus himself. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Lilia slumped against the cold stone wall, panting. She had almost lost her holy mind in there. The absolute worst part. Stepping on him had felt ridiculously amazing. Smash cut to a totally different vibe. The guild captain was getting ruthlessly stomped by his own brother. Skull glared down at the pathetic loser, barking at him for messing up a basic job. The captain whined about the president interfering, but got violently silenced. "Shut your mouth." A classified document smacked the floor. "Read it and weep." The trembling captain asked what the heck he was looking at. It was intel on the legendary Shia dungeon. His brother smirked, declaring they were diving in. The captain gasped. That was absolute suicide. It was an ultra-lethal S-class death trap, but Skull just laughed like a total maniac. The terrifying boss of that dungeon was currently clinging to life. It was basically free loot. He had sniped this top-secret intel from the shadows, making them the only players in the game. This was their golden ticket. His golden ticket back to the captain's seat. Pumping his fist, he promised his bro he wouldn't blow it this time. Meanwhile, a shady delivery arrived for the big boss. Naturally, it was Azathoth, handing over the blood, smirking that his revival was complete. The boss suddenly leaped up, flexing his newly jacked muscles. Gazing at his savior, he declared he was forever in her debt. Name the price, and he would pay it. With a wicked grin, Azathoth revealed her grand request. Just assassinate one measly human. Checking his map, Cirrus noticed her blip was miles away. Meanwhile, back at Holy Headquarters, the president practically kissed Cyrus's feet for securing the saint's backing. He told our hero to name his wildest reward. Cirrus just smirked and demanded the captain's badge, granting him VIP access to every dungeon. The old man instantly agreed. Our boy announced he was packing his bags to leave town by morning. With only 49 days left on the clock, every second counted. The president awkwardly coughed, admitting the government paperwork was a total nightmare, but cue the best secretary ever. Daisy swooped in, bragging she knew exactly whose arms to twist. She promised to fast-track his promotion at lightning speed. Just a little perk for her favorite hero. Fast forward, and Cirrus finally kicked off his boots at home. But boom, a towering monster maid ambushed him at the door. Yug had scrubbed the kitchen spotless and was practically vibrating with excitement. She hoisted Cirrus into the air, boasting that humans loved clean houses, so he better dish out the praise. Our main character awkwardly clapped for her, begging to be put down. Blushing, she declared her absolute usefulness, vowing to haunt his house forever. Cirrus blinked, asking if she missed her own turf. Tilting her head like a confused puppy, she stated monsters do not exactly have cozy hometowns. That hit our boy, right in the feels. He smiled gently, saying she could crash here, but her monster identity had to stay absolute top secret. Grinning ear to ear, she swore she was a master of disguise. Ding. Her affection meter instantly exploded to 100%. Thanks to their new bond, his stat multipliers went crazy. Cupping his cheeks, she slyly purred that it was finally payback time. Cirrus gulped in panic as she reminded him of their little deal. Back when he saved her, he recklessly promised to return her favors twofold. Sweating bullets, he admitted his blunder. Hey, getting cozy with a boss monster was a mega buff, skyrocketing his stats through the roof. It was a totally mutually beneficial transaction. Meanwhile, outside, the lovely Daisy was skipping to his place with a racing heart. Rip inside, clothes were flying. Yug drooled over his shredded abs, playfully warning she was about to eat him alive. And so began our hero's hilarious nightmare, while his defense literally surged to 2,400. Agility and attack stats doubled instantly. As his numbers went ballistic, she slurped up his magical energy. She went for a spine-crushing hug when suddenly knock-knock. Panic mode engaged. Our boy was pinned by the giant waifu while Daisy waited outside. Flailing wildly, Cirrus ordered Yug to scatter. As she dove into the bedroom, he miraculously opened the front door. Beaming with joy, Daisy held up a massive feast, proudly announcing his captain. Paperwork was flawlessly finished. He sighed in relief, eyeing the extra fruit basket she brought. He desperately needed those calories. Peeking from the shadows, Yug's monster radar locked onto the female guest. Daisy sweetly offered to handle any future favors he might ever need. He obliviously nodded, totally missing the menacing aura creeping up his spine. Daisy's jaw dropped as she pointed at the towering giantess behind him. Cirrus's soul left his body. But wait, the monster had shapeshifted into a gorgeous human. Wrapping her arms around him, she chirped she was his long-lost sister. But her touchy-feely snuggle-fest left Daisy fuming with absolute jealousy. Before things exploded, Yug yoinked the fruit basket right out of Daisy's hands, blew a kiss, and dashed off. She was absolutely thrilled her human disguise worked flawlessly. Meanwhile, Cirrus just wanted to cry because his precious food was gone again. Daisy just stood there, practically steaming like an angry kettle. A little later, our guy was lacing up his combat boots. He ordered Yug to hit the grocery store using her cute human skin. The hunt for the villainous Azathoth was back on. But stepping onto the porch, he tripped over a mystery package. The stolen fruit basket was miraculously returned. It had an aggressively passive-aggressive sticky note, apologizing for the drama but demanding he forgive her instantly. Cut to the arrogant rival captain marching his squad straight toward the S-Class dungeon. Clinging to his flawless map, he thought the boss was a sitting duck. His party was drooling over the idea of effortless legendary loot falling into their laps. He greedily swore not to share a single copper coin with the guild. But the joke was on them. Cirrus was already inside, casually sweeping the floor with high-tier monsters. His trusty mini-map pinged Azathoth's exact location. As the rival squad crept closer, the deafening sounds of carnage shook the cave. Sweating, the captain barked at his team to draw their weapons. A monstrous presence was approaching through the dust, but the arrogant leader's jaw hit the floor when the smoke cleared, revealing, face to face with Cirrus once more. The captain instantly glared, convinced this jerk was plotting to steal their hard-earned victory. He demanded answers, but Cirrus just shrugged casually, replying he was simply monster hunting. Turning his back, Cirrus added he was flying solo and on a tight schedule. Of course, the paranoid captain assumed Cirrus knew the boss was at death's door and wanted all the glorious loot for himself. Panicking, the leader barked at his squad to hustle. Meanwhile, Cirrus calmly opened his system map. Good old trusty interface. The cheat sheet clearly stated, twist the ancient sword left or right to toggle the deadly traps. But our genius captain, he had totally bogus intel, fully convinced the sword was just a giant pull lever. Marching his team forward on absolute delusion, he smirked at Cirrus, thinking the poor kid was completely lost. The straight path was the golden ticket, right? Just stroll in, tap the dying boss, and win. But out of nowhere, a massive jaw eclipsed the sky. A literal dragon. And wait, was someone surfing on it. The captain almost wet his pants. No guide mentioned a flying reptile. A single whip of its colossal tail turned the scenery into a deadly meteor shower. High above, the mighty beast was actually plummeting. A glorious muscle, Mommy had it by the horns, delivering a bare-knuckle beatdown. Wham! The dragon's skull cratered into the castle wall. The captain screamed at his squad to scatter before they became flat pancakes. As the monster's carcass slammed the dirt, the captain's jaw dropped. She literally punched a dragon to death, 0 weapons required. Landing with a heavy thud, she sized up the trembling team. This was Daphne, the powerhouse rank S hunter from Area K. She casually asked what rock they crawled from. Sweating bullets, the captain squeaked out they were from Area Z, then desperately tried to act cool, asking if she was here to raid the Shia dungeon too. Daphne raised a brow. Area K never asked for backup. So were these clowns. Picking a fight, the captain scrambled. No way, he actually wanted to team up. What an absolute honor it would be. To ride her coattails, Daphne just snorted. Not a chance in hell, buddy. She flew solo, bluntly stating that only pathetic weaklings leech off others. Suddenly, a magical comms bubble popped by her ear. A frantic energy pulse warned of another dragon threat, and a hero begging for backup. Daphne cracked her knuckles, crouching low, and ordered the mob characters to scram before they became collateral damage. They weren't even fit to be her stepping stones. Take the hint. With an explosive leap that shattered the bedrock, she vanished. Tracking the distress signal, she rocketed away. Nearby, Cirrus watched the sky, genuinely impressed by her ridiculous air dash. Meanwhile, Captain Clueless thought she totally went the wrong way. Jackpot, time to ninja loot the boss room before the muscle lady came back. Cirrus just rolled his eyes at their suicidal sprint. The idiot captain confidently smacked a wall switch, proclaiming, he found the secret path. Click. Clack. Boom. A massive iron gate slammed down perfectly, trapping his entire squad inside. Task failed successfully. The captain cheered, thinking they had secured the loot room exclusively. But back outside, Cirrus casually charged the central mechanism. Pouring his raw mana into the puzzle, he triggered the true sequence. With a blinding flash of power, the seal broke. The dungeon violently quaked as Cirrus strolled down the actual correct route. In the idiot squad's tunnel, the captain was strutting like a peacock, convinced this path was totally monster-free. Plus, he was smugly certain Cirrus walked right into a death trap. Oh, the irony. Little did they know, a welcoming committee was patiently waiting in the shadows. One of the lackeys, suddenly, shrieked, pointing a trembling finger into the dark. Glowing red eyes. A whole pack of rank B obsidian wolves, the confident squad, instantly soiled their armor. Fight or die time. Meanwhile, deep in the boss room, Ithoth was snoozing like a baby, whining that she was totally drained. Who knew a monster could chug that much blood? Stretching lazily, she reminded Shia to hold up his end of their dark bargain. The monstrous boss flexed, boasting his power had skyrocketed past limits. Saturn nervously gulped, questioning if this beast could actually squash Cirrus. Athoth smirked wickedly. Oh, the human was dead meat. This dungeon had the ultimate twisted advantage. A very specific gender-buffing curse. Back to Cirrus, he calmly faced down his own wolf pack, 0 panic in his eyes. Why? Because the mechanism he unlocked was a literal cheat code. Triggering the right pressure points in the floor would turn this deadly dungeon into his personal playground. Spotting the system's glowing guide on the ground, he prepared to strike, left and right. He slammed his blade into the ancient stone, executing the perfect combo. Like clockwork, the hidden traps sprang to life. A storm of arrows rained down on the furry mob. Sure, a few stubborn doggos survived the barrage and lunged at his throat. But Cirrus just yawned. Ripping his blade free, he casually cleaved the first wolf in half. A second tried a sneaky back attack, but a lazy backhand strike crushed its skull instantly. Oops, too easy. Meanwhile, the captain's elite squad was crying for their mommies. Completely outmatched, they scrambled blindly back toward the supposedly safe corridor, only to crash face first into the iron gate they had locked themselves, the color drained from the captain's face. Congratulations, you played yourself. Pinned against their own trap, he tragically ordered his weeping team to brace for impact. With his men playing chew toys for the wolves, our glorious captain desperately searched the map for an exit. The only problem, the map forgot to mention how to reopen the very gate they just slammed shut. Meanwhile, Cirrus was having the time of his life. Dodging attacks with a bored yawn, his sword suddenly revealed a hidden mechanism. He jammed his blade into the wall. Bam! The heavy gate slammed down, turning 2 wolves into instant pancakes. Miraculously, the captain's gate slowly creaked open. They sprinted for their lives, but a sneaky wolf took a massive bite of the captain's leg. Back to our main character, Cirrus was breezing through the dungeon like a theme park. But for the captain, pure tragedy. He dragged the beast through the closing door, only for the gate to slam down and slice his leg in half. While Cirrus cheerfully treated the dungeon's deadly mechanisms like light switches, the poor captain was being hauled away by his men bleeding out. They begged to retreat, but the stubborn captain threw a massive tantrum. Give up and let Cirrus take the glory. No way. If he crawled back empty-handed, his own brother would literally end him. They limped past monstrous corpses, turned into pincushions, terrified of whoever caused this massacre. Suddenly, the captain realized the map was completely upside down. Little did he know, Cirrus playing with the controls had literally flipped the entire maze. Standing at a deadly crossroads, the map clearly pointed right. So, with his infinite wisdom, the captain confidently marched left. As for Cirrus, he faithfully followed the system's golden path until he finally arrived at the legendary boss room. But wait, something was totally off. The terrifying boss was casually hanging out outside the door. The pieces clicked. Azith was trapped inside. The towering monster roared, vowing to chop off Cirrus's head for his divine goddess. Cirrus tilted his head in pure confusion. Goddess? Did this ugly brute actually think Azith was a woman? The monster fiercely defended his crush, claiming she had magnificent mountains, silky skin, and smelled absolutely divine. Cirrus scoffed. Whatever floats your boat, buddy. He smirked instantly, pulling the dungeon's trap lever. Let the monster think what he wants. A colossal axe dropped from the ceiling, aiming right for the boss. But the monster just laughed, casually shattering the solid steel. Is that all you got? The boss bellowed. Cirrus's jaw dropped. A monster shrugging off a heavy-duty dungeon trap. That was new. In the blink of an eye, the boss closed the distance, screaming that Cirrus would pay in blood for misgendering his precious goddess. Cirrus didn't care about the monster's delusions. This guy was ridiculously fast. He threw up his guard, bracing for impact. Crack. His trusty dungeon sword split right down the middle. Cirrus sweated. Okay, maybe this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. My turn. Cirrus grinned fiercely. He instantly activated his ultimate quick-cut skill, turning into a literal blur of motion. He vanished into thin air, instantaneously teleporting behind the towering boss. With his broken blade, he launched a blind spot strike, but impossibly. A perfect clone of the boss materialized out of nowhere, effortlessly blocking the fatal blow. Cirrus was stunned. How did he block his fastest attack? The smug monster chuckled, revealing his terrifying cheat skill. He could spawn physical clones at will. The beast unleashed a brutal counterattack, forcing Cirrus into a desperate, scrambling defense. To make matters worse, the monster bragged that tasting Azith's blood had multiplied his base stats to insane levels. Reality hit Cirrus like a freight train. This was hands down the most overpowered boss he had ever faced. Blocking one massive fist meant taking a brutal strike from a clone behind him. A fatal slash was zooming toward his neck. Desperate Cirrus wildly threw out a high kick to parry the massive blade. He barely deflected it, but the sheer force launched our poor hero flying across the room, violently crashing into the stone wall. The boss threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Beating an army of steroid-pumped clones wasn't going to be a joke. Meanwhile, our utterly useless captain had hit another dead end. Cornered and about to be flattened into meat paste, he bawled his eyes out, begging the heavens for a miracle. Suddenly, the monster's weapon violently shattered. A perfectly aimed strike blasted a hole right through the beast's skull, dropping it instantly. Out of the shadows stepped the badass Daphne. She glared at the sniveling captain. Were you seriously just crying for your mommy? The captain stammered, utterly bewildered. The squad almost wept tears of joy, praising her for saving their pathetic lives. But Daphne wasn't having it. Bam. She ruthlessly kicked the captain right in the face, knocking his lights out. You absolute embarrassments, she spat. Calling yourselves heroes while crying in a corner. It makes me sick. If the world's fate rested on your weak shoulders, the Demon King would have bought a vacation home here by now. She ordered the terrified grunts to carry their unconscious captain and scramble. The squad didn't argue, agreeing this dungeon was way out of their league. Cracking her knuckles, Daphne was beyond hyped. She was running incredibly late, and decided the fastest route to the boss was a straight line. Unleashing her monstrous strength, she literally started bulldozing through the solid stone walls like an absolute juggernaut. Cirrus was running on fumes. He realized sheer willpower wasn't going to win this boss fight. The clones kept smacking him around, screaming he better respect Azahoth since they were getting married. Ah yes, for the sake of their twisted, beautiful romance, he had to die. Cirrus desperately needed a female monster for a power buff, but suddenly, the wall beside him exploded. Enter Daphne, crashing the party. She blinked at him, wondering why another guy from Area Z was slumming it here. Seeing his bruised face, she bluntly told him to pack it up before he became Monster Chow. But Cirrus just coughed up. Blood admitted the boss was insanely tough and begged for a hand. For a lone wolf gamer, asking for help was basically social suicide. He pointed at the massive target. She completely ignored his warning, grabbed his collar, and coldly ordered the Area Z trash to scramble while she handled it. But wait, she stepped way too close. Target locked. She opened her mouth to act tough, but Cirrus swooped in for a surprise kiss. At that exact moment, boom! He gained an additional 1,300 power. Favorability rocketed to 77%. Poor Daphne short-circuited. She stumbled back, absolutely flustered, screaming that was her first kiss. Meanwhile, the boss was glaring from behind, furiously asking why they were flirting in the middle of a deathmatch. A jealous clone charged Cirrus, screaming he deserved to perish. But the newly buffed duo easily dodged Cirrus, smoothly backflipped, pushing deeper into the monster's lair. Shia was sweating, realizing the kid hit way harder after a simple shoulder cut. Meanwhile, our tsundere Daphne was having a massive internal crisis. Why did she lose control? The real tragedy was that she actually liked that warm, fuzzy feeling. So that is a kiss, huh? Ding. Favorability up to 85%. Suddenly, a lethal strike aimed straight for her head. Cirrus yelled at her to wake up. She froze like a deer in headlights, so he threw his arm out to shield her. The monster's brutal attack slammed into them, her armor shattered like cheap glass, dodging death by a literal hair. She was completely stunned by the sheer destructive power. Cirrus scolded her to focus, or next time she would be a human jigsaw puzzle. Once again, our boy played the meat shield to defend her. She was practically paralyzed, but not from fear, from a very distracting tingle. It was that damn favorability meter glitching her brain. Electric shocks of romance raced through her veins. The affection level hit 92%, and Cirrus was literally glowing with new power. Shaw was shaking in his boots. This crazy human was leveling up by flirting mid-battle. Daphne furiously tried to reboot her combat instincts, fighting off a romantic virus she absolutely did not understand. Focus, defeat the boss, ignore the butterflies. But her heart was a traitor. Cirrus had just saved her life twice, and she refused to be the damsel in distress. He slid next to her, grinning that they had to team up to survive. She scoffed proudly, declaring her lone wolf status and refusing his party invite. But hey, math is math. There were two monsters. He takes the ugly one, she takes the uglier one. Perfect compromise. They stood back to back. Then our cheeky hero grabbed her waist smoothly, whispering that having her close made him invincible. Critical hit. The poor tsundere blue-screened from romance overload and favorability hit 99%. Meanwhile, the big bad Azahoth was throwing a tantrum as her host body was melting down. Satyr panicked, asking what went wrong. Azahoth finally realized Shaw was getting styled on by a human. Outside, Daphne was having an existential crisis. Why did she just agree to a co-op mission? She seriously couldn't tell if she wanted to smash monsters or just impress this handsome idiot. Let's smash that like button for our hero. Remember how their last showdown was looking like an easy win with gorgeous Daphne tagging in to wreck Shia? Yeah, well, now she's just standing there thinking. Back in the day, I would have punched this flirt into orbit, but now he proposes this crazy co-op battle. And honestly, I have no clue if I'm thirsty for monster blood or if these annoying romantic feelings are making me actually enjoy this mess. Cut to the next chapter. Azahoth furiously yells at Satyr, "We are out of time. That useless clone Shah is getting wrecked. Take this, the dark spirit of my blood. Shah must chug this immediately. It is the only way I can hijack his body and skills. Once I steal his sweet duplication powers, I can totally ghost the system's radar. But hurry up. That cheap meat suit will literally melt in a few seconds of my pure awesome power. And in that brief window, she will reclaim her heart." Satyr, sweating bullets, asks if this sketchy plan will kill the human. Azahoth glares, smelling the hesitation. "Satyr, why are you crying tears over some random mortal?" Satyr quickly looks away. "Nope, no tears here, just absolute disgust. Phew, saved it." Back to the chaotic battlefield, our boy gets launched, his beloved sword snapping into confetti. A few ribs cracked. Guess the power of love wasn't quite enough to solo this. Shia and his clone blitz them again, sending them flying. But Daphne dives in, tanking a deadly blow aimed at our leading man while keeping the romance blazing. Still, they get swatted like flies, screens shaking, and somehow, our main character's defense skyrockets by 1,300. Daphne blinks, wondering why that familiar strange tingle is creeping back. While the monster smirks at this perfect opening, she just stares at our boy with total pity. Man, he is bleeding buckets. She totally squashed the poor guy. Standing tall, she swears it was an accident. But this tearful romance gets rudely interrupted. Shia charges up a massive energy sphere, roaring that this strike will erase them from existence. The freak blasts it like a giant energy beam right at them. It sweeps the entire room, choking the air with thick smoke and flying rubble. When the dust clears, they are completely gone. Shia smirks. Those puny humans must be ash now. There is zero trace of that trash, but his clone tilts its head. What the heck? Daphne had actually dashed in and tanked the entire blast for our boy. Tragically for her, but luckily for the viewers, her armor completely shattered. She panics, thinking I definitely absorbed too much of that hit. She turns around checking, Cirrus, are you alive? He nods, and she scolds that he does not stand a ghost of a chance against Shia. If he keeps fighting, he is dead meat. This battle was her burden alone. But as she gives this epic speech striking a heroic pose, her inner mind is screaming. Why did squishing him earlier give her the weird urge to get intimately close to his body? She wanted to squeeze him, hold him, and feel his pulsing power. Whoa there. Then she blurted out, Cirrus, my armor is gone. I need you to come here and hold me super tight. He is baffled, and she stammers. I do not want that creep staring at my body. If I have to cover my chest, I will only have one hand to fight with. So I need you to boost my combat efficiency, be a good human shield and cover me. But deep down she is freaking out. What am I even saying? Why am I having these thirsty thoughts about Cirrus? I am an X-rank hero. I have trained my mind and body for ages. There is absolutely no way I cannot control my own desires. Cirrus, meanwhile, struggles up like a broken twig. Ugh, my ribs are screaming. We desperately need Lilia for some healing. And Daphne heavily copes lying to herself that she finally gets it. He is just a wounded man. He is not driven by lust or anything like that. What really took over was her noble instinct to protect the weak. Oh boy. This girl is completely misreading her own raging hormones. Suddenly, a giant hand rockets straight toward our main character. She gets that intense, unyielding gaze, the kind you see when someone faces down a total apocalypse. She declares she must protect the weak. It is her absolute, undeniable duty as an elite hero. And at that exact glorious second, her favorability hits 100%. Now, as long as they are practically glued together, their stats are doubled. Shia charges in for another lethal strike. The ground literally explodes, smoke blasts everywhere. But this wild heroine rockets backwards, clinging to our boy who has his hands thrown in the air. She is death gripping his waist and thighs breathless. This sensation, it is incredibly powerful, that is for sure. She feels a blazing inferno of power awakening inside. Even if it is a tough spot, she is a mighty heroine. She will smash any obstacle. The protagonist, meanwhile, is getting absolutely squished underneath her. He is amazed at how she is so soft, yet ridiculously firm and strong at the exact same time. Holy hell, agility, 3200. Concentration, 2400. It is pure magic and insane attack power. Then she collapses to the hard ground. She pantingly tells him not to worry, she will keep protecting him. He better not get the wrong idea about any of this physical contact. Cirrus smoothly replies, Of course, I know that you like me are purely righteous. Every sacrifice is completely necessary to obliterate evil. While they share this heroic, totally not awkward moment, Shia watches from afar. Suddenly they realize this freak has spawned 2 more clones. He arrogantly declares his power is now multiplied 4-fold. This is the absolute peak limit of what his monstrous body can handle. Daphne scoffs, noting the ugly freak just sliced himself into 4 annoying pieces. Meanwhile, Saturn is glaring at a glowing bloodstone, hearing an eerie voice echo, Saturn, do not forget, you drank my blood. You resonated with my very body. If I drop dead, you are coming down with me. It is a creepy mental link from Ath. But Saturn just sits there, staring blankly at a tiny mushroom. Wow, that mushroom. I gave it to her ages ago. Looks like she took one sad bite and hoarded the rest. Then we hear Saturn dramatically vow, Sadiel, once I reclaim my heart, I will grant you unmatched godlike power. You will be worthy to stand as my consort and bask in infinite blessings. Now hunt down Shia. Saturn turns to leave while Ath shuts her eyes, concentrating hard. Through the mystical blood spirit, she spies on everything unfolding outside. She just prays Saturn will not completely botch this. But right then, we dive into a quick, spicy flashback of Saturn's past. When Ath grabbed her and teased if she hated the hug, Saturn coldly replied she was not used to such clingy physical contact, firmly telling her to back the heck off. Ath, however, mocked that she was absolutely dreaming if she thought they would share any kind of pleasure. She was light years away from deserving something that intimate, so she better vanish from sight instantly. Saturn awkwardly nodded, but inside she was silently cringing, thinking Ath was honestly way more gross than that pesky human. Meanwhile, back outside, another devastating blast from Shia incoming. The ceiling caves in. Daphne screams at him to brace himself. Our boy stands his ground. You would think he'd use his hands to block. Nope. He face-tanks it like an absolute boss. Daphne throws a wicked hook, sending a blade flying as a clone sneaks up. She dodges by a hair. Meanwhile, our main character's stats are absolutely exploding. Defense, 4,300. Agility, maxed out. She launches a high kick, parrying a lethal strike. Magic erupts. Boom. 5,000 extra attack points. Shia plummets from the sky with a deadly strike, but Daphne crosses her arms, perfectly blocking the hit with a brutal elbow parry. Right below her, our hero gets flattened into a pancake again. But wait, is he actually leveling up from getting beaten up? You bet he is. A blinding golden aura erupts around them. Daphne panics. My limbs are frozen. My mana is draining way too fast. Shia screams that it is time to taste Azathoth's twisted love. Sure, it means sacrificing a precious clone and a massive chunk of power. But hey, totally worth it. Suddenly, Daphne spots them charging up another colossal energy nuke, and this time, her armor is completely gone. Shia mockingly bids the humans farewell. But our main character, he just hit level 25, gaining 15,000 points across every single stat. He snatches the demon blade. Even the sword is shocked. How is this guy still breathing? Cirrus just smirks. My turn, buddy. He launches forward and delivers a bone-shattering punch straight into Shia's gut. The monster rockets backward like a cannonball, smashing through the solid stone wall, right into the room where Saturn is chilling. She jumps out of her skin as the beast gets buried in rubble. Daphne gasps that she is running on empty, but Cirrus plays it cool. Rest up. I will be your shield now. Out of nowhere, the enemy unleashes a massive chaotic energy beam. Looking like a discount anime finisher, the laser death ray hurtles towards Cirrus, but our guy just readies his level 25 martial arts. Not a single drop of sweat. One casual, devastating punch later. Boom. The apocalypse-level blast just vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, Saturn is plotting to smash the Bloodstone, calling Azathoth a literal plague. But the crazy cultist claps back, calling her a backstabbing brat. She violently snaps her own arm. Voodoo magic triggers shattering Saturn's arm too, and ruining her plan. Before the stone can break, a creepy, ghostly blanket oozes out of it, looking like your grandmother's haunted bedsheets. And bam! Azathoth steps right out of the fabric, snatching the stone in a flash. He teleports directly in front of Shia and mercilessly shoves the rock down the monster's throat. Shia instantly starts a grotesque mutation, while our hero just watches totally baffled. Suddenly Azathoth is right in his face. Wait, there is another one. And another, clones everywhere. Saturn is just as mind-blown. Cirrus scrambles to figure out this illusion trick. Hey, the system never lies right. Just scan for the true boss. But the minimap absolutely floods with thousands of target markers. Azathoth chuckles nervously. Time to rip that heart right out of your chest. Daphne wildly charges in for a knockout hook, but a random clone casually swats her attack away like brushing off a pesky fly. Before Daphne can even blink, Azathoth backhands her into next week. Know your place, trash. She craters through another wall, completely knocked out of the fight. Then the system drops a bombshell. One single chance to use the Lance of Oblivion. Cirrus panics. Just one shot. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to guess which clone is the real deal? Azathoth grins wickedly. Spoiler alert, kid. Every single one of us is the original. And clearly your little cheat system has zero authority here. The only way out. You have to slaughter us until just one remains. But wait, Cirrus is still rocking that overpowered passive T-Else. The one making him literally untouchable by Azathoth's physical attacks. Plot armor for the win. Oh, but it gets worse. Way worse. Azathoth pins both his arms down, purring that physical pain was never the goal. Get ready for psychological trauma, buddy. Now hold up, chat. Azathoth is canonically a dude. Do not let the waifu skin fool you. The demon whispers that our boy is looking awfully soft today. No running away now. The villain leans in dangerously close, taunting that no system shield can block emotional damage. Or whatever creepy vibe this is. I am planting my essence right inside you. Cirrus is fighting for his life. Back up, you absolute weirdo. I am strictly into real women. Preferably beautiful ones. Azathoth just gives a menacing smirk. Consent. Never heard of it. Let us see how that tough body of yours reacts when we dig out your deepest desires. Prepare to be corrupted. The demon dives in for a horrifying sus kiss. But wait. Saturn crashes the party, saving our hero's precious purity. She blasts the demon god across the room. She screams a warning. That multi-clone cheat only lasts a few seconds. Do not let that creep touch you again. Cirrus instantly rips himself free and leaps backward. Dignity secured. And the clock is finally ticking down on Azathoth's cheap trick. Checkmate. The demon glares furiously. Why are you defending this pest? If I fall, he goes down with me. It makes no sense. Saturn just shrugs it off. Consider it payback for a tasty mushroom. Or maybe, I just refuse to let this idiot die today. Ding. Favorability maxed out at 100%. And yeah, our boy heard every single word. Azathoth raises a hand with freezing killing intent. Then perish. Boom, Cirrus taps a skill. Poof, Saturn straight up teleports, dropping right next to the massive Yug. Doug is just standing there, flabbergasted by the sudden drop-in. Meanwhile, Saturn is face-planting the dirt in glorious high definition, desperately wondering how she is not a ghost yet. The fake god Ath grumbles. Why did her signal just drop? She is totally off my radar now. That pesky human totally yeeted her across the map. Whatever, no time for side quests, I need my heart back right now. Our boy Cirrus snatches up Shia's massive sword, quickly realizing his noodle arms cannot even lift it. Suddenly Ath jump-scares him. You really think swinging that giant butter knife will scratch a god bro? That is pure cope. I will delete you with zero effort. You are cooked. But plot twist, Cirrus spams quick slash, slicing that heavy blade right through a clone's neck. Ath just smirks, crying, hacker. Thanks to the system blocking me, my hits do 0 damage. But with your garbage stats, you cannot scratch me either. Cirrus just grins, who said I actually wanted to fight. I am just playing dodgeball. Ath cackles like a villain idiot. That skill has a 10-second cooldown. The boss rushes in with her clone army screaming, "Game over, little rat. Welcome to the infinite abyss of divine pain." But wait, a shiny target mark pops up on a clone and zap, Cirrus is already teleporting right behind her back. Ath does a massive double take. Hold up, the 10 seconds are not up. Are you using cheat codes? Cirrus acts all smug. Your clones are basically copy-pasted versions of you, lady. It is totally glitching the system's targeting and breaking the cooldown timer. Every single clone resets the clock. Basically, you gave me infinite dodges to spam over and over again. If you actually want to hit me, you gotta unsummon your own squad. Otherwise, we are playing infinite tag until you rage quit. Looks like you are out of time, boss. Ath realizes she just played herself. Should she just log out and find a noob to possess? No way, gods do not rage quit. Running away would destroy her villain credibility forever. But the system is totally simping for this kid. If she waits, Cirrus will level up so hard he becomes the final boss. Going full tryhard, Ath erupts in a massive blinding aura, electricity crackling everywhere. She screams, "All or nothing, baby. It is victory or total wipeout." But right after that epic villain monologue, she just blasts off like a rocket into the sky. Cirrus blinks. Wait, is she actually running away? Ath hops onto her weird purple minions and yells, "I am stealing that dude's clone trick to shatter my body into a million pieces." Reaching maximum altitude, she straight up explodes like a New Year's fireworks show. Purple confetti everywhere. Beautiful, right? Well, until those creepy little chunks start mutating into brand new monsters. We get a giant demon mommy, a buff harpy chick, and a scaly green dragon lady looking ready to murder. Holy mob spawner, how many enemies are dropping? And honestly, the artist totally has a thing for tight bodysuits. Respect the hustle, honestly. Cirrus is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. The big boss just dipped, and a brand new system quest dings. Collect the boss fragments to slow down his deadly poison and keep his HP from hitting 0. Current survival timer, 48 days and 6 hours. Suddenly, Shia's decapitated head rolls up. Yep, the poor monster got completely atomized. Only the head survived the wipeout. Ding. The system blesses him with a brand new feature. Welcome to the magical endless pocket dimension, baby. He finally got the classic isekai inventory. The system chimes this gross head is totally worthless trash, but do you want to keep it anyway? He taps yes. Meanwhile, Daphne is in the back, coughing up a lung and looking absolutely defeated. He rushes over to carry her, and she whispers that she lost. Her ego is shattered. She got completely one-shot by a single flick from that monster. How does a totally overpowered S-rank hero get clapped so easily? Cirrus tells her to stop crying and start walking. They need to bounce. Cut to the outside where Blondie tells that absolute clown of a captain, "Hey man, should we retreat to the guild? We are sitting ducks." The useless captain panics. "Man, forget it. We are so cooked. How the heck am I supposed to explain this massive fail to my brother?" Right on cue, Cirrus and Daphne stumble out of the dungeon. Blondie points and screams, "Holy crap, Daphne survived." The captain's eyes bug out seeing the rookie alive next to her. His rat brain immediately starts scheming. He needs Daphne to give him a 5-star review. If she vouches for his bravery, he will not get fired. He fakes a limp, walking up and going, so you clutch the win right. I knew my epic strategy would pay off, but Daphne just looks at her shoes. I got totally wrecked. The rat is paralyzed. He cannot compute the loss, but honestly, he is doing a secret happy dance. If an S-rank god-tier hero got wiped, absolutely nobody can blame him for hiding like a coward. Total logic, leap right. The guy just needs a scapegoat to take the heat. So, classic trash-tier move. He points his greasy finger at Cirrus and barks, "You totally dragged her down. She would have soloed the boss if you were not dead weight the whole time." Our boy just sighs, realizing this absolute clown is trying to throw him under the bus. But before the captain blinks, Daphne spins and lands a glorious right hook. His face meets the dirt with a brutal crack. His lackeys swarm him, screaming, "Boss, did you get one tapped again?" Daphne stretches, smirking. "Finally, I am getting my legendary strength back." Our main character asks if she is okay, but she furiously turns away. "Listen here. What happened in that dungeon stays in that dungeon." Blushing deeply, she points a threatening finger. "Tell anyone and I will beat you into human jelly." Good thing our boy heard that crystal clear. Flexing those insane muscles, she blasts into the sky and disappears. He sighs heavily. Talk about a fiery temper. Meanwhile, as Daphne sails over the city, her brain stubbornly replays that spicy little encounter. Her legendary abs tense up. She clutches her head, wondering why her emotions are spiraling out of control. Why are these embarrassing thoughts living rent-free in her mind? She slaps her cheeks. "Stop obsessing over him." The camera pans to the high-stakes conference room. A stern voice booms. "Two massive failures in a row. Those were absolute disasters, and you are about to pay a heavy price." The beaten-up captain nervously stammers, trying to excuse his incompetence. But Judge Blay violently shuts him down. "Zip it, you have not even answered the charge. Interrupt me one more time, and you are rotting in a dungeon." The captain swallows hard. A terrifying officer with glowing crimson eyes leans in. "If you have the sheer audacity to lie to my face, I will drag you to the underworld myself. Now spit it out. Why did this raid turn into a complete joke?" The captain whines. "That boss monster Shia was invincible, and honestly, it is all that trash Cirrus's fault." Wow. The lie detection magic must be severely broken today. Cut straight to the bustling guild hall. Our main character opens his dimensional storage, casually yanking out the supposedly invincible Shia's severed head. Meanwhile, the captain is still whining like a baby. "That garbage wanted all the glory. He led us into a death trap and wiped out the squad. I literally had to sacrifice my own limbs just to escape." Every single time that pathetic Cirrus sees a monster, he cries and soils his pants. He is a total coward. He pulled the exact same stunt in the last dungeon. His magic is embarrassingly useless, and he is just a filthy F-rank parasite. He ruined everything. I really thought the judge would see through him, but he is acting completely blind. The captain keeps digging his grave. "Yeah, strip that loser of his license and drag him here. Let me personally interrogate him. And mark my words, Shia is still out there. That terrifying beast will massacre the city." The lying captain loudly boasts that he would have ripped the boss's head off himself if Cirrus had not ruined it. But right on cue, our protagonist makes his grand entrance. Oh boy. A massive severed head flies across the room and violently smashes into the captain's face, bouncing hilariously across the floor. The entire guild absolutely loses their minds. Wait, what the heck? Is that Shia's head? Cirrus just stands there, delivers the coldest death glare imaginable, and walks away like a boss. The terrified captain freezes, and the judge instantly orders him to repeat that ridiculous story. The captain begins sweating buckets, utterly panicking. As our cool guy exits, he bumps into the gorgeous and towering Saint Lilia. She delivers a message. The high priest desperately needs a private meeting. Cirrus raises an eyebrow. "Is it about Mal?" She nods, hinting they might have finally found a cure for his curse. The camera cuts to the high priestess, glowing with divine energy, chanting an ancient ritual. Oh yeah, massive plot developments are brewing. Meanwhile, back at the noble mansion, Daphne is absolutely demolishing a punching bag, blushing furiously while that accidental kiss keeps replaying on repeat. Boom! She lands a devastating punch, completely exploding the bag. Damn it, why will these embarrassing romantic memories not delete themselves? Destroying gym equipment is not helping to cool this bizarre, heart-fluttering sensation. My stamina is bottoming out. Suddenly, a mocking voice calls out. It is her annoying sister Dylai. So the rumors are true. You failed a simple dungeon with an F-rank loser. Seems only two pieces of garbage dragged themselves out. What happened to the mighty lone wolf who never needed a party? Daphne glares, shooting daggers. Why are you infecting my room? Scramdylai chuckles, warning her to control her savage temper. All that unbridled rage will wreck your hormone balance and drop your beauty stats. She playfully presses further. I am just dying to know what this F-rank boy did to make my antisocial sister break her golden solo player rule. Daphne barks back, telling her to mind her own totally irrelevant business. And seriously, take your lackeys and get out of my sight immediately. Dylai smirks, playing the victim. Relax, I am just a concerned sibling. You see, normal people actually level up their intelligence, while you just dump all your stat points into brute strength. Daphne instantly fires back. Well, Dylai, you might have leveled up your brain, but your physical stats are completely flatlined. Ouch, roasting the skinniest girl in the entire webtoon. Daphne snaps her fingers, ordering her bodyguard Ro to throw the trash out, but he nervously sweats, claiming he cannot attack the family's eldest daughter. Fine, I will do it myself, Daphne roars, cracking her knuckles. Step up if you want to get crushed. Dylai scoffs, flipping her hair. I do not lower myself to brawl with meatheads. She turns to leave. But suddenly, an incredibly massive, heavy object comes rocketing toward their heads. Ro instantly reacts, manifesting a terrifying demonic claw and brutally crushes the projectile. Shocked, Delay demands to know what just attacked them. Ro casually wipes his demonic hand. Oh, I just exterminated a minor pest. Delay gags in absolute disgust. Seriously though, what is her deal? Power levels aside, Daphne glares daggers as Dai drops a massive truth bomb. If her sister wants it, snatch it. And since Daphne already bent the rules for our boy Cirrus, Dai figures why not just steal the guy completely. Brace yourselves. Here comes a brand new challenger entering the romantic arena. But hold up. Cirrus is a man of absolute grit. An honest soldier and a total gentleman. He would never fall for such petty traps. In fact, he is so ridiculously upright that he is currently marching to church to pray for the entire nation's future. But the saint blocks his path, panicking for a split second. She begs him not to enter. Totally confused, he asks what the big deal is. She nervously sweats, playing the nothing is wrong card. But her voice totally cracks. You can smell the fear from a mile away. Cirrus bravely kicks open the giant doors anyway. Across the massive hall, a shadowy woman chills in a chair. Oh boy, you can already smell the epic boss battle brewing. And wow, the artist absolutely cooked with this one, blessing our eyes with another terrifyingly gorgeous monster design. Meet Soprana, the totally not suspicious high priestess of the Holy Church. She dramatically kicks her foot onto the table and orders him closer. Time for a little heart-to-heart. Cirrus gulps loud enough to echo. Our brave soldier is officially sweating. Leaning in, she smirks. So, a little birdie told me, you got poisoned by the legendary Azathoth's blood. Monsters chug that stuff to get swole. But frail little humans are supposed to melt like butter. Yet here you are, miraculously fusing with the very venom that should be eating you alive. Cirrus casually smiles. Soprana blinks. Wait, you already knew you were a walking biohazard. Cool. Then she violently snaps, telling him to shut his trap while the adults are talking. The absolute disrespect. She unleashes a terrifying aura, nearly crushing his soul into tiny pieces, and warns that if any other monster slurps his spicy blood, it is game over for the world. Congratulations, Cirrus. You are a walking apocalypse. So being the saintly priestess she is, she decides to just eat him herself. Problem solved. Cirrus scrambles backward, totally freaked out. What kind of crazy church is this? Why is a human priestess trying to make me her midnight snack? Suddenly, she leaps up, exploding into a massive pile of wriggling blue tentacles. Plot twist. Soprana happily announces she is actually a monster. But hey, she totally supports humanity. So for the greater good of the world, he needs to get in her belly. Target locked. Glowing cards materialize around our boy, and Cirrus yells, "Hell no, I refuse to be calamari food." He chants his skill name, and equips the Holy Angel's Blessing Gauntlet. This bad boy has a trick. When he slaps a marked target, the glove charges a massive shockwave. It aggressively targets one tiny weak point for a juicy critical finishing blow. Talk about an overpowered cheat item. Soprana suddenly flexes a glowing crystal, laughing that fake peace is the only reason humans are still breathing. She gobbles it down like candy and screams about how delicious ultimate power tastes. Her tentacles mutate into pure nightmare fuel, and our main character spots hundreds of creepy little mouths sprouting everywhere. Yikes, Soprana cackles. Once I eat you, I will have enough juice to turn all of humanity into my personal livestock. The church will brainwash everyone. Eat them and call it purification. I am building a glorious dirt-free paradise. Cirrus deadpans, lady, you literally sound like the final boss of evil right now, and there is zero chance I am joining your crazy buffet. Soprana launches her attack, calling him a total moron for trying to run. The horrifying tentacle mouths lunge forward, taking a nasty chomp out of his leg. He slaps the vine, realizing it is connected to her main body. His gauntlet charge slowly ticks up by 1%. He fires off the shockwave at just 1%, but it literally feels like a mosquito bite. Random slaps against tiny tentacles are totally useless. Worst of all, the slimy vines completely hog-tie him, dragging him straight toward the danger zone. Soprana licks her lips, wondering which part to eat first. Then she spots some spicy blood dripping from his shoulder. Oh heavens, we absolutely cannot waste such premium seasoning. Our poor main character takes a brutal hit. She drools over his cursed blood, screaming that the rush of power is simply too delicious. She is totally addicted. But Cirrus catches onto something huge. The exact second she swallowed his blood, her creepy tentacle veins bulged with insane steroids. He needs to break free before she gets too buff. He aggressively swings his free arm and manages to poke a sensitive spot. Boom charge jumps to 15%. Soprana violently shoves him away. What the heck are you trying to pull? She demands he stay still like a good little meal. Keep those nasty hands to yourself. But Cirrus is playing for keeps. Dodging under, he locks onto her most embarrassing weak point. He hypes himself up. If this crazy strike actually lands, the gauntlet meter is going to explode. He will finally have the firepower to blast this crazy squid. But Suprena is fast, brutally blocking with her shin and trapping his arm. Hilariously, her face is blushing completely red. She furiously kicks him away, threatening to snap his arm like a twig. Who knows what he accidentally touched? But the terrible news is, the charge meter drops down to 11%. Panicking, he throws a wild flurry of slaps. It inches to 14%. But he gets absolutely swatted away like a fly. She is heavily panting now. This absurd battle is escalating. Our main character realizes the harsh truth. Every single attack leaks his precious stamina. To win this, I have to stick to her like glue and keep the crazy intensity maxed out. That is the only way to charge up a monster-killing blow. Suprena is literally shaking with furious rage. Being touched by a mere human is the ultimate disgusting insult. It is utterly unforgivable. He is going straight to the grave right now. The terrifying tentacles sweep in again. Cirrus knows 14% will not even scratch them. To survive this nightmare buffet, he has to dive straight into the danger zone. Running away is for losers. He cannonballs right through the deadly vines. He thought, for humanity's sake, I must push forward. Time to make contact and crank up that percentage. Sneaking up behind her, he readied a decisive strike. But suddenly his hand hit something incredibly stubborn. Wait, that wasn't right at all. Her sensitivity tanked to 6%. Was this seriously not her weak point? Sepra yelled at him to back off, called him reckless and punted him, sent flying a massive vine, grabbed his leg and started munching. He needed a brilliant plan right now, or he was total plant food. Aiming his hand at the vine, he knew 6% was enough to propel himself. But noticing something shiny in its mouth, he was suddenly swallowed whole. As he slid down its throat, Suprena laughed, mocking him for missing his final shot. She figured he simply gave up and accepted his pathetic fate. Throwing a little victory party, she proudly praised the delicious energy she was slurping up. But our hero spotted gross mucus inside and realized it was the clue. Swiping his hand across the slime, he landed a critical grope. She shrieked, demanding to know what he did, as sensitivity hit 25%. Agonizing, the vine violently puked him onto the dirt. Coughing wildly, he cursed that utterly putrid smell. Okay, sensitivity hit 25%, and this lady had 4 vines. Time to smash them all. If he could just touch one more, he would hit 50%, which could win this. But Suprena totally read his mind. No more creepy touching. This pervy hero had to be digested right now. Suddenly, a previously innocent-looking vine sprouted a truly terrifying jaw. Before he could blink, bam, it slammed his chest with bone-crushing force. He gasped, realizing this was the exact same vine that just vomited him up. Strangely, the monster was moving way faster now. Suddenly, another creepy tentacle whipped around from behind. He had to test if he could raise her sensitivity again. Instead of backing away like a coward, he shoved his arm into its mouth. Instantly, Suprena felt the blow. 25% more sensitivity as she screamed at him to pull out. But this new vine whipped out a spiky tongue, striking directly into the middle of the hero's chest, sending him flying. Smashing hard against the wall, he checked his stats. Oddly, his sensitivity was permanently stuck at 25%. It didn't go up at all. So much for that genius plan. The second weak point must be somewhere else. 4 vines lunged, telling them to go to hell. He smashed them with his gauntlet. The shockwave almost hit Suprena, forcing her to retreat. She realized that after that weird touch, his attacks got much stronger. Something was letting him gain a massive power buff. Charging forward, Cirrus deduced that since the weak spot wasn't on her weird plants, it definitely was on her actual body. For humanity and freedom, he swore to inspect every single inch. Suprena asked how this total creep could call himself a hero with dialogue like that. Undeterred, our protagonist leaped forward like a zombie toward his target, shouting he'd start with a primary point, but a thick cloud of smoke from one of the vines rolled in, covering everything. The smell was awful. Coughing, he tried to regain his bearings, and realized she had completely bailed and was playing hide-and-seek. To make matters worse, his angelic gauntlet wasn't charged. Now he had to rely purely on his physical skills, but he felt dizzy, and there was clearly some paralyzing toxin in the air. Suddenly, a vine appeared and almost stabbed right through his chest. It actually sank in and started drawing his blood. When he reached for it, the creepy weed slithered back into the smoke. He realized Sepra was doing everything to avoid his touch. She mocked, "Soon your body will be paralyzed and you will lose consciousness. Then I will do whatever I want." Sadly, his vision was getting fuzzier and his body heavier. Suprena noticed that every single touch made him glow with creepy energy. Now she was completely sure he would never get that arm near her again. Spotting a creeping vine to his right, he readied a heavy punch. But in that exact split second, another one spawned directly behind him. Before he could react, chomp, it latched onto his arm. A brilliant decoy attack to divide his focus. Being dragged away, he smirked. She unwittingly gave him the perfect chance to touch her. But then the boy got spun like a Beyblade and fell flat on his back like an idiot. Gracefully, she giggled that stubborn. She thought one chomp would claim his arm, but whatever. Huffing that much gas means he's about to flop over paralyzed. Sneaky vines shoot from the smoke. She gloats that his juicy arm is her next snack, ready to slurp his blood. Cirrus, however, just smirks. How cute. What the monster missed. The boom boom powers are in the glove, not his hand. The absolute madman swapped the glove over. Congrats, you bit the dummy arm. She screeches in agony, but her pain sensitivity is totally stuck at 25%. He yanks his arm out, triggers a blast, and rushes in, realizing this monster's is an absolute freak of nature. Sure, she looks totally human outside, but her inside's pure monster, Cirrus, lunges with a pinpoint strike. He totally calculated that her main nerve cluster was hiding in that bizarre, unexpected spot. Cue his signature move. He whips up a massive spinning energy sphere ready to dominate. Soprana actually winces from the shockwave, but the system merely dings 38%. Cirrus completely freezes. Okay, so that was definitely not the jackpot. Before our hero can even blink, her creepy hands dart closer. Soprana screeches to back off and violently boots him across the room. Our main character sticks the superhero landing. He glares at his gauntlet, realizing he has to work with a measly 36%. He instantly unleashes a massive blast. She gasps, completely caught off guard by his relentless assault, forcing her to summon giant demonic vines for defense. But bam, this time, it stings. His aura slices clean through the center, absolutely shredding the entire battlefield to pieces. Meanwhile, outside, Lilia spots the exploding walls, totally clueless about the epic boss fight happening inside. And guess how our boy is gonna power up? Oh, we know the drill. He strikes a dramatic pose, casually holding his chin. Ah, the dust is settling. My brain is finally working again. Soprana just scoffs. Just die already. Your pathetic strikes cannot end me, and your sweet blood only boosts my armor. Our boy grimaces, realizing that 36% did absolutely zero damage to her real body. I gotta uncover that hidden weak spot immediately to crack her crazy anatomy. His mind races through brutal options. Should he chop the neck? Punch the gut? Maybe slice the stomach? Since he has zero clue, he decides to just beat her up everywhere. But wait, his eagle eyes catch a hilarious glitch. She totally faked a punch and threw a kick instead. Plus, remember when he first walked in, she aggressively shushed him using her foot, not her fingers. Bingo, her delicate little hands are the absolute weak link. Soprana sneers that his health will zero out, begging him to just be a good boy and let her peacefully chug his life force. Cue the dramatic entrance of Lilia busting in and demanding to know what this vampire nonsense is all about. High Priestess. Are you seriously trying to eat Cirrus? Soprana awkwardly looks away. Ugh, why are you ruining my snack time? Get lost. Lilia frowns at the blatant lies. The High Priestess swore she would just lock him in the holy basement. If the holy detox failed, he was supposed to rot naturally. Cirrus sweats, realizing the original backup plan was totally trash too. Lilia preaches that saints cannot harm a fly. Soprana snaps back. Seals are meant to be broken, you idiot. Swallowing his soul whole is literally foolproof. Stop being such a boring rule follower, Lilia. Once I chug this boy's epic stats, I will completely buff the entire human race and drag them to our temple. With this massive brain play, I get the supreme throne and you get an instant promotion. Just zip your lips. Lilia crosses her arms and completely rejects the villain pitch. She promises to snitch to the heavenly headquarters, immediately commanding Cirrus to follow her. Soprana loses her mind, charging up a deadly strike, yelling that goody two-shoes Lilia is officially on the menu. Our heroic main character dives in, shoving Lilia safely away, only to get brutally smashed into the rubble, while his health drains rapidly. Soprana smirks, oh wow, this pathetic human is actually lagging. Looks like his mortal hardware is finally crashing. Cirrus faceplants into the dirt. Ugh, my internal organs are completely fried. The pain is insane, I am logging out. But boom, Lilia drops a legendary healing field. She panics, desperate to stop the bleeding. Her divine buff supercharges his nerve recovery and totally blocks the pain. The protagonist gasps, holy crap, that is awesome. Hey, can you max out my mana bar right now? Lilia frantically warns that overbuffing will completely overload his system and blow his mortal core to pieces. Plus, injecting pure magic directly into the veins causes total body paralysis, leaving him totally defenseless like a sitting duck. But our crazy hero just yanks the magical source and yells, pump me full of it. I have a genius plan. Hovering above Soprana violently scoffs. Lilia wasting holy buffs on this trash is hilarious. Cirrus gets violently yanked upward again by her weird gravity pull. The insane High Priestess declares she actually hates killing her own staff. If the little saint begs for mercy right now, she will instantly forgive her for simping over some random low-level scrub. Lilia fiercely fires back. He is no scrub, he is my patient. The sacred texts demand I carry him. I refuse to drop my party members. I will heal the wounded until the server shuts down. Soprana darkly laughs. Since you love being a hero so much, grab some popcorn and watch him get deleted. The bloody drain continues. But wait, Soprana suddenly gets a massive debuff. Her brain feels completely fried. She chokes on the boy's spicy blood, and in that precise millisecond, our boy ignites his thrusters and launches like a totally unhinged rocket. She braces for a massive haymaker, but nope. He brutally seizes both her delicate hands in an inescapable iron lock. Boom, his sensitivity skyrockets to 100%. She wails as the system triumphantly dings, revealing the ultimate weak point and unlocking the legendary finisher. Turns out the untouchable boss's fatal flaw was literally embarrassingly simple. She screams, "No, stay back, let go of her." But cue the dramatic slow motion, our boy already locked on. He squeezes with everything he has, only to feel her hand puffing up like a weird balloon. Plot twist. The truth is, Soprana's entire nervous system is shoved right into those hands. She drops Lilia like a hot potato, howling as a brutal shockwave fries her brain. Holy cow. She starts foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog, and Lilia realizes the High Priestess is literally vomiting out her inner demons. Cirrus is basically an anti-priest, forcing a hardcore detox on her Soprana's face cracks, like cheap porcelain shrieking that she will absolutely never be his midnight snack. Boom, 4 eyes pop out, jaws unhinge, and she lunges for a lethal chomp. Our hero tries to block, but his arms are spaghetti thanks to Lilia's healing. The monster priestess roars that he must become humanity's sacrifice. His genius response, he bites his own dead arm, hauls it up with his teeth, and boldly refuses to die today. He cranks his aura to 100%, blasting her into absolute oblivion. Lilia goes flying as the nuclear-level energy straight up deletes the room. When the dust settles, there is just a massive crater remaining. Lilia sits there stunned, while Cirrus pulls his arm out of his mouth, whining that it hurts like crazy. Rest in peace, his dental plan, still target neutralized. He casually loots a fragment of Azafel and scores 34 extra days of life. Plus, ding. A new residence skill. He can now borrow powers from the creepy roommates crashing at his house. Right on cue, Jelia pops up the ghost of that hungry houseplant he snagged earlier. It tosses him a massive smokescreen skill, guaranteed to make enemies vomit. Dusting himself off, our guy immediately checks if Lilia survived the blast. She stammers, asking if he actually killed the boss. Nah, he shrugs. She just got a hardcore factory reset. Lilia gives him a gentle head pat, sighing that she is totally fine. Our dude happily cheers, but wait, error 404. He instantly faceplants the dirt, passed out cold. She panics, realizing he is freezing like a popsicle. Homeboy burned all his mana and needs emergency healing right now, or it is game over for real. She flips him on his back, cracking her knuckles to fix up his battered insides. And so the legendary healing stomp begins. Inside his mind, Cirrus wakes up looking like a homeless beggar. He looks around, super confused by the creepy moss covering the floor. Lilia's voice echoes, warning that the moss is his ruined mana veins, proving he is basically made of glass right now. He tries to stand up, but nope, the floor is sticky. He is freezing to death. She barks at him to freeze, literally and figuratively. She will blast that gunk away with her magic before he turns into an ice cube. Time for the ultimate rescue. She aggressively stomps, and our boy smiles like an absolute weirdo, sighing that the heat feels fantastic. It is like lounging on a 5-star luxury cloud, absolutely mind-blowing. But yikes for Lilia, she is getting hit with that pesky, blush-inducing sensation again. She sweats, forcing the healing to continue. It is her holy job to fix his broken body. But these super spicy thoughts are nerfing her magic. Before her mana tanks, she must go all out to completely save this idiot. Cirrus just chills there helplessly. But hey, the nasty moss melts away, and he finally stops shivering. But Lilia is sweating bullets. She expected this hardcore stomp therapy to be rough on him, but he is weirdly squishy. That embarrassing, totally unholy feeling invades her brain again. Finally, Cirrus manages to stand up, ready to peek. She gives the green light since his mana veins are mostly patched up. She even tells him to open wide, and boom, he sees cake. The author is not even hiding the fan service here. We know exactly what is going on. Our shameless hero just devours a massive slice on the spot. Zero regrets. The author is living their best life, and so is he. Ding affection just hit 51%. Lilia sits there blushing, scolding him not to overexert himself, but the guy is literally gulping it down. Things are escalating way too fast. She panics, realizing his body is twitching like crazy from all that energy. If she does not stop this, he will wake up screaming. She spams her ultimate healing, burning her mana to 80%. Sweating buckets, she aggressively reminds herself, it is just medical treatment. But the classic webtoon temptation is hitting hard. She furiously chants that she is a holy saintess who must banish the spicy thoughts. She begs Cirrus to wrap this up fast because her willpower is crumbling. She is already at 84%. The madman just sucks up more energy, and poor Lilia is fighting for her life. She fiercely reminds herself of her holy vows to reject all worldly desires. She is pure, innocent, and totally professional, right? This creeping feeling is a trap. She has to lock it down, protect her saintly image, and survive this absurd healing session. Brings the corruption down to 79%. Good for her. She actually kept her sanity. Treatment finally complete, and the system values drop to 67. Our overpowered MC casually stands up. "We feel amazing," he says. Suddenly, Lilia's mana skyrockets. Healing him gave her a massive EXP boost. It was thicker than any mana she had ever felt, and she is totally baffled. How is this even mathematically possible? Fixing his scratches literally doubled her entire magic capacity. Our MC just stretches totally clueless. "Wow, Lilia, your healing is top tier." Meanwhile, her greedy little mind is racing. Sir Cirrus is her VIP golden ticket to the Archbishop's seat. She shamelessly tells him, "Please remember to visit me for healing, even if it is just a tiny paper cut. I am your girl." He finds her sudden obsession weird, but shrugs it off. Soon after, Daisy and Charlton arrive at the Holy Church, staring blankly at a massive, cartoonish hole in the wall. Cue the MC strolling out the entrance like he owns the place. He sees their totally dumbfounded faces and quickly explains the chaos. "Wait, the corrupted Archbishop is just gone." Lilia steps in. "Yep, we have to wait for the higher-ups to pick a new one before the guild and church team-up can resume." Charlton tries to throw a tantrum, but Lilia shuts him down cold. It is the only way. The bureaucratic red tape is just too thick without a boss, so sitting tight is their only option. Our MC casually waves goodbye. "Catch you guys later." But Charlton yells, "Wait." He quickly orders his poor secretary Daisy to chauffeur the OP boy home and give him the ultimate lore dump of the past few days. Cirrus is super confused but hops into the passenger seat anyway. Daisy drops the bomb. A freaky demonic beast invaded the city, and it is exclusively hunting strong warriors. Countless elite knights got drained like juice boxes and died. The MC raises an eyebrow. But she adds the craziest part. Not only were they sucked dry of blood, but their precious manhood was chopped right off. Yikes. And to make it weirder, the edgy phrase, "not even you," was carved into their bodies in some ancient beast language. It is painfully obvious this psycho beast is hunting a specific target. The MC sweats bullets, drinking blood and snipping off the family jewels. "Wait, is this crazy X looking for me?" Daisy mentions that to stop this nightmare, Captain Daffin from Zone D is on the case. She is actively tracking this ball-busting monster. But it is no walk in the park. Cut to a shadowy figure smoking by the window as our dear demon satyr stumbles into the MC's room. Seriously, why does she always look like a gorgeous supermodel when she enters a room? Yug glares. "Why are you crashing here?" Satyr sighs. "The streets are swarming with pesky soldiers. Escaping is totally impossible." Yug scoffs. "Are you moving in or something?" Satyr rolls her eyes. "Obviously not. This is enemy turf. If we get caught, it is game over for us both. Watch your back." Yug smirks proudly. "I know, but my transformation magic is flawless. I am practically invisible." She is way too chill. But poor Satyr can only disguise other people, not herself. Walking around looking like a demon lord is pure suicide. She desperately needs a hiding spot. Suddenly she coughs up a dramatic pool of blood and faceplants right onto the hardwood floor. Yug crosses her arms. "Stop faking a mortal injury just to crash here. I am absolutely not sharing the master." But Satyr flashes back to the MC's emergency teleport after Asath's brutal attack. Her internal organs were literally crushed to mush. Meanwhile, our clueless protagonist reaches his front door and asks Daisy to spill the rest of the demonic beast tea. He loudly calls for Yug. Inside, Yug is panicking, holding the unconscious Satyr like a hot potato. She frantically shoves her into hiding just in time. The door clicks open, and Yug is instantly kneeling like a perfect little servant. He invites Daisy inside and gives Yug a sweet smile. But oh boy, the possessive demon waifu is furious to see another human girl. But Daisy is a sly fox too. She plots internally. "This is my ultimate chance to secure the Cirrus route. Last time I totally panicked and blew it, but I am not fumbling the bag today." Yug, glaring daggers from the corner, grinds her teeth. "I need to interrogate this homewrecker and keep her filthy hands off my master." The awkward trio sits at the living room table. The MC casually chills, with a literal carnivorous plant and a creepy giant spider right next to him. He demands to know how this ball-snatching vampire beast slipped past city defenses. Out of nowhere, Daisy shifts the topic to a massive southern dragon that is currently eating the entire map. The guild panicked and sent out evacuation squads to the local villages. But during that exact chaotic dragon raid, the vampire totally slipped through the cracks. Daisy smiles warmly. Anyway, last time I delivered your captain badge, I was rushing and forgot the most critical guild protocol. You see, as the top secretary of Zone Z, it is my sworn duty to know the deepest, darkest personal preferences of all our warriors, purely for professional support, of course. So, be a good boy and fill out this highly invasive mandatory paperwork. The MC squints. Is this really standard procedure? Spoiler alert. Daisy totally forged this survey just to stalk him. It starts out normal, name, age, height, weight. But then it takes a wild turn. Dating history, ideal type. She is playing four-dimensional romance chess. His favorite hobbies, his ideal type, his preferred personality, his romantic expectations, and get this, even what specific outfits he wants his future girl to wear. Cirrus stares at the paper absolutely baffled. Why? Is a whole section dedicated to wives? Is all this paperwork really necessary? Daisy blushes like a ripe tomato stammering out a blatant lie. Yes, every new captain goes through this exact screening. I swear, it helps the guild evaluate performance. Hook, line, and sinker, our clueless hero replies, well, if it is official guild business, I will give it my all. Daisy is a scheming genius. Armed with this intel, she plans to morph into his absolute dream girl, totally outshining Yug. Victory is practically hers, but suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes out, scaring the daylights out of everyone. Daisy suspiciously asks who is hiding in his room. Meanwhile, Seder, the secret squatter, furiously demands why another human is buzzing around his turf. Daisy stands up to investigate, while Seder aggressively whispers for him to slam the door shut immediately. Cirrus is just stunned, she is still breathing. Seder panics, paranoid that this new girl spotted her and will sick other warriors on her tail. Her brilliant solution, murder the witness. Cirrus frantically tells her to chill out and drop the killer vibes. But Seder narrows her eyes. Are you protecting another woman? Cirrus sweats bullets. No, absolutely not. I am just going to finish this stupid paperwork and kick her out. Out in the hall, Daisy interrogates Yug. Who is in his room? Yug casually drops a bomb. Just another big sister type. Poor Daisy is utterly shattered. He already has 2 girls orbiting him. Now, she is stuck fighting a brutal war for a measly 3rd place in his harem. Back inside, Seder aggressively smacks his head. That girl better vanish before she gets eliminated. Daisy hears a pitiful yelp and gets worried. Shouldn't we go rescue Cirrus? But Yug ruthlessly shuts her down. Better not. That crazy girl bites hard. Besides, our guy can survive her. Just then, our battered protagonist stumbles out of the room, muttering about her crazy temper. He quickly scribbles down the rest of the form, shoves it toward Daisy, and sighs. Done. Please submit this for me. Daisy shoots her shot. I know a super romantic restaurant nearby. Want to grab lunch together? Cirrus blinks in confusion, but Yug aggressively snatches a cookie from the table. Nope. It is feeding time right here. Cirrus is lost. Wait, when did I agree to eat this? Before he can run, Yug shoves the questionable baked goods into his chest. Eat up, I slaved over a hot stove for you. As he violently gags on the food, Daisy watches in sheer horror. Choking back tears, he asks for the recipe. The flavor is demonic. She proudly declares it is snake liver mixed with bat wings. A culinary masterpiece. Obviously, our hero is dying inside, but she forces another cursed bite into his mouth. Open wide, Daisy looks completely disgusted. Is he actually eating that garbage? He opens his mouth to cry for help, but Yug talks over him. Yup. This is his daily gourmet meal. Master absolutely craves this stuff. If you cannot handle it, there's the door. Defeated, Daisy awkwardly stands up to leave, apologizing for interrupting their weird culinary bonding. Are they really dating? Suddenly, a loud knock echoes. Outside stands Dyla, along with her beefy bodyguard, Roaro. Yug instantly glares, hating this new female voice. Hold up, artist. Are you trying to fool us by drawing Dyla so thick right now? We know her real angles. She is built like a twig. Stop capping to the audience. Daisy wonders why Cirrus is ignoring the knock. So, Roaro takes charge. Stand back. With a single twist, the entire door explodes into splinters. Dyla struts in with a smug grin. Oh, you were home. Why ignore my knock? Cirrus sprints over, cursing up a storm. He spits out unholy insults, screaming that the stupid door cost 100 silver coins. You absolute vandals, Dyla just yawns. I will pay you 1,000 gold coins. Cash it wherever you like. Instantly dropping the anger, Cirrus bows. How may I serve you, my queen? Smirking at his greed, she drops a bombshell. 500,000 gold, if you sign an exclusive contract with me. Our hero is utterly flabbergasted. Yug rips her hair out. Why are all these rich women trying to steal my master? This is ridiculous. Daisy steps in full of jealousy. Cirrus, reject her right now. Wait, you two belong to Zone D, correct. Dyla flashes a toxic smile. Spot on, Grandma. Got a problem with that. Daisy snaps back. Cirrus is the ultimate VIP of Zone Z. He is not stepping foot in your trashy zone. Meanwhile, out in the city, an old man gets sucked completely dry. An investigator checks the corpse. The blood is still fresh. The victim was murdered only 5 hours ago. Just then, Daphne receives spicy gossip. That sneaky Miss Diana is currently hitting on Cirrus. She grinds her teeth. That little home-wrecking witch is always ruining my vibe. She barks orders at her crew. I have personal business to handle. Keep me updated on that blood-sucking monster. I will squash it later. She blasts into the sky like a rocket. I refuse to let Diana snatch my man away from me again. Honestly, the only girl I miss right now is Bella. Remember the blonde powerhouse from Chapter 1? She was totally top tier. Where did she even go? Meanwhile, the city shakes violently. A monstrous hand smashes through the pavement. A colossal iron-scaled dragon with a glowing green eye erupts from the abyss. Yeah, this looks like a massive problem. Enter the giant southern dragon BGO. Forget giant women, we are dealing with a colossal monster. It is hangry and swallowing the city whole. The folks nearby cheer at least the people escaped, but here is the catch. Those dragon scales boast the ultimate plot armor. You need a legendary dragon slayer sword just to scratch it. Meanwhile, some lazy dudes see a jackpot. Usually this big lizard eats a town, takes a massive food coma nap, and burps up a mountain of shiny loot. So unless it crashes the guild party, why fight? Just grab some popcorn and wait. Back at base camp, Daisy smirks. You guys have some serious nerve trying to poach the mighty captain of Zone Z. Diana simply tosses her hair. Hey, if we drop a bigger bag of coins, he will follow. I just want to hear Cirrus beg. Our boy loves cash, but he is no fool. Why the massive payout? Free lunches are a scam. Spill it, what is the catch? Diana smiles like a snake. First, tell me how the lone wolf Daphne actually teamed up with a rookie. I want the juicy gossip of every single second inside that dungeon. Cirrus squints. Is that it? She laughs. Of course not. You are going on live television to tell the entire city that Daphne tossed her precious morals in the trash to party with you. We are going to cancel her. Cirrus just chuckles. Crystal clear. If that is the gig, hard pass. Diana chokes. I am offering 500,000 gold coins, you idiot. It is hitting the lottery. Cirrus yawns. Selling her out would ruin her day, and I gave her my word. So unless you brought snacks, hit the road. Diana fumes, her rich girl ego shattering. Promises, please. I wipe my tears with cash. I will buy his loyalty. She opens her mouth to bid higher, but a menacing shadow looms behind her. Enter Daphne. Diana turns and bam, a dynamic entry that shatters the door. Daphne looks majestic, screaming, "Step away from my guy." Her muscular fist creates a sonic boom, rattling the entire hallway like an earthquake. Her buddy sighs. Miss Daphne, violence against rich girls is generally frowned upon. She snaps back. Shut it. Daisy is totally lost. Since when does the Zone D tyrant care about our boy? Diana mocks. Aw, did you sprint here? Too insecure to trust your little sidekick. Daphne instantly recognizes the mean girl tactics, trying to spark a messy divorce. Cirrus just stands there shrugging like, hey, my lips are sealed. This absolute loyalty makes Daphne beam with pride. He fought like a demon and ignored the gold. Furious, Diana tries to save face, barking petty insults at her little sister. Breaking news, princess. Not everything in this crazy world runs on your credit card. Also, those cheap cosmetic implants scream massive insecurity issues. Diana turns tomato red, shrieking that her sister is delusional and completely jealous of her natural gifts. She storms off in a huff. This place smells like broke people. Let us roll, Rokuro. But inside, she is plotting. I will uncover that boy's secret. Cirrus will be begging me and Daphne will cry 10 times over. Daphne struts over, giving Cirrus a massive thumbs up. You actually swatted the wicked witch of wealth away. Our guy just mimics their hilarious sibling rivalry. Suddenly, a wild ping. Daphne gets an urgent alert. Boss, we located the vampire beast. The white-haired target is locked in Zone 6. Right as Daisy bids farewell, panic erupts. Yug screams that Satyr is crashing. The plot armor takes a coffee break. Cirrus dashes over in a panic. Yug is clutching the pale girl, crying that her core temperature is dropping like a stone. She is fading fast. The only cure is an epic healing spell or some absurdly rare dungeon plant we definitely do not have. Cirrus feels his heart drop into his stomach. He needs a miracle potion and fast. Then, a light bulb moment. His blood literally buffed a monster earlier. Time for some sketchy DIY medicine. He slices his own hand and lets the ruby drops fall, right into her mouth like a baby bird. Yug makes the most utterly bewildered face ever. But wait, it works. Satyr glows with a vibrant green aura and her eyes flutter open. Success. But hold your applause. Miles away, that gluttonous city-eating dragon suddenly stops mid-chew. A heavenly mouth-watering aroma hits its giant nostrils. 5-star dining awaits. The cowardly guild heroes are baffled. Why is the apocalypse lizard hitting the brakes and doing a U-turn? This totally breaks the monster manual. A scout screams, "You idiots, it is heading straight for the warrior city." Sound the absolute worst alarm. The scaled titan abandons its buffet for a new target. It caught the scent of Lord Satos, officially the tastiest snack alive. Back home, Yug is still glitching out. muttering about that intoxicating aroma. She catches Saturn looking bright-eyed and eager, vowing she will not waste a single magical drop. Our hero begs her to chill, but Yug is practically drooling now. Fighting her temptation as she creeps closer, she fakes an illness for a taste. She suddenly snatches our poor hero and drags him down. She is practically squashing him flat as she shares with Saturn. Cirrus begs for mercy while his arms go numb, but suddenly both girls feel a bizarre yet heavenly energy surging through their veins. It is like their souls are taking a bubble bath. No wonder Saturn recovered like a speedster. Who could resist that buff? But then a screeching emergency siren blasts, screaming that a boss-level monster is attacking. The ultimate city barrier activates. Meanwhile, our squished hero is still trapped under Yug's weight. She mumbles about blacking out, noticing her outfit snapped back to normal. Weirdly, her mana feels totally drained. Cirrus is just thrilled to breathe again. Right on cue, the apocalyptic broadcast drops. Warning. A colossal dragon approaches Salem City. Estimated arrival time, 10 days. Civilians must evacuate right now. All hunters have exactly 3 hours to report to base camp for battle prep. Fail to show up in 3 hours, you are guildless. Cue the montage of armored buggies speeding off like toy cars. Cirrus casually walks up to rent a ride, but the receptionist slams the brakes. Hold your horses, lone wolf. We do not hand out free rides to one-man armies. You need 2 people. Cirrus blinks in pure disbelief. Wait, I have to sprint 100 miles in 3 hours, she sighs. Zone Z is an absolute war zone. Wheels are super rare and panic is everywhere. We cannot waste a car on just you. He is whining about his leg day when a stunning blonde struts in. The secretary hints he better go make a friend. He is a captain, but his social skills are 0. The blonde approaches with a flashy smile. Hey, I am Irene from Squad 14. My boss snagged a sweet ride. Want to hitch a ride with us? Cirrus beams like a total goof. Well, I'm the mighty captain of Squad 15, rank F. Irene completely freezes. Wait, rank F. Are you joking? Instantly, she pulls a perfect 180. Let us erase this tragic chat from our memories. I am not wasting my time on a rank F scrub. Absolute emotional damage. But before he cries, a wild savior appears. It is Bella proudly declaring she wants to join Squad 15. Cirrus is totally dumbfounded. She winks and says, Hello there, Captain. Long time no see. He frantically asks if she is okay to leave the hospital. She thumps her chest with a pout, scolding him for vanishing. Did you throw our friendship in the trash? Cirrus sweats buckets trying to explain. His life has been a chaotic mess. She just giggles. All is forgiven. Just focus on being a cool captain for now. But after this apocalypse, we are having a serious chat. She shoos him to sign the guild papers, and he promises to return fast. Suddenly, Irene butts back in. Hold up. Why would a cute girl join a trash tier squad? Do you have a literal death wish? You cannot trust this clown as leader. Come roll with the big leagues. We are rank A. Right then, Golden Boots stomp into the room. That loser only got his title through shady connections. He has 0 actual skills. Irene flashes a smug smile. The golden boy is named Tyler, and he turns his greasy charm onto Bella. Oh boy, here comes another arrogant fool ready to crash. Long time no see, babe. He flexes his shiny armor like a peacock. Check out the drip, Bella. That is right. I joined the legendary Kalen Society. I am built different. I have more power in my pinky than Cirrus will ever have. So what do you say? I will generously let you be my sidekick. Come, bask in the glory of a real alpha hero. He creeps into her personal space with a slimy grin. Join my squad and I will fast-track you to rank A. Or at least I will boost you to rank B today. Bella just hits him with a polite, unbothered smile. Sorry, Tyler, I am strictly riding with Cirrus. Cue Cirrus, strolling back in perfectly on time. Bella, I just need your autograph. She skips off to sign. Tyler turns tomato red. That lucky trash. Outplayed by a rookie again. What kind of cheat code does that loser have? Irene crosses her arms in disgust. That girl is totally delusional. She is blinding herself to true greatness. Let her rot, Captain. Tyler smirks, deeply convinced they will soon be crawling and begging for a rescue. Meanwhile, Cirrus asks the front desk about their ride. The poor receptionist winces. Sorry, kid, the last whips were snatched by Squad 14. They have a massive 5-man team. If you want wheels, you will have to grovel to Captain Tyler. They might just have a spare seat. Cut to outside, where Tyler poses on his flashy car like a cheap model. What an absolute joke of a captain. The guy lacks even basic armor. I will publicly embarrass them and deny them a ride. Just as Bella starts to wonder if she hitched her wagon to a scrub, our hero casually pulls out a premium black card worth 1,000 gold coins from Diana. He leaves her a lifeline just in case. Meanwhile, Tyler's squad is outside scratching their heads. Where is this guy? Did he get lost? Suddenly our main character struts out with Bella. Tyler smirks. Hey Cirrus, let me guess. No ride. Cirrus just shrugs. Yeah, so. Tyler purposely drops his shiny sword. Clang. It lands right near our hero's feet. Oops, my bad, Tyler sneers. This S-rank Thunder Fury is just too heavy. It keeps slipping. Be a good boy and fetch it for me. Do that and maybe I'll let you carpool. Since F-ranks like you are only good for picking up trash anyway. Bella snaps at Tyler. Are you serious right now? That was totally on purpose. But Tyler's fan club just keeps glazing him. Wow, our captain is so generous offering a ride, they cheer. Tyler plays the fake nice guy. Look, Bella, it is an emergency. Did you forget the rules? Anyone who misses the 3-hour deadline loses their rank. Even your precious little squad leader here is going to get totally fired. You might as well accept reality. He is heading straight back to rock bottom F rank where he belongs. Bella bites her lip. She feels awful thinking she caused this whole bullying session. But our boy just smiles. Ah, my Uber is here. Tyler blinks at a deafening roar. A massive helicopter descends from the sky. The squad squints at the shiny emblem painted on the belly. Wait, that is the VIP Guild's private chopper. Their jaws hit the floor. What the heck? Who gets chauffeured like that? Tyler tries to play it cool. Everyone look professional. Some big shot is here, so bow your heads. The doors slide open. Diana steps out and cheerfully waves at Cirrus. Get in, loser, we're going flying. Tyler's gang freezes like glitching NPCs. Hold on. Why is a VIP chopper picking up an F rank? Nobody. Cirrus gestures to Bella. Come on, let's go. Tyler is sweating bullets. There is absolutely no way he is boarding that thing. Then he notices his hand is empty. Hey, you jerk. Give back my Thunder Fury, he screeches. Cirrus pulls a perfectly innocent face. Oh, my bad catch. He casually tosses the S-rank blade straight at Tyler's car. Kaboom. A glorious explosion lights up the sky. Bullseye on the gas tank. Have fun walking, idiots. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to absolute horror. Some poor extra is getting his life sucked dry by a dangerous beauty. Surprise it is, Athoth. Wait, correction. Athoth is a terrifying demon king, not a waifu. He tosses the dried up guy aside like trash. Disgusting, he spits. Human blood is garbage. But whatever. I will drain every dude in this city until I find the right vintage. What an absolute menace. The surviving soldiers are panicking. We need Daphne now. A brave guard raises his shaking blade. Stand your ground. We protect this city. But Athoth just laughs, charging forward, and instantly snapping their weapons like cheap toothpicks. He opens his jaws for a terrifying snack, but suddenly, boom. Heavy backup arrives. Daphne stomps the earth, blasting the Demon King backward. She poses heroically alongside her giant glowing spirit bear. The soldiers cry tears of joy. You saved us. But wait. Shouldn't you be at the barracks? She stretches her shoulders. I have 2 hours to spare. More than enough time to crush this oversized bat. Then she narrows her eyes. Wait, this is the same demon from the guild. How is it still breathing? Athoth tilts his head, totally clueless. Daphne just chuckles. Well, well. Look at you. You are not flexing that overwhelming boss aura anymore. You got nerfed hard, Athoth shrugs. Obviously, I'm just a tiny fraction of the original Demon King now. I am only here to track down a specific scent. Or rather, a certain man. His blood smells like a 5-star meal, and they definitely fought before. Hearing this, Daphne connects the dots. Athoth said the exact same crazy stuff while fighting Cirrus. The demon is stalking our main character. Daphne summons her aura. If you are after him, then your journey ends right here. Cut back to the VIP crew. Cirrus strolls into a hidden facility. Diana points downward. The legendary sealed dragon sword is kept down there for absolute doomsday scenarios. Bella is sweating profusely. What if a giant monster is guarding it? This feels like a trap. Diana laughs it off. Chill out. The sword is right around the corner. Security here is flawless. 0 demons, I promise. They turn the corner and find the entire squad knocked out cold. Flawless security, huh? Panic instantly sets in. Whoever wrote that safety report is getting fired. Right in the center sits a creepy sleeping maiden statue. That was definitely not in the brochure. Bella spots one guy barely breathing and quickly props him up against the cold wall. Diana stares at the absolute bloodbath. What in the world happened here, she gasps. The dying guard violently shushes her. Shut up. Do not make a sound. If that statue wakes up, it is game over. But it is. Too late. The sleeping maiden locks onto them, unleashing a devastating laser beam. Diana freezes, but Rokuro dashes forward, deploying his claw to deflect the scorching blast. The maiden pauses, eyelids fluttering shut, resuming her nap. Diana checks on her savior. Rokuro smirks, just a scratch. I will heal in no time. While Bella heals the wounded, Cirrus figures out the gimmick. Sound triggers her deadly gaze. The guard coughs out a warning. 3 steps forward equals instant death. Cirrus steps up, giving Bella a direct order. Keep them safe, I will handle this boss. Diana points a shaking finger. Rokuro smash that monster to pieces. Our hero smirks. She only has 2 eyes, buddy. We will split the aggro and flank her from both sides. If one gets caught, the other strikes, Rokuro scoffs. You are just a trash tier, rank E. Do you seriously think you can survive? Undeterred, Cirrus rushes into the kill zone. We will find out right now. Snap. Her eye flashes open, a laser strikes, but Cirrus sidesteps like an absolute ninja. His speed is completely insane, but his stamina is draining fast. Getting close is nearly impossible. This needs to be a flawless speedrun. He wall jumps, dodging a flurry of blinding beams that melt the solid stone floor. From afar, the panic sets in. The party watches in absolute shock. Bella gulps, knowing she would be instant toast. Cirrus keeps pushing forward, analyzing her attack pattern. She locks onto his footsteps. He hurls his sword as a tactical decoy. It clatters loudly. The maiden spins toward the noise bingo. The loudest sound draws all the aggro. He instantly dashes from the flank. With her back fully exposed, Cirrus closes in while Rokuro strikes from the opposite side. Talk about perfect teamwork. Wham! Cirrus lands a critical strike, but his blade shatters into useless pixels. Rokuro flexes his powerful aura behind her. Pathetic rank E limit. Watch a real powerhouse crush this. He summons a massive, glowing fist of pure destruction energy. He lands a devastating blow right on her skull, but wait. Only a tiny scratch. Rokuro sweats absolute bullets. Impossible. My ultimate move did 0 damage. Suddenly, cold stone fingers choke him out. She charges a point-blank beam. Out of nowhere, Cirrus leaps high into the air. Taste my hammer, you giant chunk of rock. He swings hard, aiming for her neck. But a hidden third eye beneath her hair blasts his weapon to total dust. Meanwhile, Rokuro desperately blocks a terrifying frontal assault. Diana, completely love-struck by his bravery, screams out his name in pure panic. Big mistake. The maiden locks onto the noisy girl and unleashes a devastating beam straight at her. Oh no, Diana. Boom. She eats the blast completely head-on. Furious, Rokuro wrestles the giant head, blinding her terrifying glowing eyes. Take her down now, or Diana is history, he roars, bending the monster backward. Our eccentric hero rushes right in, pushing with maximum effort. But wait a second. Why is this solid stone statue suddenly feeling so incredibly hot? The boss glows beet red and furiously shoves them away. Hold up. Is she actually blushing right now? Did genres just switch to romantic comedy? Cirrus stumbles up in a daze as the maiden shyly covers her body. Our hero blinks in utter confusion. Why is she protecting her chest like a blushing tsundere? Rokuro violently spits blood. This is absolute garbage. My ultimate combo literally did nothing. This cursed statue is completely invincible and totally broken. My main fighting hand is shattered to pieces. I am totally useless now. The maiden looms over him like death. He wants to sprint away, but his legs are completely frozen in absolute terror. He cannot move an inch. Cirrus steps in like a total Chad. Relax, bro. These 2 hands will tame her. Are you completely suicidal? Rokuro screams. That beam will vaporize you instantly. There is 0 chance of blocking that. The boss charges her ultimate attack, but Cirrus unleashes his secret martial arts. He pokes her ultimate tickle spots. She blushes violently, blasting the ceiling instead. The room shakes bingo. The protagonist completely cracks the code. This terrifying boss monster is highly sensitive to physical touch. Diana drops her jaw. He parried a laser beam. Bella sweat drops, realizing his absolutely questionable combat technique. Rokuro is completely lost. Why is he poking her pressure points? Cirrus yells back. Just run away while I draw aggro. Totally baffled, Rokuro sprints for his life, but the maiden locks on again. Cirrus dramatically cracks his knuckles. Fine. Time for my ultimate massage technique. His hands blur into an absolute frenzy, making her wild lasers miss completely. The boss gasps in pure shock. Beams shoot wildly everywhere. Diana stares in disbelief. Why does our captain fight like a complete weirdo? Bella awkwardly defends his honor. He is normally so cool, it is just a highly strategic maneuver. Yeah, right, a total white lie to save face. Rokuro miraculously escapes the deadly kill zone, panting incredibly heavily. I totally underestimated this dungeon. She is an absolute monster. Can our eccentric hero survive this hilarious madness? Cirrus spots the attack. He cleanly sidesteps, gliding behind her to cheekily trace her stone back. The boss violently shivers. Flushing deep red, she fires panic lasers everywhere while our hero easily leaps back. He smirks. You call those sloppy beams an attack? Diana screams out. That evasion was totally legendary. Rokuro watches in pure shock. Who knew Cirrus could totally overpower a boss monster? Her battle rhythm is crumbling fast. The hero sighs. Okay, playtime is officially over. Without missing a beat, he smacks her right on the forehead. Focus on the fight. The stone maiden literally overheats. Rokuro is speechless. Who fights with such shameless, unpredictable genius? Honestly, I pray the studio drops a hilarious bonus sketch at the end of this episode for a sweet dopamine rush. Next chapter, Rokuro slumps against a stone wall. Taking all those hits to the chest from a giant makes every single rib feel shattered. Bella, our gorgeous healer, tells him to just breathe. She must cast healing magic before the damage worsens. She asks to expose his chest for a quick treatment. But once armor drops, a wild twist hits. Wait, Rokuro is female. Bella freezes, totally lost. Diana ignores the gender reveal, stressing the real crisis. If rank S lost, Cirrus is doomed. The female powerhouse simply shakes her head. The boss possesses attack and defense stats completely off the charts. Even with elite rank S power, doing damage was impossible. So how is Cirrus making a total fool of this boss? He has absolute control. It is obvious his true strength completely breaks the rank S ceiling. The hero grins. Hey Stone Queen, your lasers are getting sluggish, squeezing your eyes shut because you are feeling bashful. He takes a bold step, but realizes the giant boss is aggressively dodging eye contact. This monster feels both physical touch and sheer embarrassment. Here goes our shameless hero. He boldly declares that acting flustered with squeezed eyes makes her look incredibly cute. He then blindly charges. Your defenses are wide open. He readies an upward strike, convinced no player has ever dared getting this dangerously close. But the boss leaps back, landing a brutal kick into his gut. The squad panics, ready to rush in, but Cirrus fiercely locks his grip around her foot. Naturally, this bold touch short-circuits the poor statue. Bella desperately wants to intervene, but Rokuro holds her back. Ruining his bizarre combat flow is bad. Watch his tactical genius. That kick was no accident. He purposely caught her leg. The main character roars that she will finally feel his true heat. The Stone Maiden looks completely horrified. As his hand smoothly slides along, she panics, fires another laser. He slips past but notice the beam size. Rokuro gasps. That attack power is drastically dropping. Cirrus smirks. Hey there, Stone Lady, those ultimate lasers are getting pathetic. At this rate, if you land a direct hit, I survive. This battle is basically over. Suddenly, the boss lashes out, wrapping her hand around his throat. She violently yanks him and glaring into his soul. Rokuro sweats. At point-blank range, dodging is completely impossible. The next blast will vaporize his head. But this is our crazy protagonist. He raises one finger, playfully tracing beneath her chin to pull her even closer. His party is losing their minds. Our guy is literally inviting the Grim Reaper. Whispering to watch closely, he passionately kisses the boss while triggering his absolute skill. The party stands paralyzed in pure shock. Why did he kiss a boss? And why did she freeze completely? Holy smokes, the hero peaked in unhinged behavior. The statue violently breaks the kiss, gasping for air and shoving him away. Yet Cirrus flashes a wicked grin, announcing he felt her tongue move. The monster turns beet red, hiding her face. Right on cue, Diana yells. This is our golden opening. She is hiding her head in her arms, and the boss has stopped reacting. Rokuro gasps. Wow, that emotional damage was critical. She completely lost the absolute courage to attack anymore. Meanwhile, our hero acts totally smug. Hey boss lady, I admit you have a stiff tongue there. But the monster cowers in pure silence. The hero casually waves his party over, and the three companions realize he literally cleared the boss stage through sheer riz. Basking in glory, he says, chill out. The terrifying queen is a bashful maiden now. Hilariously, these chapters dropped right around Christmas, because at the very end of every roll, the artist drops wild bonus sketches. Next chapter, Tyler stands intensely before a dark passage, warning that something feels off. The guild intel guaranteed this was the spot. Iron grimly agrees. This classified information came straight from headquarters, so it must be flawless. Probably a rival strike squad raided this zone, first altering the terrain. The camera violently shifts to the capital. Apocalyptic chaos reigns as a massive dragon shreds the streets. Why has the association hidden the dragon blade? A vanguard soldier screams out. The main vault entrance is blocked by an absolute unit. Nobody is pulling that sword, and without it, they are completely toast. Suddenly, some dude glowing like a radioactive glowstick yells that they finally trapped the dragon's giant foot. But the catch, those chains are snapping fast. He screams for an all-out attack, but the dragon just shakes its leg, punting the poor guy into the stratosphere. The metal-armed captain tells the squad to chill. He has got this. Out of nowhere, he starts transforming, and a ridiculously huge, flashy golden armor locks around him. Seriously, he looks exactly like a one-man giant mecha. He winds up a colossal punch, screaming at everyone to freeze, and smashes the dragon. But despite looking epic, he basically just stubbed the dragon's toe, and the beast literally yawns. Deep inside the dragon's mind, we meet the real boss, a scaly dragon lady with a totally ruthless ice-cold glare. She watches the pathetic strike, annoyed that every single time she tries to grab a snack, these pests ruin it. But honestly, what an absolute masterpiece of character design. The artist is cooking 5-star meals here. Anyway, she stretches out super irritated, groaning that this iron bucket is annoying. The real dragon's claw flicks, swatting the flashy captain into next week. His fancy armor instantly shatters as he plummets. Mid-air, he dramatically screams that the city of Salem is right behind them. They absolutely cannot surrender, but the giant lizard just walks right over him. The scene flips to Cirrus, dramatically announcing he is opening the mysterious door. He warns the crew to brace themselves, since the other side is a total mystery. Pushing it wide, a blinding purple shockwave blasts right under Tyler's squad. Iron mentions it feels totally different from an earthquake. The whole zone is practically drowning in pure mana. Somebody definitely triggered the main dungeon trap, and the ground is literally rearranging itself. Our boy keeps shoving the door, and a giant laser blasts straight into the sky. Down in the city, everyone feels the massive magic spike, and instantly, every player in the dungeon gets forcefully booted out. Bam! They are suddenly standing outside. Rokuro freaks out because the entire map just glitched and shifted just because Cirrus opened a door. Diana is barely awake, half the team is tossing their cookies, and the captain flops. A rival named Tiger calls him a total joke. The guild gave him one job to grab the sword and he blew it. Now the entire landscape is completely flipped. He can literally taste the thick magical pressure radiating from the dirt. It is insane. Boom, the camera pans back to Cirrus, who is casually staring right at the mythic weapon itself. Right then, Iron grabs the captain, screaming at her to look. Smack in the middle is the legendary overpowered Dragon Slayer sword. Cirrus realizes that technically this is exactly the loot he came to snatch. But the peanut gallery nearby starts screaming that the newbie is trying to steal it. Tyler watches, absolutely seething. How is this punk so lucky? How did he randomly spawn right next to the ultimate prize? He refuses to let some kid beat him to the loot. He barks at his crew to charge. They are going to yank it out of the dirt together. Hilariously, the sword itself is wondering why all these weirdos are staring, feeling super awkward about it. Of course, the legendary weapon spirit is just another top-tier anime waifu. The holy sword complains directly to the protagonist, telling him to stop staring like a total creep. She whines that she lacks a proper scabbard, meaning she is basically walking around butt naked. Our boy just stands there, brain totally buffering. Why on earth is a literal sword saying things like that? He is trying to process the logic, but fails. Suddenly, the picky blade unleashes a killer purple aura and threatens to crush him with her spiritual pressure if he doesn't stop looking. She demands he shut his eyes immediately. Cirrus realizes this crazy weapon actually has a major attitude problem. Her spicy temper tantrum is accidentally crushing everyone else nearby. Most of the guards just faceplant into the dirt, while the rest feel like they are breathing actual fire. Yet somehow our main guy just stands there completely fine. Besides being a total weirdo, he is apparently built like an absolute tank. Then the actual spirit pops out in all her glory. The original metal blade looks super tiny, hidden inside her glowing phantom form. Tiger suddenly remembers the guild rules, claiming that anyone surviving this aura is qualified to pull the weapon. His buddy tells him to stop rushing and look out for hidden traps, but Tiger just laughs it off. He confidently assumes the sword is sleeping. Zero danger, right? Meanwhile, the sassy sword is screaming at Cirrus that any scrub stepping close will get vaporized. Bella, standing right there, hears absolutely nothing. Cirrus asks if anyone else catches the angry waifu voice, but they just look at him like he is crazy. Suddenly, Tyler smirks, claiming the heavy mana must have deep-fried Cirrus's brain and made him hallucinate. Tyler figures whoever touches the legendary loot first automatically wins the jackpot. He full sprints at it, screaming "see ya later" to the losers. Bella frantically begs Cirrus to stop the ninja looter, but our boy just smirks and says, "Hold up. Let the tryhard test the traps first." Tyler creeps right up to the edge. The glowing, drop-dead, gorgeous sword literally tells him to back off. But does he listen? Nope. He just leaps right in, yelling for Bella to watch his so-called epic moment. He is fully convinced he is the main character. The Holy Blade, meanwhile, is absolutely disgusted by this creep reaching for her hilt. Tyler sneers at Cirrus, bragging that trash like him will soon be crushed under his boots. But the sword. She takes one look at his ugly mug, gets totally creeped out, and violently blasts him straight through his chest plate. His fanboy team screams in pure panic. Cirrus just watches the bloodbath, shrugging and saying, "They really should not disrespect a lady like that." Even centuries later, men are still absolute garbage. She absolutely despises arrogant jerks. Tyler coughs up blood, realizing his super expensive deep-sea mithril underwear is the only reason he is not chopped liver. Without that plot armor, he was a goner. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. The divine sword actually attacked him. That means she is totally awake, and she just hard rejected him. His gigantic ego shatters into a million pieces. But instead of taking the hint, Tyler bursts into crazy laughter. The copium is unreal. He swears he didn't fail. Oh, this is not a rejection. It is totally just a secret trial. For the true dragon slayer. He flexes his bloody chest, striking a dramatic pose. I am Tyler, an A-rank knight who tanked your hit. You must be dying to call me master now. But the sentient sword hits him with a freezing 0-degree rejection. She hates nasty, arrogant brutes. Honestly, even touching his blood makes her sick. Cirrus casually roasts him. Bro, she didn't spare you. She just thought touching your dirty blood was way too gross. Tyler absolutely loses his mind, screaming at Cirrus to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, the divine blade secretly blushes. Finally, a cute guy who actually gets her. But Tyler, completely ignoring the massive red flags, charges like a rabid dog to snatch her. His sweaty palms wrap around the hilt, which to her feels like getting choked. The sword shrieks like a banshee. She erupts in a terrifying purple aura, literally melting his premium armor to sludge. The crowd watches the absolute meltdown in pure horror. But Tyler, this delusional fool, thinks it is the final boss phase. If I survive, she is mine. The poor sword is practically sobbing with rage, screaming at this creep to let go. But he just doubles down, gripping her tighter. He howls about conquering her once and for all. His clueless fan club cheers him on, hyping up their brand new savior. But the sword's patience hits 0. You are absolutely repulsive. Hurting a maiden like this is an unforgivable sin. And just like that, the deadly aura simply vanishes. Silence falls. The idiot crowd gasps. Did the copium actually work? It looks like he just needs to pull her out to get the ultimate dragon-slaying weapon. Lounging in the back, S-rank Tiger scoffs. Guess a big shot like him doesn't even need to flex today. The scrub actually did it. Tyler flexes his sweaty grip, smirking at Bella to witness his godly alpha energy. He is basically writing his own theme song. The crowd goes absolutely wild for him. Bella just sighs at the protagonist. Man, you should have grabbed her first. You actually have brain cells. But suddenly, the solid steel blade bends like wet spaghetti. She whispers a chilling promise. Cheering for this disgusting pig, I will shred every single one of you into confetti. Instantly, Cirrus smells the danger. He grabs his squad and screams, Abort, run. The dragon blade snaps. A tsunami of violet death explodes outward. It is an instant human blender. Limbs are flying, people are dropping, and Tyler gets turned into instant minced meat. Poor Irene just stands there buffering, screaming in pure shock. The massive blade revs up and launches a devastating shockwave right at her. She actually begs dead Tyler for help. But plot twist. It is not our clever main character playing hero. It is the macho meathead Tiger. He crashes in like a freight train, tanks the mega slash, and dramatically yells for everyone to stay back. The dust clears. The snarky sword is actually impressed. Wow, you are surprisingly thick-skinned. The surviving mob instantly starts fanboying. It is the shield of humanity. His armor didn't even dent. Tiger acts like an absolute boss, barking orders to evacuate the wounded to the safety zone. Stand back, kids. The adults are handling this. Tyler's jigsaw puzzle pieces get dragged away while Tiger starts powering up. He strikes a ridiculous macho pose. I am the ultimate shield, and you are the ultimate sword. We are basically married. A match made in heaven. The sword gags and fires another lethal wave, but he just bulldozes through it with pure beefcake energy. The blade is stunned. The crowd goes completely nuts, chanting for the pride of Salem. She readies her stance, watching this human tank, stomping closer and closer. He shatters her attack like glass, standing right in her personal space. Stop playing hard to get. Submit to your new master. Oh, big mistake. The sword's rage meter breaks the scale. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. Wham. She unleashes a super slash straight to his ugly mug. His invincible helmet explodes instantly, ripping his cheek wide open. Flying backward like a rag doll, Tiger's last brain cell wonders. Why did I get friend-zoned before I even touched her? His squad screams for their fallen captain, but he just glares. Stay back. Now it is your turn to claim the blade. The men freeze in pure terror. Captain, if an X-rank monster like you failed, we are absolutely dead meat. The divine weapon is fully awake. No mortal can tame it now. Tiger roars back. Are you cowards completely brainless? I said grab the sword. Every single one of you has a shot to earn its absolute loyalty, but they just violently shake their heads, begging to keep their lives. Tiger explodes with pure fury at these supposed heroes. Warriors of Salem City, how dare you surrender without drawing blood? He furiously declares that anyone who dares to refuse this honorable trial will be labeled a traitor and executed on the spot. Meanwhile, watching from afar, the haughty sword spirit sighs to herself. Good. Now that these weaklings understand my absolute power, they will finally leave me alone. But out of nowhere, Tiger violently grabs a shaking soldier by the collar. He screams in his face, disgusted by their pathetic fear. You will be the first to die for this shameful hesitation. But suddenly, the blonde recruit's eyes go wide. He spots something completely insane. The panicking squad screams at their captain to turn around. Our main character is casually standing, right in the weapon's deadly strike zone. Cirrus rubs his chin. When Tiger touched the blade, that spirit complained about him grabbing her neck. Wait, this weapon literally talks, and acts exactly like a real girl. If there is a living soul inside, my system skill should totally work on it. Without missing a beat, he activates target lock. The system instantly flags her. And sweet mother of mercy, this spirit looks like she bathed in pure starlight. She is absolutely glowing. The spirit blinks, totally creeped out by this random dude's intense staring. Cirrus plays it cool, while the massive crowd violently whispers, "Wait, is that the squad? 14 captain? That is Cirrus." Tiger stares in pure disbelief. Is this kid suicidal? He will be instantly shredded into meat confetti. But our boy just stands tall, delivering an Oscar-worthy speech. I am a warrior. My sacred duty is to defend humanity and Salem City from all evil, even if taming this legendary dragon blade is certain death. Even if it costs my very soul, I shall never retreat. The only tiny hilarious problem. His nose is aggressively bleeding. Wait, ordinary humans are not even supposed to see her spirit form right. Tiger is completely moved to tears. Are you cowardly A ranks hearing this? Even the weakest F rank trash has more spine than all of you. What a purely noble soul. Meanwhile, the supposedly terrifying dragon sword is blushing furiously. What in the world is happening? Our boy has not even laid a finger on her. The flustered spirit mumbles, "This is so weird. Why does my heart tickle when he looks at me? This mortal feels entirely different." Our completely shameless hero is totally invading her personal space now. The nosebleed is getting worse. The spirit awkwardly fidgets, wondering why his gaze is so incredibly thirsty, but oddly, she does not feel like violently rejecting him like the others. Before she knows it, he is practically breathing on her, and she still has not chopped off his head. She panics. She needs to stop him. She prepares to instantly slice him into ribbons. But shockingly, her legs turn to absolute jelly. The panicked crowd screams from the sidelines. Are you kidding? How did he get past the death zone? Why is the blade not reacting? Tiger is sweating profusely. The dragon sword casts an automatic judgment cut on anyone near it. That is what makes it impossible to claim, so why is the legendary aura completely dormant? The cute spirit groans internally. My whole body feels weird. Something is hijacking my brain, completely erasing my killer instinct. She nervously wonders if it is because this strangely intense boy is standing right in front of her face. Cirrus bravely lifts his foot, and bam, he steps directly into her personal bubble. The crowd absolutely loses their minds. Good heavens, he actually stepped closer. That defies all logic, Tiger gasps loudly. The divine weapon must have gone back into slumber. How on earth did this kid stumble into such insane luck? The bewildered spirit stares at her own trembling hands. She poses there, looking absolutely gorgeous and completely confused. Nobody knows what kind of crazy system magic this is, but our hero's nose is a literal blood fountain now. The blonde recruit shrieks in horror. Oh my god, Cirrus is bleeding out. But the automatic strike of judgment never fell. Tiger solemnly bows his head. Do not forget, he is merely an F-rank knight. The suffocating spiritual pressure of that holy blade is crushing his internal organs. The fact he has not collapsed is a sheer miracle. Everyone believes this legendary hero is sacrificing his life for the glory of the city. Meanwhile, our completely unbothered main character casually wipes his face. Man, my nose has never bled this much before. This spirit is seriously top-tier waifu material. Bella cries out from the safe zone. Cirrus, your body cannot take this. Retreat immediately. But he dramatically replies, never. Do not come any closer. Bella, defending this realm is my ultimate destiny. I shall face this overwhelming pressure until my dying breath. The glowing dragon spirit, feeling more and more exposed, just stands there totally baffled. Why is he looking at me like I am a snack? What a weirdo, she grumbles. But at the exact same time, why is my core temperature skyrocketing? This alien sensation. My mechanical heart is actually pounding. What is happening to you, mighty sword? Are you seriously falling for this shameless dude? She suddenly thinks she wants him to claim her. Oh, dear lord. The supposedly terrifying weapon of mass destruction is acting like a shy schoolgirl, What a completely unhinged artifact. She frantically covers her chest, panicking over why she feels so incredibly embarrassed. Stop staring at me, she mentally screams. If he keeps looking, all my secrets will be totally exposed. Unable to handle the overwhelming cringe, she violently kicks off the ground to launch a strike. The crowd gasps as the lethal blade aura instantly materializes. It is an absolute catastrophe, dodging with Cirrus right in her face. Nope, our boy goes for the absolute disrespect. He barehands the blade and stomps right on her metaphorical toes. The sword spirit gasps. What is this weird vibe? He glides his hand right up her shaft. Talk about a critical hit. She arches backward, completely screeching. The peanut gallery in the back is losing their minds. Wait, he actually canceled her combo. Tiger chimes in. Dude, his armor is spotless. How did he just tank that hit like an absolute boss? Isn't he just a rank F newbie? The sword spirit is practically vibrating. She swears she has never felt anything like these tingles before. Usually, she only gets a rush from slicing through heavy plate mail, busting open epic magic shields, or completely obliterating massive fortress gates. Or maybe when a legendary blacksmith hammers her into shape. But this is totally new. Holy smokes. What is he doing? It feels like fuzzy static, and tickles in all the weird places. She is gasping, completely losing her mind here. Meanwhile, our main character is locked in. He steals his nerves, grips her by the literal edges, and declares it is extraction time. She is turning beet red. Hey, watch the hands, buddy. As he pulls, she dramatically begs for a timeout. This is way too spicy. The legendary weapon actually budges. The crowd is absolutely shook. Hold up. A totally basic rank F is lifting it. Is this scrub really about to claim the ultimate sword of judgment? The holy weapon screeches that he better back off now. But Cirrus just bites down hard, swearing he will yank her out to save the day. Suddenly, boom, the sword spirit actually manifests on the hilt. No free rides today, buddy. She is not going down without a fight. She glares daggers at him. It is a total stare down. The audience is so confused. Wait, did the sword just sink deeper into the dirt? Yep, our poor rank F just lacks the muscle. The arrogant spirit scoffs. Sure, his tickle attacks are melting my brain, but he is weak. I have waited centuries for a legendary hero, and I am not settling for this goofy nonsense. Absolutely no way. It would ruin my street cred. She stubbornly buries herself deeper. Cirrus is sweating buckets now. He starts wondering if this crazy hunk of metal is using gravity magic on him. Her aura is insanely heavy. His knees are knocking. He is gasping for air. The spirit insists she is a pure, holy relic. She will not let these weird tingles win. Our main character is literally bleeding now, but he keeps yanking like a madman. She yells that she is an immortal being and he is just fragile meat. Dude, you are going to explode at this rate. Just quit while you are ahead. Instead, our guy drops a massive hero monologue. I am the shield of Salem City. For the innocent and for ultimate justice, I will happily tank this damage. The bystanders are weeping tears of pure respect. Captain, look at his heroic jawline. This crazy kid refuses to yield. He is betting his life for us. Tiger wipes away a single manly tear. That insane willpower screams rank S energy. You might be a rank F scrub, but we are rooting for you. Meanwhile, the sword is totally glitching out. Her core is doing backflips. She stammers that this is totally absurd. Literally nobody acts this extra just for the sake of justice, so our guy switches up his gaming tactics. He drops a super polite excuse me and gives the hilt a tiny little scratch. The spirit shrieks at him to quit it. Her sanity is rapidly crumbling. You are driving me nuts, but whatever, I will bite the bullet. She has survived centuries of hellfire, brutal epic wars, crushing losses, and massive wins. She has been buffed, broken, glued back together, and lived to tell the tale. A tiny scratch attack is nothing, or so she thinks. But he grips her tight, and his secret tickle technique hits a critical weak point. Honestly, I am losing the plot here. He praises her massive power level. But finally, her crazy aura drops. The perfect extraction window is wide open. The massive weapon physically slides upward. The crowd starts hyping him up. Oh my gosh, he is actually pulling it. It is happening. But wait. The sword spirit flashes neon red. She screams that she refuses to lose. She blasts 100% of her ultimate gravity magic. Insane purple shockwaves nuke the entire area, tossing literal boulders into the stratosphere. Our hero spits blood. The weight is insane. This aura is built different. My skeleton is literally about to turn to dust. She is pinning me down with pure force. In the distance, Bella panics and sprints to the rescue, but her sword gets vaporized the second it hits the barrier. Tiger roars at her to retreat. Back up right now. That is top-tier gravity magic. The air is so thick you can practically chew it. One touch and you will be deleted from existence. The sword spirit is completely baffled. Why is this guy not turning to ash? The level gap is massive. She glowers at him. Your weak little hands will never move me. Not even an inch, you crazy scrub. Zero chance, kid. Scram before I flatten you into a meat pancake. The arrogant sword sneers. But our main character smirks. You underestimate the burning justice in my soul. He dashes forward in a blur and smack. The poor blade eats another devastating strike. Rattled to the core, he roars. Even if my bones turn to dust and my body into a bloody pulp, I will never yield. As long as I draw breath, victory is mine. He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, daring the ancient relic to tank his hits. Honestly, I am completely lost. Is the hero bullying the sacred sword right now? Sparks and wild shockwaves violently ripple across her metallic body. Trembling uncontrollably, she mutters about holding on, desperate to stop this madman. She furiously channels her holy aura, her energy exploding outward like a bomb as the crowd screams to retreat. Bella is blown away by the shockwave. Meanwhile, the protagonist's fingers are literally tearing apart, yet he does not flinch. The dazed spirit is utterly baffled. Why is this crazy human risking absolute destruction just to scream about justice and heroic responsibility? But Cirrus is absolutely relentless. He spams heavy strikes one after another until the mighty weapon is literally shrieking in agony. Just get out of the dirt already, he bellows. Finally, the battered blade begins to budge, its hilt slowly emerging from the earth. The crowd watches in absolute shock as a massive crater forms around the pedestal. Suddenly, the legendary weapon floats up and obediently drops straight into the protagonist's bleeding hands. Good grief, talk about a stubborn weapon. That literal piece of metal took 4 whole chapters to pull out. The guild is in utter disbelief. Did a trash rank F really conquer the holy relic? Tiger screams. Cirrus actually did it. He drew the sword of judgment. Meanwhile, the proud sword spirit is dying of absolute embarrassment. This is so humiliating, she cries. She tried to resist the bullying, but just gave up. Boom, next chapter. We cut to a terrifying dragon, rapidly advancing toward the city. The battlefield is a graveyard of shattered weapons. Stepping up is the great sorcerer Y, a rather chubby mage who confidently declares steel is useless, but my magic is absolute. She casually summons 8 glowing magic circles. The legendary echo of annihilation triggers a blinding golden explosion that directly nukes the overgrown lizard, creating a hellish inferno. But when her glowing staff finally cools down and the smoke clears, the mage is suddenly super skinny. Yep, her ultimate secret technique is literally burning body fat as magical mana. She pants heavily, praying her extreme diet spell did some damage. But classic Manhwa trope alert from inside the thick smoke, the beast's massive claw casually steps out. Completely unharmed, the monster keeps marching. The exhausted mage is dumbfounded. An 8-circle ultimate attack did not even clip its nails. Without the legendary sword to pierce its supreme magical shield, this boss is invincible. A desperate soldier yells, "Commander, why? What is our play?" She grunts. "We literally have 0 options left. We stall until the sword gets here." At this monster's current pace, the city gets flattened in 15 hours. Just barely enough time to evacuate the innocent citizens. The orders are barked out, all attacks on the Great Dragon must immediately cease. The new survival mission is purely evacuation. Just run for your lives. Glaring at the unstoppable calamity, the commander mutters, "Why pivot towards Salem City out of nowhere?" This breaks all monster logic. We absolutely must find out who pulled aggro. Meanwhile, back at the ridiculous ritual, the sword desperately holds the protagonist's hand for the final spiritual step. He needs to sync with her heartbeat to truly claim her essence. Once bonded, she will grant him absolute power and bend to his will. He absolutely cannot let go yet. Cirrus, violently trembling, gasps. She is just a spirit, yet my hand is practically burning from her intense heart. The power is insane. Tiger completely panics, healers. The absolute madman is bleeding out. Get a medic right now. Bella screams that he is literally seconds away from collapsing under the relic's crushing divine judgment. But our stubborn hero, grinning through the agonizing pain, casually lies. Relax, it is just a scratch. However, his overflowing blood magically resonates with the approaching calamity. The giant dragon suddenly twitches, absolutely hypnotized by his overpowering scent. She is dead certain her ultimate prey is right there. Without warning, the beast fully extends her terrifying wings and rockets into the clouds. Y looks up just in time to see the boss monster hit maximum overdrive. "Oh, come on, slow down. The civilians have not even packed their bags yet," she cries in despair. An emergency broadcast blares everywhere. The Calamity-class dragon has hit warp speed and is nuking the distance. All active hunters must abandon the city immediately. Tiger curses, "Son of a glitch, we need to bail now." The protagonist calmly suggests escaping in the elite guild's fancy rescue helicopter, but Tiger forcefully grabs him. "Screw the chopper, I know a cheat code," and he literally yeets them both into the sky while the furious dragon closes the gap. The commander screams for a miracle to halt the beast, and suddenly, bam, a devastating force slams directly into the boss. The almighty dragon violently crash lands face first. Through the dust, everyone spots a massive bloody gash across its skull. Its invincible barrier is completely shattered. and we all know exactly what that means. The overpowered main character has officially drawn the legendary Sword of Judgment. Soldiers turn their heads, spotting S-rank Tiger dropping into the battlefield. But standing before him is the Holy Blade itself. They sigh in relief. Surely the S-rank hero pulled it out. The protagonist just glances sideways. Tiger, did you really just teleport us? Tiger gasps. Carrying 2 people is my absolute limit. Sadly, my mana is completely tapped out. Cirrus simply nods. He locks eyes with their target, the legendary Calamity Dragon Bergelga. Suddenly, an extra soldier runs up. Hey F-rank newbie, move your butt, you are blocking the S-rank. The guy violently reaches out to shove Cirrus out of the way. But boom, Tiger instantly palms the soldier's face, violently planting him into the dirt. Sweating Tiger bows. Boss Cirrus, your orders. Cirrus deadpans, just do not block my sword. The entire platoon's jaws hit the floor. Hold up, why is an S-rank bowing to a trash-tier kid? Did the arrogant powerhouse just glitch out? And wait. Cirrus casually strolls forward. He rests his hand on the Holy Blade. The troops are absolutely losing their minds. Why is this nobody holding the divine weapon? Did the F-rank actually pull it? No time to panic because they are now. Staring down the apocalypse, Dragon Cirrus clicks his tongue. Her magic barrier is insanely thick. That first slash did not even scratch the paint. The sword telepathically mocks him. Weakling, you will need at least 3 solid hits. Meanwhile, the majestic Calamity Dragon Bergelga flashes a terrifyingly gorgeous smirk. Oh, this little human is actually thrilling. She violently launches herself into the sky, a magnificent beast of destruction roaring that she will eat him alive. She dive bombs like a meteor while Cirrus casually yawns to his sword. Well, she is rushing us. Saves me the cardio, he instantly rips out a devastating purple aura / bam. It explodes against the dragon's shoulder, ripping a massive crater. The sheer shockwave sends the peanut gallery flying. The monster screeches, bracing her giant claws, but Cirrus is already airborne. Dropping from the sky, he screams, "Game over, overgrown lizard." Boom, another brutal explosion. The dragon hastily flaps her massive wings, desperately dodging the fatal execution. Cirrus sweats. How is a flying mountain that ridiculously agile? Suddenly, Bergelga's throat starts glowing, charging up. An apocalyptic fire breath. The soldiers scream in pure terror. Run away, we are all dead meat. A hellish inferno blasts forward, incinerating the battlefield, but standing right inside the firestorm, Cirrus calmly swings his blade perfectly, splitting the roaring flames straight down the middle. He counters the shockwave right back, then total silence. The giant beast completely freezes. Crack. A shattering noise echoes across the wasteland. A soldier blinks. What was that? It sounded exactly like a supreme magic barrier collapsing. The divine sword hums in Cirrus's grip. He squints through the thick smoke, completely puzzled. Wait, where did Godzilla go? She vanished. He taps the sword. Hey, did we actually hit her? The sword gloats, obviously. That invincible shield is totally busted now. But suddenly, boom boom, 2 deafening explosions rock the earth, followed by a massive earthquake. Cirrus whips around, spotting a smoking crater. Oh crap. The very ground under his boots violently shatters. The dragon's monstrous jaws erupt from the dirt, opening wide like a cavern. Gulp. Oh, come on. Did our main character seriously just become dragon snacks? The mob of soldiers completely loses it. They shriek in horror. The chosen one got eaten. Well, obviously, someone mutters. Who trusts a totally useless F-rank to save the entire world? The S-rank should have used the sword, but a commander steps up, wiping away a tear. No, that F-rank died a total hero. He shattered the impossible shield. His sacrifice was beautiful. Now it is up to us, the glorious A-ranks, to finish this raid battle. His tragic death shall not be in vain. Charge meanwhile inside the belly of the beast. Cirrus is skydiving into a fleshy abyss, dodging chunks of swallowed skyscrapers. And honestly, if you know Manhwa tropes, this guy is totally fine. You know exactly what happens next. He casually looks around. Wow, this stomach has a lava pool and real estate. What is this bizarre ecosystem? He turns his head. And boom, there she stands, the primordial humanoid spirit of Bergelga. She smirks. Welcome to my stomach, little human. You are already my dinner. Instantly, Cirrus realizes this boss has a second phase. Just give up, she purrs. Melt peacefully in my gastric lava. You will become one with my absolute power. The bubbling magma surges toward him, but Cirrus just sighs. Instant flash strike. Whoosh. Wait. What? He is already standing right behind her. Holy crap, she is ridiculously tall up close. She flinches, utterly shocked. By his insane speed, clang, he chops her foot with everything he has. 0 damage. He blinks in confusion. Wait, why? Am I doing 0 damage? The shield is gone, she laughs. Foolish boy, scales were just my warm-up. My true primordial body has maxed out physical defense. The holy sword suddenly chimes in. Bro, with your current pathetic stats, you will seriously need thousands of hits to chip that armor, and then Swish, the dreaded boss tail, bam, it violently backhands Cirrus right in the jaw, sending him rocketing backward. He wipes the blood. Fine. No more holding back. Time to get totally serious. He locks onto her, and boom, that signature purple aura violently explodes. Sent flying back, he summons his deck and draws the very first card. The Path of Heaven, hitting the marked weak points, will send massive shockwaves of pure agony surging right through her body. Plus, their powers get cancelled out based on how much it hurts. Spoiler alert, it is going to hurt a lot. The dragon Burgla flexes her terrifying claws, completely annoyed. She mutters that something feels super sketchy, obviously blaming our human hero. But with her overpowered defense stats, she smugly assumes his little magic tricks are totally useless. Honestly, the artist drew her way too pretty for a monster. Meanwhile, the sword spirit reveals Burgla's absolute defense relies on 5 magic scales scattered across her body. To actually take her down, our boy needs to smash all 5 to pieces. Only then will her invisible armor completely shatter. Wham! His first perfect strike hits home. She furiously stomps the ground, but wait, something is very wrong. A hidden condition triggered the exact moment they touched. The player's sensory perception skyrockets through magical vines, placing the massive target zone right on her arm. Honestly, the magic system is confusing since it said arm but flashed around her massive leg. Oh wait, this is definitely that holy buff he scored from Gaella, the church's favorite priestess. Time for a little field test. Suddenly, thick glowing vines aggressively wrap around the boss. Feeling totally tied up, she panics over this bizarre trapping skill. The stun only lasts 2 seconds, but outside the beast's giant body, she unleashes a furious roar. The peanut gallery soldiers cheer, but Commander Y yells, "Stay frosty. Do not drop your guard for a second." Back inside her stomach, just 1.2 seconds remain on the clock. Burgla lifts her massive foot, mocking his desperate little attacks. She promises to squish him like a literal bug, but our overpowered hero casually sidesteps, slicing right through her thickest armor plate. Boom. What an absolutely gorgeous critical hit. She is totally dumbfounded by her broken scales. A single second later, the devastating damage reflects on her outer shell. Her leg armor painfully splinters apart. The soldiers go absolutely wild, screaming about their massive comeback. Y immediately fires up her magic circles, hyping everyone up to slay the giant lizard right here and now. Inside, the giant beast is severely struggling. And wow, the artist really popped off on these sweaty struggle panels. Our hero jumps back to catch his breath, only to realize a brand new glowing mark is magically stamped on his own back. He nervously wonders if it is tied to the randomized damage points. Classic protagonist confusion. Meanwhile, the boss clutches her bleeding leg, aggressively cursing out the pesky human brat. The second that weird magic circle popped up, her energy totally short-circuited. It dealt 0 physical damage, so it had to be a dirty debuff spell. The trusty sword spirit warns our guy that a legendary dragon's mental defense is completely off the charts. Poor Burgla finally admits she got way too cocky. She treated his glowing circles like cheap parlor tricks. But this chaotic boy is packing serious heat. Time to lock in and make absolutely sure she does not fall for the exact same trap twice. She threatens to melt him in her stomach's magma. Lunging like a demon, she declares his instant digestion, bragging about her insane health regeneration. Cirrus barely dodges, but he is completely sweating. The boss is getting insanely fast. He has to end this boss fight right now. She charges up a deadly purple aura and ruthlessly swings. Out of nowhere, a massive tsunami of magma crashes toward him. Oh snap, her first attack was totally a bait and switch. There is literally nowhere to run. He rushes the target mark, but the system aggressively warns that his spatial card is on cooldown. He has to back off because friendly fire is apparently on, making things infinitely worse. The giant dragon just teleported right behind him. She violently snorts, declaring absolute victory against his pathetic magic. But right before she lands the killing blow, he desperately slashes sideways and accidentally triggers a magic circle. Plot armor activates, dodging her attack at the absolute last millisecond. Wait, the big brain play is coming together. Her spell accidentally triggered a nasty trap left by that crazy old Bishop Sophina. The glowing target shifts straight to her giant mouth, and the boss's arm is violently grabbed by some super sketchy devouring tentacles. The dragon is totally flabbergasted. What on earth is this violating feeling? She screams. Seriously, what is even happening? Did our main character just bite a literal dragon? His fighting style is pure chaos. The dragon violently thrashes around, but her magic is completely drained. With a juicy 5 seconds of stun time, Cirrus casually lines up a devastating slash right on her armored arm. She finally realizes his annoying magic circles are totally unbreakable. Our boy just smirks, loudly counting down her 5 remaining scales. As her impenetrable armor painfully shatters, her monstrous power drops to 0. Every time he triggers that weird debuff, her absolute defense turns into absolute wet paper. Wham! Another brutal strike lands as she desperately jumps back. But her magic is still totally jammed for 3.4 seconds. Our hero hilariously complains his tongue almost caught on fire doing that crazy stunt. The totally baffled dragon just stares, wondering if his chaotic magic had to do with his mouth. He complains about a bitter aftertaste. Now it all clicks. That green aura acts like an extension of his own body. But our poor dragoness is not amused. She snarls that he is the most insufferable human she has ever met. She whips her massive tail, but he easily blocks it with his blade. Her magic is still locked for another 1.7 seconds. Time to hunt another scale. The closest one is right on her chest. He boldly declares his next target. But Bergella is convinced this little pest is a total creep. She dodges and falls back. Cirrus pauses, sweating. Too close. Her speed is absolutely insane. He pushes forward to close the gap, but she frantically backs away, until the timer hits 0.1 seconds. Ding. Another glowing mark spawns behind her. He realizes the system's trick the second her magic comes back online. A fresh target mark appears. Right on cue, the dragoness shouts in triumph. Her mana has returned. She raises her arms, swearing to avoid those cursed circles forever. This weird, perverted human. She growls. Dot is going to die right here. A blazing attack shoots straight at his face. She knows roasting him with lava will not be easy, but she refuses to let up for even a second. Her flawless plan, spam attacks until he gets tired and burns to ash. Our main character is forced so far back, even his instant slash cannot reach. But suddenly, the dragoness hesitates. Her eyes flicker with a strange emotion. Typical. Who expects the monster waifu of this story to act normal anyway? She mutters that she must be losing her mind. Why would she care what some worthless human thinks of her? Boom. Taking advantage of her distraction, Cirrus leaps from rock to rock, closing in. Once in range, he triggers his instant slash. The blade strikes dead center on her stomach. But, wait. Nothing happens, she smirks. Unless you hit the marked circle, your little toy sword is completely useless. But wait, he is already behind her. I know that he whispers. It was a fake out to get close. He swings. Again. She easily blocks it with her forearm, scoffing at his pathetic stats. Did a weakling like you really think you could match the raw strength of a dragoness? Honestly, I did not even know that word existed until today. She brags that he has no idea what he is messing with. Even his own sword spirit chimes in, warning that his attack power is way too low to bring her down like this. Cirrus grunts that he knows, but he is going all out anyway. The dragoness smirks as she blocks his desperate blows. He is running out of stamina. This is her golden chance to end it. She leans in, ready to crush this annoying human completely. But then, he slides his sword past her armor, and bam, he kisses her out of absolutely nowhere. Seriously, he is getting way too comfortable using sexual harassment as a battle tactic. The poor dragoness freezes, brain entirely short-circuiting. Honestly, I'm starting to feel bad for her. Someone call HR. Yet somehow, powered by the sheer audacity of mankind, his strength stat skyrockets by a massive 1,000 points, second Ari. They break apart, but suddenly the main character is overpowering her. He shoves her straight toward the marked zone. She stumbles backward. Just a little further, he grunts. She panics, wondering if she is hallucinating. How did his strength suddenly spike this high? But even with a buff, it should not be enough to push a dragon. With a dramatic anime nosebleed, Cirrus mutters that he has no choice. Time to use his ultimate gag move. The dragoness glares, nervously demanding to know what he is planning. Wham! He headbutts her right in the face. She shrieks at him to stop spamming these ridiculous gag attacks. But Cirrus, the bravest soldier of humanity, refuses to back down. He unleashes a rapid-fire combo of headbutts in a relentless barrage. System alert. His agility hits 2,400. His strength blasts past 5,100. Riding that insane energy surge, he finally bulldozes her right into the magic circle. She desperately shoves him away, but it is too late. The perception zones trigger on her. Arm and mouth frast, he activates his skill, and the green vines erupt once again. This madman is even humming a happy little tune. System warning. Her magic is nullified for 11 seconds. The main character unleashes a brutal combo, while the confused dragoness tries to process what is happening. Boom! The nullification timer jumps to 18 seconds, showing absolutely zero mercy. His sword slashes through, landing a clean and devastating hit. The poor dragoness actually starts begging him to stop. If he keeps breaking her armor, she will be completely exposed without her protective scales. You see, according to the sacred rom-com rules of dragonkind, if a man sees her without a single scale, she is forced to become his wife. Oblivious to the plot armor, Cirrus just keeps swinging, muttering that dragon stats are annoying to chip down. She desperately pleads with him to close his eyes, screaming that peeking is pure blasphemy against the dragon clan. She kicks and flails, telling the creep to get off her. She throws a wild punch to knock him away. But with her magic still locked for 16 more seconds, he effortlessly parries and shatters yet another scale on her arm. That is enough, he smirks. He has plenty of time on the clock to strip every last piece of armor. Now, only the final scale on. Her forehead remains. He dashes in for the finishing blow, but she crosses her arms over her blushing face and shrieks, "No way." By some miracle, she blocks the strike. Boom. The very ground beneath them begins to cave in from the sheer overwhelming pressure of their clash. He can, barely keeping his balance. The overgrown lizard does a barrel roll straight into the magma, leaving our guy stranded on a crispy little rock. Talk about a hot foot. Just a tiny splash of that spicy soup melted half his gear. Now he realizes the only targets left are the scales on her back, her right drumstick, and her thick skull. 12.1 seconds on the clock, he mutters. Time to speedrun this. But how do you punch a coward hiding in a volcano? Meanwhile, the scaly menace is doing backstrokes in the magma pool, grumbling, "Stupid human. Just wait till my mana recharges. I'll turn you into barbecue." Up above our hero is giving his sentient sword the absolute most wicked side-eye. The sword spirit nervously sweats, asking what is up. He smirks. "Hey, you are a legendary indestructible blade, right? A little magma bath will not hurt. I am just going to yeet you into the lava to crack her scales. Then I will fish you out like a yo-yo." The sword practically throws a tantrum, wiggling in the air. Heck no, I invoke my weapon rights. I am a precision tool, not a soup spoon. If I go completely under, my legendary edge will be ruined. Our ruthless protagonist tells her to zip it and behave, or he will dunk her in just for fun. Instantly, the sword stands at attention. "Good girl." He peers over the edge. The coward is still playing submarine. The system timer is mercilessly counting down. 2 seconds. 1 second. Pop, a brand new target mark spawns out of nowhere. He raises an eyebrow. Why the heck did it drop way out there? Usually the system holds his hand and spawns them right on her. Is the luck broken, or is there a galaxy brain pattern here? Suddenly the lava erupts. With missing scales, the dragon's heat resistance is tanking. She cannot camp at the bottom anymore. She is desperate to finish this. Our guy senses the murderous intent as she roars, promising him a one-way ticket to Crispy Town. He quickly realizes the oversized gecko gave up on fighting fair and is going for a sneaky backstab. He scans the fiery pit. Where did she go? Playing peekaboo in the magma again. But wait. A light bulb goes off in his head as he stares at the glowing marks. They are not random at all. They perfectly form a massive diamond shape. All right, time to crack the code of this heavenly system, he thinks. But before he can play Detective Boom, the magma right under his feet detonates. The beast bursts out, launching a massive sneak attack. He feels the heat on his neck. He manages a sloppy parry, but the sheer force launches him like a golf ball. Mid-air, he tries to yeet his sword at her face, but she jukes him and swan dives right back into her spicy bathtub. The overgrown lizard is actually using her brain. She will not let him land another hit. And to make matters worse, our boy is currently skydiving with zero parachute and a pool of liquid fire below. He screams for the sword, which suddenly transforms into a magical jetpack. She catches him by the collar, slamming him safely against the cavern wall. Goodbye, fiery death. Hanging there, he connects the dots. The coward is completely committing to her dirty hide-and-seek tactics. If he wants to survive this cheap boss fight, he needs solid ground and fast. But look at this. The petty lizard is actively blasting every single floating platform into dust. Camping in one spot is a death sentence. He has to parkour for his life. The dragon is not an idiot, she knows. Taking out his cover means an easy game over for him. Our guy goes full ninja, bouncing from crumbling pillar to falling rock. But she just keeps blowing them up. She taunts him from below, laughing at his desperate little dance. He is running out of dance floor. Finally, his stamina hits rock bottom. Standing on the last crumbling pebble, he gives the sword a long, hard look. Is this crazy plan actually going to work? Down below, the dragon notices his panic has stopped. Did he just give up? Just to be petty, she charges up to wipe out his last bit of real estate. At that exact moment, our hero whispers a deeply sincere apology to his sword. The poor spirit gets incredibly suspicious. Why are you looking at me like that? He shrugs. Desperate times, right? Somebody has got to take one for the team, and it is not going to be me. Sorry. Meanwhile, the beast shatters the very last rock behind her, popping out of the lava with a smug, evil grin. Checkmate, human. Our hero simply stares at his trembling weapon and tells her to brace for impact. The dragon goes full maximum power, her entire massive body glowing with apocalyptic heat. She is charging up her ultimate finisher. The cave turns into a literal oven, melting solid stone into butter. But our boy is not flinching. He knows her exact trajectory. As she torpedoes toward him with mouth wide open, he raises the legendary blade like a baseball bat. Batter up. He locks onto that random system mark and absolutely hurls his precious sword like a javelin, right as the dragon lunges for his throat. Thwack. The sword pins itself directly into the target point. Quivering in the rock, the spirit suddenly yells, "Oh, you absolute madman. Now I get it." The system trap triggers instantly. But since it was a sword, not the monster, it only flashes for a fraction of a second. But guess who just arrived? With exactly 0.1 seconds left, the giant idiot launches herself right into the danger zone. Her reptilian eyes bug out. Smack in front of her face is a glowing circle of doom. Wait, why is that thing floating up here? Too late, scaly boom target rings light up across her entire body like a Christmas tree. Our smug hero cracks a grin. The 4 marks made a perfect cross, and that random one was the bullseye. The ultimate full-body weak point has just been unlocked. Her entire body lights up like a Christmas tree. Through their chaotic connection, our boy winds up. He lands a flawless strike, pumping a massive electric shock straight through. Bergala screeches like a broken kettle, begging him to quit. But there are still 60 seconds on the clock. Cirrus gives 0 craps. He slams his hand into her spine, absolutely obliterating her armor. He is an absolute menace, showing 0 mercy. Outside, the overgrown lizard shrieks in pure agony. Bergala is totally flabbergasted that a puny human busted her premium gear. Down below, the soldiers are losing their minds, screaming, "Let us go, everyone." Her scales are literally peeling off. "Finish this giant gecko." "Why me?" she cries. Exhausted but hyped, our guy nods. "Just a little more, this raid boss is going down." Boom, right on cue. The thick plating on Bergala's gigantic forehead violently shatters into dust. Cirrus is an absolute savage. Next stop, her thigh. He smashes right through another section. The dragon cries out that he tastes terrible anyway. She officially quits the human buffet. Roaring in pain, she violently shoves our crazy hero away. The massive beast twitches like a glitching enemy. The whole city goes absolutely wild. "Come on, boys, the boss is at 1% health. This is our opening. Dump all your attacks now." Having firmly decided to skip her meal, Bergala chucks our boy out, growling that she is so done with his nonsense. She opens wide and literally pukes him out. He faceplants into the dirt, sword in hand, but his stamina at 0. The army drops their jaws. "Cirrus, you absolute madman, you lived." Bergala shoots into the sky. But surprise, her magic is on cooldown for 44 more seconds. The panic sets in as everyone scrambles to gank her before she reboots. If they mess this up, it is a total party wipe. Cirrus remembers her cheat tier flight magic. The second her mana recharges, she is going to dip out of the server. The grunts spam their ranged attacks, but every single one whiffs completely. Everyone desperately scrambles up the rocks, trying to land one measly hit. Meanwhile, Bergala is fuming, utterly humiliated that a single human bullied her this badly. Just then, Cirrus pats a ridiculously buff soldier and says, "I have a stupid idea." Meanwhile, the giant lizard flails around in the sky, sweating profusely. When will this highly annoying debuff finally wear off? Her mana is totally jammed, and she hates it. Down below, the musclehead soldier side-eyes Cirrus. "Bro, are you serious? This is basically a suicide mission." Cirrus just smirks. "Yeet me right now, we have exactly 28 seconds. The meathead gets into a pitching stance, winding up to use our hero as a human baseball. High above, Bergala laughs in relief. "Ha! From down there, there is 0 chance he can snipe me. Just a few seconds and my admin powers return." Not so fast. The muscle bro punches a boulder so hard it acts like a literal cannon, launching our guy straight at her face. He zips right past her massive scaly wings, and right then, her danger sense violently tingles. "Surprise!" he screams from right in front of her eyeballs. "Welcome to the ground floor, you oversized pigeon." With just 10 seconds remaining, he delivers a colossal bonk straight to her skull. "Stay down." Oh, you can totally feel the impact this time. This was not a scratch. It was a critical hit. Bergala absolutely eats the massive damage, plummeting like a meteor and crashing face first into the dirt. The crowd goes absolutely nuts. The beast is down. Everyone charges in for the final blow. He totally crippled her wings, so her flying days are over. But wait, she still had 6 whole seconds of the silence debuff. The entire army forms a massive firing squad. Morale is at an all-time high, but then, the timer hits absolute 0. Bergala slowly raises her dusty head. You absolute clowns. Did you really think shaving off my scales meant you won? She cracks a demonic grin and casts Requiem of the Soul. Suddenly, an ungodly pressure crushes the battlefield. Everyone clutches their heads in absolute agony. Holy mother of lag. Eyes roll back and their literal souls pop right out of their bodies. Even our poor main character starts turning into a ghost. But luckily, his overpowered sword spirit waifu acts as his seatbelt. Seriously. His spirit form gets better treatment than my actual life. The beautiful spirit refuses to let him cross over, violently shoving his soul back into his meat suit. Meanwhile, Bergala is basically playing Pac-Man, vacuuming up everyone's souls like free experience points. Thanks for the snacks, but the glutton realizes her health bar needs more, so she turns the whole city into her personal buffet. The ultimate soul-sucking area attack drops, and knights fold like wet paper. Man, this dragon is too busted. Even the elite guards drop instantly. Nobody stood a chance against this broken ultimate. The giant vacuum cleaner swallows the city's life force. She opens one smug eye. Ah, instant noodles for the soul. Cirrus blinks, realizing his entire guild just got team-wiped. The dragon smirks. Not bad, little bug. You resisted my snack time. He glares, asking what the heck she means. Duh, I just ate your entire friend list. Honestly, that was so many souls I might need an antacid. It will take a minute to digest. But guess what? Free armor repair. So lucky you brought all this takeout. Every single person in this city. They're all trapped in her gut. Cirrus snaps. I'll beat them out of you. Your armor is gone, so this speed run ends now. But Bella calls him an idiot. Think dummy. If the host dies, those souls will get wiped out too. Cirrus freezes. Kill her. Everyone dies. Spare her. She gets a free all-you-can-eat soul buffet. It's a total lose-lose, Bergilda smirks. Deal time. Let me eat just you, and I'll puke the rest out. Cirrus rolls his eyes. Hard pass. You think I'm dumb? Once my stats heal you, you'll just eat us all anyway. The monster cackles. Caught red-handed. Suddenly, the trash system pings. He expected a clutch power-up, but nope. The Heavenly Path skill was still loading. Due to the lag, he can't draw a new card. Out of nowhere, Bergilda glitches out. Why are you here? No, stop. Cirrus is baffled. What the heck? Did this raid boss lose her marbles? Then, her eyes flash crimson. Wait, is she hijacked by Azafel? The monster growls his name. Bingo. That pesky demon hijacked her body, man. She was already tougher than the main boss. Now, this cheat code, Phase 2 drops. With an earth-shattering stomp, this Hellfire combo is completely broken. Zero hesitation. She unleashes a dragon's breath, absolutely nuking the entire map. Cirrus barely sidesteps the nuke. But the blast zone is just too massive. He's trapped in the kill box. Energy surges in. He blocks with his blade, but just the spicy smoke is enough to fry his left eye. He blind swings behind him. Bam! A blast snipes his chest, launching him straight into the rubble. Our guy is ragdolling like a noob, taking massive critical hits. How do I dodge while half-blind? This bullet hell is impossible. Right on cue, a colossal monster hand sweeps down to squash him. But wait, his sword suddenly pings with a divine resonance. Master, can you feel it? Sync rate 100%. Even blindfolded. He unlocks third-person blade vision. With this legal wall hack, he smoothly backflips out of the danger zone. He sticks the landing, but Bergilda readies another nuke, sneering. Love dodging. Try dodging this. Surprise flames erupt from his blind spot, forcing our hero to fall back. Then, silence. The fire fizzles out. Crap. The boss curses. My cooldown isn't over. Spamming that skill drained my mana. Azafel scoffs at her inside her mind. Useless host. Finish eating those souls to buff my stats. And Bergilda. She acts like an obedient little side character. Deep inside, she's sweating bullets. Eating thousands of souls at once is lagging my system. The energy stream requires total focus. Still, she promises the demon she'll push through. Camera zooms in. There's the weak point. A glowing rune shining on her back. Back outside, Cirrus connects the dots. That parasite Azafel hijacked her, farming souls to restore his health. If this dragging boss fight keeps going, it's game over. He smirks. Guess I'm playing dentist again. I'll dive into the dragon and slam that glowing target. It's the only cancel mechanic. Before he moves, bam. Another earthquake stomp shatters the arena. Our main character gets blasted into the dust, wall splatting hard, but barely holding onto his health bar. Time for a reckless play. He charges straight into her jaws. Azathel just laughs. What a noob. Did you think your strategy was stealthy? The demon roars, charging a massive fireball, bragging that he read his moves from a mile away. I saved my ultimate skill. Just for this, midair. You're a sitting duck. Time to become barbecue. Cirrus yells to his sword partner. If I stay, I'm cooked. Let's switch to autopilot. With insane strength, he throws his legendary blade right down the beast's throat. The fire clears. Cirrus faceplants the dirt, but his sword is already surfing down the monster's esophagus. Master, stream connected, the spirit asks. Cirrus smirks. Loud and clear, split-screen mode activated. Player 1 outside, player 2 inside. But Azathel isn't waiting. He lunges. With a busted eye, Cirrus is playing on hardcore mode. He gets swatted away like a fly as the ground cracks. Meanwhile, the inner boss, Bergilda, is sweating buckets, trying to keep the soul-sucking server online. The glitch, Azathel's clumsy outside fighting, is shaking her internal focus bar to 0. Swoosh. The flying sword ninja strikes from behind. It nearly chops her hand. Bergilda gasps in shock. That cheeky brat didn't dive in. He threw his weapon like a coward. He's trying to remote control the blade and hit my weak point. She laughs it off. Does this kid seriously think multitasking a flying sword while fighting Azath? What a joke. He is seriously underestimating me. To crush this scrub, she smirks. One hand is plenty for this. She swings at the blade, but it pulls a sick drift, surfing the lava before rocketing up. But Bergilla flexes her lava-bending skills, ordering the molten rock to erupt and totally dunk the sword into the dirt. She cackles wildly. Wow, those moves are straight trash. Finding an opening is literally child's play. Time for this pathetic human to realize he is basically an NPC and his game is officially over. But boom, our boy drops a command. The sword spirit explodes from her shiny metal shell, dive-bombing Bergilla and shoving her back. The villainess is completely shook, a living sword waifu. She never saw that coming and now she is taking a tumble. But plot twist, she is just floating. Cirrus is baffled until he spots her lizard tail clutching a giant rock. Thanks to Azath throwing a massive tantrum, a convenient debris pile just spawned, saving her skin. Outside the mind space, Cirrus nearly gets flattened by Azath, whipping her tail around, trash-talking him for zoning out mid-boss fight. Pay attention, human. Meanwhile, our adorable sword spirit cries to her master. Her battery is totally dead. Seeing her chance, Bergilla charges up a nasty dark spell and blasts the poor spirit, locking her inside a creepy soul bubble. She grins wickedly. Oh, this is perfect. The shiny spirit is my snack now. But inside that cursed bubble, someone catches our falling sword girl. Wait, she is surrounded by all the girls whose powers were stolen. Bizarrely, they are glowing like golden legendary drops. Confused but totally united. Back in the smoke clouds, Cirrus brushes off the dust. Target locked, the range is perfect. He yells at his team to sit back and watch, then whoosh, he goes maximum overdrive, slamming straight into the dragon's ribs and dropping absolute shockwaves. Inside the dimension, those handy rocks suddenly slide toward Bergilla. She tries dodging, but nope. The kinetic force from smacking Azath makes the boulder absolutely crush her. Cirrus wastes no time popping his nullification skill. She screams for mercy, but access denied. Skill duration 10 minutes. Just like that, the wicked soul prison shatters like cheap glass. Azath totally freaks out, demanding to know why her premium soul collection is leaking. The spirits zoom out, flying back to their original bodies in the city. Furious, Azath chokeslams, Bergilla raging at her sheer incompetence. How do you fumble a few basic human souls, you absolute clown? Coughing, Bergilla begs for her life. She tried, but playing with 0 HP and no mana is basically hard mode. She frantically bargains, saying the humans need a day to reboot, plenty of time to tactical retreat. Once her armor heals, they will totally wipe the floor with him. But Azath just glares. You know you are a soul too, right? The betrayal is real. Azath is definitely hungry. Bergilla cries for mercy, but her pixelated form starts deleting as Azath demands her flesh. Ding. The system cheerfully tells our boy the target is eliminated, and the massive dragon literally melts away. But wait, hold up. Where is the sword waifu? Did that sketchy finish actually delete her too? And let us be real, the artist would never permanently kill the dragon girl. She is mandatory harem material. It is law, but Cirrus is stressing over his sword companion. She has to be here. Suddenly, his danger radar spikes hard. He looks up and spots Bergilla, floating with a super creepy smirk. Wait, what? Why is this mini-boss still breathing? The system literally said, eliminated. A massive chill runs down his spine. Oh, we are in trouble. One look at that arrogant face, and he knows Azath hijacked the body. What kind of sick trick is this? But before his brain can process it, she opens wide and pukes a massive fireball right at his face. Our hero panic rolls behind a rock. How does she still have the dragon's cheat skills? It seems the original dragon girl got completely digested, and now this hybrid monster is ready to kick his teeth in. Honestly, I heavily preferred the scaly dragon version. I swear this artist is trying to awaken some weird new fetishes in the readers. Cirrus violently crosses his arms to block, but the heavy kick connects, absolutely deleting the dungeon ceiling. He slams into the dirt. Before he can even gasp for air, Azath mercilessly stomps her boot into his chest, pinning him down. She bursts out laughing. All this time and your stats are still garbage. The bruised hero struggles to lift her foot, but his strength is zero. She mocks his tiny brain, roasting him for not even knowing how to use his own cheat skills. When she got that buff, it took her barely 1 month to hit an absurd God-tier level of power. She sneers at his pathetic face. A loser who cannot even command his own harem properly. System rules or not, you should have been grinding. EXP, non-stop, you scrub. If he actually put in the work, maybe he reached the absolute peak in record time. Cirrus smirks. That arrogant mindset? That is exactly why the system dumped her. Azath sneers back. Dumped or not, his fate is sealed. She summons a colossal sphere of destructive energy, gloating that he is just a bug beneath her boot. The chaotic aura swells into a massive spirit bomb as she bids him a fiery farewell. But wait. Clink. Something just bounced right off her back. It is the Sword of Judgment dramatically landing before our boy. 0 damage dealt, though. Azath cackles at the pathetic attempt, and finally unleashes her apocalyptic nuke. Suddenly, the sword spirit manifests and plants a giant smooch on his cheek. Bam! Power boosted by 2,000. In a flash of pure adrenaline, he kicks her foot away, parrying the blast with his blade. Cirrus slides back to safety, leaving the dragon lady utterly bewildered. The adorable sword spirit apologizes for the lag, but proudly announces she brought the whole cavalry. Cirrus turns around and beholds his entire chaotic squad. Over 600 kilos of pure, unadulterated waifu energy. Bella sassily puts hands on hips, demanding to know why this entire fan club knows his secret magic. Yug instantly fires back, claiming absolute first wife privileges and top-tier dedication. Satyr scoffs with classic tsundere flair. She is not obsessed like Yug. She only showed up because failing to slay the dragon ruins her own resurrection. Strictly business, obviously. Meanwhile, the Radiant Saint serenely announces her divine mission. Even as a ghost, she is packing heavy healing magic, ready to patch him up. Then there is Daphne, looking inexplicably more gorgeous. She casually mentions an unfinished brawl back in town, so dying here is simply not on her schedule. Honestly, the artwork in this panel, absolute visual perfection. The artist deserves an award for this masterpiece. Suddenly, lethal danger interrupts the waifu wars. Azath launches another deadly strike, but Bella teleports in, smacking the dragon from behind. Cirrus feels his agility skyrocket by 4,120%. Boom. The explosion practically shatters the cave. As the dust settles, Azath is totally lost. The boy vanished. Her attack barely grazed empty air. How on earth is a mere human moving at warp speed? Too slow, dragon. Cirrus is already at her flank, swinging a vicious horizontal slash. But the beast wildly throws out an arm, tanking the blade. She smirks wickedly. Did he really think a cheap trick would scratch her? Charging up another doom sphere, she scoffs at human arrogance. But wait. The cheeky sword spirit phases into Cirrus, pouring her astral power into him. Azath unleashes a colossal shockwave, sending our hero flying, but he grinds his boots into the stone, channeling pure hype. He swings with everything he has, smashing her guard wide open. Azath gasps in utter disbelief. A scratch. On her majestic scales, impossible. Her chaotic aura erupts as she roars that Cirrus will become dust. Cirrus, however, is grinning like a madman. He is finally dealing real damage. Still, he needs a bigger punch. Cue Yug sneaking up, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. She claims she kept her distance playing the good ally. Then chomp. She sinks her vampire fangs right into his neck. Cirrus gets hit with massive vertigo, stumbling while the dragon conjures a miniature sun. Poor Cirrus, living the dream and the nightmare simultaneously. Nobody envies this agonizing harem protagonist. But that painful bite, it is pure fuel. His attack power instantly rockets up by 16,000. Gripping his hilt tightly, he launches forward like a missile. He cleanly cleaves through the raging fireball, biting deep into her scaly palm. Azath is absolutely flabbergasted, a human-piercing legendary dragon armor. Meanwhile, Yug is practically glowing, bragging that nobody buffs the boss better than her. Their undeniable chemistry. makes her vampire power boosts hit like a truck. Enraged, the dragon lady flexes her monstrous muscles. She violently slams her massive fist directly into his blade, blasting a shockwave of debris everywhere, yet she is completely baffled. How is this puny guy still standing? She is throwing her entire arsenal at him, so why on earth is he grinning like an absolute psycho? That cocky smile snaps her last nerve. She shrieks at him to wipe that smug look off his face. Her next brutal hook connects with terrifying force, smashing his sword right back into his skull. Bam! Cirrus is launched like a ragdoll, cratering into the cavern wall. Dust billows as Azoth breathes heavily, convinced she finally crushed him. Good luck smiling with a shattered skull right. Panic erupts. The waifu squad desperately screams out his name. Our guy looks completely wrecked. But broken bones are just a minor inconvenience here. Stepping up from the spirit world, the holy saint drops a massive restoration spell. She smiles sweetly, flexing that her ghostly form makes casting totally overpowered and lag-free. She promises instant recovery, and his wounds literally vanish. Azoth stares into the settling dust cloud. Suddenly, a shadow steps forward. It is Cirrus, still smirking, casually admitting that punch actually hit pretty hard. Ath stares in utter disbelief. Not a single scratch on his perfectly handsome face. Losing her mind, she conjures another gigantic energy sphere right in front of her mouth. Tossing her head back, wild streaks of purple lightning erupt everywhere. The chaotic energy violently expands. Cirrus instantly breaks a sweat. Oh crap, this attack hits entirely different. It is miles beyond her last tantrums. He desperately needs a massive power boost to block this. But suddenly out of nowhere, Sat grabs his face and he gets blasted into next week. A juicy 10,500 power bonus pops up. Yug chuckles, calling that pathetic before someone else grabs his head. Daffin brutally shoulder checks him, screaming that humanity never loses to overgrown lizards. Our boy soaks up her chaotic attack energy, and his stats go absolutely crazy. 13,700, then 16,500. His power levels are skyrocketing out of control. He is practically deaf from the buffs. Meanwhile, Crazy Ath finishes her charge, firing a world-ending laser straight at his face. But plot twist, his eyes flash a legendary gold. Gripping his blade, he unleashes an epic purple energy slash that cleanly slices her ultimate beam in half. The critical hit lands, leaving her staggering in total shock. She mutters that he should be dust right now. This overpowered nonsense was not in the script. She collapses to her knees. Her legendary armor crumbles to ash, and her very soul starts leaking out. She dramatically whispers that she refuses to get captured. She desperately tries stuffing her soul back into her vessel. Honestly, whether it is Azathoth or the grumpy dragon talking, nobody knows. But she suddenly notices our hero completely surrounded by his glowing harem of souls. Her jaw drops. She assumes he used some shady soul-binding hack to leash all these waifus to himself. With this many buffs, his infinite strength glitch makes perfect sense, so Cirrus was just a cheating scumbag like her. Binding nearby souls was an ancient exploit she personally invented thousands of years ago. But wait, that cheat code has a massive bug. Cirrus steps up smirking. You burned all your mana on that last shiny attack. It is game over for you, Azathoth. You are done, but the boss smirks back saying, nope, Uno reverse. The funny thing about soul chains is, if you snap the connections, the caster completely blue screens for 10 whole seconds. Zero defense, totally useless. It is a secret. Only a 1,000-year-old boomer would know. Triggering one last desperate boss phase, she brags that zero mana means nothing when you drive the body of the great dragon Belaga. A terrifying scaly head materializes. She declares those legendary chompers will easily bite through his waifu tethers. In a literal flash, the girls get violently tossed backward. The dragon lunges like a plastic toy car on a Hot Wheels shark loop. She grins, says bye-bye, and chomps down, swallowing Cirrus in one gulp. Yug and the peanut gallery absolutely lose their minds, screaming he is cooked. Azathoth struts over to secure the kill, gloating that the 10-second stun lock guarantees her victory. She will end the kid and steal back the admin privileges, but plot twist, Cirrus casually grabs her arm. She freezes, brain malfunctioning. Hold up, what the heck? If his tether snapped, he should be a lagging potato for 10 seconds. Why is he moving? Cirrus brutally twists her arm, making her squeal like a pig. Drawing his blade, he casually drops that she really traumatized his precious companions long enough. With one god-tier swing, the very fabric of reality, and that ugly dragon head get completely obliterated. The earth splits wide open while the girls desperately block the insane shockwave. Peering through the chaotic dust, they just see smoke. The whole map has been cleanly cut in half by a single normal attack. Talk about broken power scaling. Through the clearing smoke, the mighty dragon lies sliced right down the middle. Azathoth's pathetic voice echoes crying about what kind of glitchy soul magic he used. The tethers were unbreakable. Why didn't he get stunned? Cirrus just gives her a weird look. Bro, what are you babbling about? I do not even know what spell that is. I never bound anyone. They stick around because they actually like me. Absolute Giga Chad energy right there. Defeated, she closes her eyes. It finally clicks in her boomer brain why the system rejected her. And just like that, the villain gets deleted from the server. Our boy purges the remaining virus and randomly finds a super rare dragon egg. Fast forward 1 month later, we cut to a highly stressful guild meeting. The guild president Sphinx violently slams his desk. Listen up, folks. To beat that lizard, we accidentally nuked our entire headquarters and half the damn city. We are bankrupt out of cash, and if we do not fix this immediately, we are homeless. He furiously pounds the desk, demanding the chubby guy, Charlton, fix this financial crisis right now. But poor Charlton is sweating bullets with zero ideas. Meanwhile, as the guild panics over their empty wallets, our Giga Chad protagonist is chilling at home, letting a cute baby dragon chew on his skull while his waifus feed him snacks. Drop a like on the video, guys.